And we are live, man. What's going on, everybody? It's S.E.T Media back in the house, man. You got Key in here on the Soleil, favorite big four-header YouTuber, man, and we are back. So tonight's going to be a fire one. We got Joe Biden. He's made some comments, and there's been some backlash. We got the reactions from Trump. We got reactions from Walz. We got reactions from Kamala. We got a short Kamala rally. And then we have a Tulsi, Gabbard, and JD Vance town hall. Let's get right into the content, man. My bad, I started a little late. Had to get my Celsius going. But without further ado, let's get right into it. Oh, yeah, and y'all know the vibes, man. Like the video. Let's do it.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give.
All right, start from the
Donald
beginning.
Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. He's failed businessman. He only cares about the billionaire friends he has and accumulated wealth for those at the top. He says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. Give me a break. He wants to do away with the birthright citizenship. Who the hell has said that in the last 100 years? And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something.
Whoa. That's a little bit misleading. The man is a comedian, and actually he specializes in roasting. I don't know if y'all seen the roast of Tom Brady. I think it's on Netflix, I want to say. Dude is hella funny. Hella funny. Now, I understand that might not be some people's flavor of comedy, but he's a comedian, bro. So their job is to push the envelope, be a little bit edgy. Like I was saying on stream yesterday. Personally, that's the funniest type of comedy to me. I'm probably not going to laugh if you make a cupcake joke, but you say something sexist, you say something racist, and you say something prejudiced, I'll probably be rolling on the floor laughing. That's just me. That's the type of comedy I like, and I think the best comedians know how to dance on that line.
I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything.
Whoa, let's scroll that back a little bit. I don't know if I missed that or not, but I caught it. I just want to make sure everybody else did. Hold on a second. You said the only garbage floating around out there is who?
The only garbage I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything we've done, everything we've been. Donald Trump.
So that comment to me, this is my first time seeing a clip. I heard what he said. I seen the news articles and the Twitter post about it. But this is my first time seeing it firsthand, so I'll give y'all my live reaction. It's funny he says that, but they demonize Trump for saying, oh, there's an enemy within. Like he's referencing Kamala supporters, even though he's referencing people in Washington and that operate in our politics that work against the American citizens' best interests. But he he directly calls out Trump supporters and calls them garbage right here. This is what happens when you let senile old men speak. They speak in a lot of the stuff they say is crazy. Not sounds crazy, it is crazy. He directly just called Trump supporters garbage. Now, let's get into some of the reactions from Kamala, Walz, and others, because the Democratic Party is kind of reeling after that. Honestly, I think that was 10 times worse than what the comedian said at Trump's rally in Madison Square Garden. Because, like I said, he's a comedian. He was speaking in a certain context. Obviously, you can't take comedians too literal. That's why, honestly, I love the art of comedy. You can provide some social commentary while kind of disguising it or wrapping it in the bun of a joke, so to speak. The burger is the social commentary, and the bun that it sits on, is the comedic relief. So let's get into some of these comments or some of these reactions from everybody, since he just, I don't know, I don't know. That was wild. Honestly, that was wild. Like my fresh reaction, my raw reaction is just like, wow, that was wild.
To address the president's comments yesterday, referring to Trump supporter as garbage. And I know he's tried to clarify that he was trying to talk about what the person said. But one, I guess I want to know, does he think...
I'm weak as hell. Oh man, I'm weak. I see somebody asking what a cupcake joke is. Funny enough, their username is cupcake, but a cupcake joke is a PC joke, a politically correct joke that you know isn't gonna offend anybody. You're not pushing any boundaries. You're not trying to be offensive, and honestly, like I said, that might be comedy for some, or that might be good comedy for some. But my favorite comedians are the ones that kind of play on that line. They push the envelope. They're not scared to say something that might be offensive for the sake of comedy. And, I'm thinking of names like Dave Chappelle. I'm thinking of names like Cat Williams. I'm thinking of names like, who else do we have? Those are the top two that come to my mind right now. Obviously, I have others, but the top two off the top of my head are those two who have been known to kind of push the envelope, say wild things, and look at them. They're at the top of comedy. And shout out Big Wave Dave chiming in with the first super chat of the stream, man. We appreciate the support, Big Wave. He says, facts, Key, you spitting, bro. You spitting. Now let's see what the White House press secretary had to say about Biden's comments here.
Less of Americans who support Trump than he does of those who do not. Yeah. And two, why is he using that kind of rhetoric? How is that presidential?
So a couple of things. So just to clarify, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage, which is why he wanted to make sure that we put out a statement that clarified.
Oh, and shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with another 5. He says, Key, Cupcake is a friend of mine. She will agree with what you have to say, brother. Oh, awesome, bro. I appreciate y'all sharing the channel, bringing folks in. Welcome to the community, and happy to have you in here. And shout out Big Wave Dave, man. Always showing support and spreading the good word of S.E.T Key Media, man. Shout out.
What he meant and what he was trying to say. And so just want to make that very clear for folks who are watching. And I just want to read that out.
Now watch her try and clarify what Biden just said. I mean, we all heard it clear as day, right? The only pieces of garbage that are floating around out here are his supporters. That is what he said verbatim. Now watch her try and justify, clean up, what he said. I mean, even though we all heard him clear as day, we all got ears.
Out to folks. So he was regarding to the comedian, and I quote, "I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally as garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That's all I meant to say. The comments at the rally don't reflect who we are as a nation." And to your question, your other question that you asked, no, he does not.
And I'll be honest, this lady right here, we've gotten to know her face and voice extremely well over the last 4 years. She's probably got one of the toughest jobs trying to clean up, clarify, justify whatever the current administration is doing. Because when they don't answer the questions, or when they're too busy politicking and doing what they do behind the scenes to get in front of the cameras and the mic, she got to come up here and clean up the mess that they've left behind. So she honestly, with respect to her, she's probably got one of the toughest jobs. Now, I don't always agree with what she says or how she says it, but she does have a tall order ahead of her when she's faced with the challenge of cleaning up everything Biden's buffoon ass has to say, or Kamala's also silly ass has to say. And shout out Big Wave Dave too. 82 coming in with another $2. He says KJP is DEI trash. How about that? Hey man, like I say, you may feel that way about her. Like I said, I don't always agree with what she has to say or how she tries to justify some of the things that Biden and Kamala have said, but she does have a tough job. It's like trash cleanup every day for this young lady.
To view Trump supporters or anybody who supports Trump as garbage. That is not what he views. The president has said this for more than 3 years now. He has said multiple times that he is a president for all. It doesn't matter if you live in a red state. It doesn't matter if you live in a blue state. He has said this himself. I have said it on his behalf.
Let me scroll back. I damn near missed her justification of what he said.
I just want to make that very clear for folks who are watching. And I just want to read that out to folks. So he was regarding to the comedian, and I quote, "I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally.
No, that's actually not what he was referring to. And this is actually funny because, first of all, why is she having to clarify the statements that Biden made? This is a sign of Biden's clear cognitive deficiencies, because if he were able to say those comments, if he said them with his own brain, his own mind, he said it under his own volition, right? He should be able to come out and be like, oh, actually, let me clarify. I didn't mean his supporters were garbage. I really meant that what he said was garbage. I meant what the speaker, what the comedian said was garbage. Even though we all heard him clear as day. So there really is no justification. You can't really tell us we heard something different. But this is a clear sign that Biden is just unable to do any thinking or speaking on his own behalf.
As garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That's all I meant to say. The comments at the rally don't reflect who we are as a nation. And to your question, your other question that you asked, no, he does not view Trump supporters or anybody who supports Trump as garbage. That is not what he views. If the president has said this for more than 3 years now, he has said multiple times
what's going on, girl?
that he is a president for all.
King
it doesn't
Z,
matter if you live in a red state. It doesn't matter if you live in a blue state. He has said this himself. I have said it on his behalf. He believes that he's a president for all. And it doesn't matter who you voted for. It doesn't matter if you voted for him or not.
What's going on, everybody?
He's a president for all. But hateful rhetoric that he hears, and this is something that we've done many times from here, we will call that out. We will call that out. And that's what the president said.
Thanks for watching.
Another version of who you gonna believe, us or your lying lying eyes and ears. Like another version of that, because I just played the clip. We all just heard it clear as day. He literally called Trump supporters garbage. He said the only pieces of garbage floating around out there are his supporters. So it's funny that everybody's reeling from that, trying to clean it up as best they can. Let's go ahead into the next clip and see what our man or our woman, Vice President Harris, had to say about the comments, because as you can imagine, everybody's heard him and everybody's reacted to it, even Trump at this point, and he had a funny response. I'm going to pull that up right after this one. Let's get into this one first.
About Donald Trump and Joe Biden's blunder. What did she tell you?
Yeah, we did, Kiera, have some time to spend with the vice president, and we asked her exactly about this issue. As Donald Trump is seizing on these comments, Republicans, too, they are pouncing on this, and it is raising some questions about whether the president's comments are stepping on Kamala Harris's message. And she did try to put some distance between herself.
And honestly, this is how I feel. Like, him calling Trump supporters garbage was 10 times worse than Trump referring to, again, he was referring to politicians and people of our governance as the enemy within, even though they try to frame it that he was speaking on Kamala supporters. He wasn't. But Biden's comments 10 times worse than what Trump said, and 10 times worse than what the comedian said at the MSG rally. It was a joke, right? You can contextualize it however you want to, but it was meant to come across as a joke. So him saying that, I tend to say get your panties out of a bunch, because he meant it to be a joke. Some jokes are funny, some jokes aren't. We can leave it at that. But Biden literally said that. He said that literally. He meant it. He said it with his chest. He said it with all the brain power he has left. No, the floating pieces of garbage, yeah, that's his supporters.
And her campaign and the president that she serves, saying that she doesn't believe anyone should be criticized based on who they vote for. Take a listen.
I want to start with something that Donald Trump is seizing on today. Trump says that while you were making your closing pitch for unity last night, President Biden was calling his supporters garbage. What did you think when you heard President Biden make those comments?
Well, first of all, I think that the president has explained what he meant, but I've said it earlier. I strongly
He hasn't.
disagree with any criticism of people based on who they vote for. And that, I've made that clear throughout my career, including my speech last night before I think this all happened, which is I intend to be a president for all Americans, and including those who may not vote for me in this election. I take very seriously my obligation and my oath to concern myself first with the needs of the American people and put them before whatever might be my selfish issues.
Yeah, so I know everybody on the left, every one of the Democrats, when he said that was like, oh shit, no way he just said that. Who put the camera in front of the old man? I thought we told his ass to sit down. Because when he said that, again, we can all try and obfuscate. We can all try and change the narrative. We can move it along however we want to. But he directly called Trump supporters garbage. Now, Trump's comments about the enemy within, you know, that's up for interpretation almost. He directly meant politicians and people of governance that work against our best interests. That's what he was talking about. But, you know, depending on what side of the political spectrum you're on, you could take it and flip it to adhere to your narrative as you see fit, right? But Biden's comments, those were direct. That was a direct shot. Like, there's no misinterpreting that. Like, he literally called Trump supporters out. So Kamala saying that, like, oh, well, he clarified what he meant. No, he didn't. The House Speaker tried to and she failed. You're saying that nobody should be attacked by who they're voting for. I can agree with that. That's the first time she's actually came out against something Biden has said. So I can agree with what she said right there. But it is funny that a week away from the election and Biden says something like that, I think that hurts them. I think that strongly hurts them. And shout out Kingsy, $2. He said, imagine if Trump said that. Oh, man, they'd be talking about that even after the election. Win or lose, they'd be talking about the Trump comments even after the election. I mean, think about it. The comedian said what he said, and they're blaming it on Trump and his administration and his campaign. Like, bro, it was a comedian. He said what he said. Like I said, some jokes hit, some jokes don't. But they're still talking about it. But that right there, like I said, I think that hurts Kamala's campaign.
So you hear the vice president there. She is trying to make clear that while the president has come out and said that, you know, he was really just referring to the comedian who made those comments, those bigoted comments, those rude, lewd comments at the Trump rally over the weekend, that she, you know, believes.
Now, devil's advocate. Even if he did mean the comedian, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. Even if in his old senile brain, he meant the comedian who made the comments, that's not what he said on camera. And that is the problem when you let old men who shouldn't be speaking, who can't even run for the next who can't even run for the next campaign, who literally pulled himself or got pulled by delegates out of the race. That's the problem when you stick them in front of cameras and you let them talk and you don't give them a script. That's the problem. They might slip up and say some dumb shit. A week away from the election, and he does that. Like I said, I think that hurts Kamala's campaign. It should, at least. He just directly attacked, over 250,000 Americans? So I don't know how he slips past that. I don't know how the Democrats slip past that. I don't know how Kamala slips past that. Now, they're going to try and sweep it under the rug, but if you're on this side of the internet and if you're a Trump supporter, man, don't let them. Because, again, like Kingsy said, if Trump would have said that, bro, they would have vilified this man for as long as they could. And shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $2. He said, first we were deplorables, now we are trash. Yeah, bro, they never hold their tongue about how they feel about us. And they call our side, or the Republican side, the GOP, they call that side the side that spews divisive incendiary rhetoric and the side that wants to split America. And I'm just like, okay, but what about this, though? What about other comments that y'all have made? Y'all call Trump a fascist. Y'all call Trump Hitler. Y'all call him a dictator. Y'all don't think that's going to split America? Y'all don't think that's going to have a lasting effects on the voters and the American citizens' brains and how they view Trump and his supporters? You call him Hitler. You call him a fascist. What does that leave his supporters? Where does that leave his supporters? What line does that leave them on? You know? So I always say, like, the divisive rhetoric, it comes from both sides, sure. But never just claim it comes from the right, because y'all say stuff like this and then everybody's over here trying to excuse it. Nah. Let's hold y'all feet to the fire on this one. Y'all said it. You said it with your chest. Now let's linger here a little bit. Let's linger here. Don't let this get swept under the rug, because they said how they truly feel.
That she is still fighting to be the president for all Americans. And so, yes, putting perhaps a little bit of space between her and the president, even though he has come out and tried to do some swift cleanup as well, Kira.
All right. Well, last night, the vice president delivered this speech, not just for her supporters, but all Americans. She made that point. How crucial was that speech for her campaign, even though the president kind of stole her thunder?
Look, it was a huge moment, and it was quite a scene. I mean, Kamala Harris there speaking outside of the White House to 75,000 people. That's the estimate from her campaign, and this was her chance to deliver her closing argument. Of course, the site was no accident. She was speaking at the exact same spot where Donald Trump spoke to his supporters before they marched to the Capitol on January 6th. But last night's speech was about more than just the threat to democracy that she argues Donald Trump poses. She really was trying to outline what is at stake in this race, to pit her vision for the future of the country, for the presidency, against Donald Trump's vision. You know, we've heard her now repeating this line that she would come into the Oval Office with a to-do list, while Donald Trump would just come in with an enemies list, that he is seeking simply retribution and vengeance, and that he's out for himself, while she argues she is out for the American people. But Kira, she also made this big appeal for unity, saying it doesn't have to be this way, that the country doesn't have to be so divided. Our politics doesn't have to be so ugly, quite frankly. And she really is urging Americans to turn the page. That's a phrase you keep hearing her repeat over and over again. And she is making the argument that she is the one who can take the country forward. Whether or not it sticks, whether or not it resonated, 6 days to go, Kira.
I know, it's amazing. All right,
and that's up for everybody watching, all the viewers, all the voters, every American citizen to decide. That's up for y'all interpretation. She says she's the one to bring America into this next chapter. She says she's the one to unite voters rather than divide voters. That's up for y'all to decide, right? But keep in mind, again, like I said, let's linger here for a second. Let's hold their feet to the fire on this. You got the sitting president of America, regardless of who is the next president. Biden is still our commander in chief. You got the sitting president that made a comment that said, if you're voting for Trump, you're garbage. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. And I'll probably pull up that clip and reference it a couple more times throughout tonight's stream, just because I really want to hone in on that point. Like, that was a direct shot to Trump supporters, and I would say Republicans, GOP, conservatives. You just alienated a lot of people. But again, they want to say the right is the party of divisive rhetoric. So, man, there you have it, though. Now, moving along from that, let's get into Walz comments on Biden's remarks.
All about unity, but critics say a new comment from President Biden could undermine that. Here's what Biden said as he responded to those racist comments and jokes at Sunday's Trump rally in New York, and remarks that he made to the advocacy group Voto Latino.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable.
God damn, bro, this man stutters more than Fresh from Fresh and Fit. Shout out Fresh and Fit, but god damn, bro, like, man, they should just let him call it off, bro. Just wrap it up, hang up the boots, bro. Go back to the beach, because this is just bad. It's not a good look. And for him to be representing America like I said, he's still the current president, the sitting commander in chief. For him to be still representing America and he's this bad off, like, again, and bro, with respect to the Biden family, like, let this old man rest. He's clearly in his final stages. Like, why do we got him parading across cameras and stages like he's really our leader, like he's fit to serve? Like, it's disrespectful. Let the old man rest.
People. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American.
In a follow-up statement, the president says, quote, I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally as garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That is all I meant to say. But of course,
that's what you meant to say, but it's not what you said. Again, I'm going to repeat myself a few times because I really want to hone in this point. Like, that's the issue when you let people with clear cognitive decline speak on camera uncandidly. Like, I'll give him credit because he doesn't need a script like Kamala. But when you go off script like that, you say something idiotic and then it hurts your campaign or Kamala's campaign. And honestly, I don't wish any ill will upon Kamala. I don't, have any ill intent for her or her campaign. May the best men win. But it should hurt her campaign. It should. The sitting commander-in-chief, her boss, essentially just called Trump supporters garbage. It should hurt her campaign, and with good reason. With good reason.
It unfolded with Election Day.
Okay, shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $2. He says, Key, I sent you a video. All right, I checked the email.
Less than a week away, and people are talking about it. We're joined now by the Democratic vice presidential nominee, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Governor, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Tony. Thanks for having me.
I want to get your reaction to the president's comments, but I want to put it into a larger context of your recent comment comparing the Sunday Trump rally to a Nazi rally. And I would also throw in there Obama's bitter clingers, guns and religion comment from a while back, the deplorable line from Hillary Clinton's campaign, and the way that Democrats are seen by some voters as disrespecting them. And I have to ask, does that undercut this closing message of unity from your campaign?
No, certainly not. And for Tony, for me, I've represented rural areas. I've represented.
Hey, and quick shout out to James Ford, $5. He ain't had too much to say, just wanted to show some support. We appreciated it here at S.E.T Media, man.
Democrats, Republicans, Independents, same thing with the vice president. Look, you saw a presidential speech last night at the Ellipse that is the best of America, one that's talking about unifying us, one that's talking about bringing folks to the table, one that the American tradition of disagreeing and debating, but still doing it in a respectful manner. And I think there's the frustration we've seen since January 6th, the frustration with Donald Trump's rhetoric of division. It does fire passions. And I think President Biden was very clear that he's speaking about the rhetoric we heard at that. So it doesn't undermine it. People are hungry to come back together. They're hungry to find a unifying message. They're hungry for us to find solutions, whether it's prices or whether it's reproductive care. They want to see solutions.
Governor Nate Burleson here. Thank you for joining us. There has been some reporting that President Biden has been sidelined during this campaign. One, is there any truth to that? And if not, is this an example of maybe why he should be sidelined?
Well, look, President Biden's the president of the United States. He's running it. Vice President Harris is our candidate and will be the next president.
A scary thought. He's still running the country. He's still behind the helm. Still got the keys to the car. A very scary thought when we are in precarious situations geopolitically. Like, this man is clearly unfit to serve. He's unfit to speak, obviously, and he's still in control of the castle. I don't know about y'all, but it's alarming to think that the man who can't even get his statements right, the man who misspoke and said, "Oh, I didn't mean Trump supporters. I meant the comedian who said it." But nah, that's not what you said, Sleepy Joe. The man who has clear cognitive decline is still running the show. I don't know about y'all, but it's a little bit of a scary thought, a scary reality, because it's true. It's true. Kamala ain't in there yet. If she wins, like I said, best man win, right? But Biden is still, he's still the guy, right? He's over here saying shit like that, though.
And I think there's two different positions.
And there's a reason why they haven't added Biden to the campaign. And it's exactly as my man right there, the interviewer, just said. Like, they sidelined that man for a reason. There's a reason he's not running for this upcoming presidential debate or run. I'm sorry. There's a reason. There's a reason he was pulled. There's a reason we haven't seen too much of Biden. There's a reason, right? And again, with respect to the Biden family, they should just really let that man rest. Close out these last few months as president. Let him rest, bro. Don't put him in front of a camera. He clearly doesn't have his mental facilities about him anymore. So it's not a good look on the Biden family. It's not a good look on Biden, who has served a career in politics and in Washington. And, for better or for worse, whether you agree or disagree with the man, he's an articulate guy, when he came to prominence in his career, right? He could articulate a point, a great debater. He's a shell of himself. And it's just not a good representation of America. We got him coming out here as the sitting president saying shit like that.
there. The vice president is out speaking about the things that we need to be done for the country. She's talking about all of those issues that matter to folks. And the president's doing what he needs to do. And that's making sure our country is reducing inflation, making sure that we're taking our leadership role in the world where American values are front and center. So no, it doesn't. These are just two different positions. We're bringing this thing home in 6 days, and we're going to make sure that that Vice President Harris becomes our next president.
Governor, it's Adriana Diaz. Thank you for being here. One of the things that Vice President Harris says she wants to do is restore abortion rights. Should there be any limits on abortion, including limiting third trimester abortions?
Look, Vice President's been very clear. They're making sure that we restore the right of Roe versus Wade, making sure that women and their healthcare providers, because these services are healthcare, making sure those decisions are made in the best interest of the health of the mother. And that's exactly what we've talked about the entire time. So for 52 years, we were very clear on where things were at. Donald Trump gleefully talks about the beautiful thing that he's done, which means women having miscarriages in parking lots. I'm down here and was in Georgia yesterday where Amber Thurman died, and it was totally preventable had we not had a Donald Trump abortion ban. So we've been clear about that. Restoration of Roe, that's what we're looking for.
Should there be a federal third trimester abortion ban?
Look, well, I'm going to go back again. Roe was very clear on what they did. We want the restoration of Roe, and that's the position we're taking.
To call it a Trump abortion ban is completely disingenuous, and beyond that, it's a bold-faced lie. I was about to say misleading, but it's a bold-faced lie. These are state legislators that are coming up with legislation for the respective states, and it has nothing to do with Trump's stance. He didn't tell these states to do that. It's not a federal Trump endorsed thing. It comes down to the states. So to say that is misleading to voters, and I get it. Most voters are one-issue voters, and you know the Democrats always campaign on being pro-choice, and that's their big ticket issue. But it's a lie. It's just a lie. I'm gonna call it out. It's a straight lie.
Governor, I want to talk about the state of Michigan. It's close to a must-win, if not a must-win, and there's a sizable Arab American population there that we've had reporting on our show. They're hesitant to support you and Kamala Harris for president and vice president because of your support for Israel's continued war on.
And goddamn, I thought it was just me. I've been to Michigan. Shout out Detroit. I was there last year in July. And they do have a large Arab population. Nice people, nice folks, and shout out my Arabs. But I thought it was just me. I thought it was just me. I'm like, damn, there's hella Arabs out here. But damn, all right. So it's confirmed. Large Arab population in Michigan. Shout out.
Hamas in Gaza and all the civilian casualties that have come with it. If you could speak directly to those voters right now, what would you say?
Yeah, I did speak with many of them. I met with them when I was in Michigan the other day, and we're meeting with folks across the country. I said, look, the United States has been clear. We stand with Israel's right to defend itself, and what happened on October 7th of last year, a Hamas terrorist attack, was unconscionable. We need to end this conflict. We need to return the hostages. And we need to make sure that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is brought to an end. And the way we do that is by building the coalition in the Middle East, something the vice president is capable and has done, making sure that Iran, that is at the center of all of the things that are happening, is contained. Once again, something that Donald Trump did not do and allowed them to move closer to a nuclear weapon. So I think the message here is for those folks is that there's one ticket here that is going to find the pathway to stabilization in the Middle East, but also one that is going to respect their human rights here, push back against Islamophobia, make sure that they have the right to fully engage in our system here.
Governor, in a recent CBS News poll, we found that there is a sizable gender gap when it comes to men as far as this presidential race is concerned. And Kamala Harris, she did not go on Joe Rogan, which, you know, she can decide to do that or not. But I want to ask you.
And I think that hurts her campaign. Now, Joe Rogan's audience is huge. Probably the biggest podcast out. I mean, and podcast is the modern day talking show. So there's no other network you could get on that has the reach of Joe Rogan. And he's maxed out in all categories and all niches. He literally is the biggest thing out. There's no other podcast that I would say even rivals his. I mean, he's a clear number one, and then everybody else is fighting for number two. So for her not to come out and say like, oh, it's the logistics, it's the travel, like, baby girl, you all hop on a PJ and go from state to state and do interview with whoever y'all see fit. But you go and you have the opportunity to go on one of the biggest platforms out and you decline. It's because, and let's be honest, what format have we seen Kamala in? Mainly short, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe 45, depending on who she's sitting down with, whether it be All the Smoke, Shannon Sharp, Call Her Daddy. None of these interviews have been an hour or two. Joe Rogan, you go on his platform, you're going to have a 2 or 3 hour conversation, certified. You're going to answer questions. You're going to have your time to, impart your views, your ideals. And shout out Joe Rogan. He does a good job of adding impartial commentary, right? He brings on autocrats from all facets, and they have great conversations, whether you agree with the man or who he brings on or not. And Trump shined in that platform or in that format. 3 hours, enough time for him to talk his ish, so to speak, answer some questions from Joe. Joe asked him some pretty good questions. He didn't like kiss his ass, but I thought it was a good interview, and I think it would have been a great opportunity for Kamala Harris. As we close out this campaign cycle, I think we got 6 days left. Make sure you're registered to make sure you show up at the polls, or if you haven't already participated in early voting. But it would have been a great opportunity for her to show some personality, answer some questions. And Joe wasn't going to be a hard ass on her. Joe's a respectful guy. He would have asked her some tough questions, the questions that we all need the answers to as voters. But for people to think like, oh, Joe was center to right, he was going to get on there and he was going to be mean, he was going to give her a hardball interview. Like, yeah, he was going to ask the questions we all need to know. But to say he was going to get on there and be an ass to her, nah. And again, I just think that was a missed opportunity, and it shows that Kamala really can't go long format, So scary to think that she has so much support and we haven't seen anything long format from her. And it might be a bad equation I'm making here, but no long format interviews or talks, and she wants to lead the country for 4 years. Hilarious.
What would you say to men right now, regardless of where they sit on the political spectrum? What is your message to them as we close in on the election
Hey,
day?
Draco, what's up? Hellbat?
Yeah, several things. First of all,
what's
for the
up?
women in their lives that they love, their wives, their daughters, their partners, whoever it may be, this election, really, their lives are at stake. This issue of watching maternal mortality rates skyrocket in states like Texas is simply unacceptable. And then make sure that they're focused on things like the manufacturing jobs coming back. Donald Trump lost more manufacturing jobs than almost any other president. We're seeing the resurgence of that. We're seeing a renaissance in opportunities for families. And then I would tell those men too, just like women, tackling things like gun violence in our schools, protecting their little ones, are things that are on men's minds. So I would ask them all to take a look at the issues on how it most impacts you.
Hey, shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $2. He says, Keith, play the video. I'm hesitant, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, Big Wave Dave, bro. Man, I'm hesitant. I'm not gonna lie. Just giving you a little piece of information. We low key have been getting copyrights on those music videos. Yeah, just throwing that out there, bro.
How it impacts the women in your lives, how it impacts a future where we can solve these problems together and then make the choice. And Vice President Harris is giving us that new way forward.
Keeping it transparent with you, bro.
So, Governor, why is that message to men, and you could go back to the prior question, the message to Arab Americans in Michigan, why is it not working?
Well, I think it is working, and on Election Day it will work when we win this election. And look, folks are going to make up their mind about different issues, but it's become clear as Donald Trump spirals, while Donald Trump is unserious about solving real issues. People are paying attention, and they're hearing this message. That's why folks like the United Auto Workers and unions across this country are saying, if you want to make sure you have stability in your family, the opportunity to own a home, protecting your health care, you're going to vote for Kamala Harris, and that will start to take. And at the end of the day, as the Vice President said last night, we're there for policies that help everyone. She wants to be the president for all America. Men are hearing that message, and over the next 6 days, that will start to solidify.
All right, Governor, I want to end with a question, and this might be the most important one. What do you have to say to the Minnesota Vikings fans out there?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. We miss you too, Nate, just by the way. Look, hold the faith, man. These are good teams. We're going to get this thing done, and there's
hold on. Somebody had to let me know. Is this guy like a former NFL player? Somebody let me know in the chat. I know somebody knows. Does this guy played for the NFL? I know Strahan, the guy who does Good Morning America. I know he used to be on the Giants. So it's not uncommon to see, it's funny enough, it's not uncommon to see some of these jocks turn to politics or to talk shows after their careers ended. But yeah, somebody let me know real quick. Did he play in the NFL?
Just by the way, look, hold the faith, man. These are good teams. We're going to get this thing done, and there's a lot of excitement in Viking land.
No doubt. Skol Vikings.
Shit.
Thank you for joining us, Governor.
Yeah,
On that note, Governor
you all.
Walz, thank you so much for being with us.
Hey, shout out. Well, that's what's up. I like that. I like to see people make meaningful transitions after their career in sports has ended, because a lot of people, man, they squander their money for real. A lot of these athletes. That's a whole other topic. Don't get me started, but yeah, shout out to bro for making use of his time in retirement. And shout out Big Wave Dave 82. $2. He says, okay, I'm going to bed. Night all. Oh, okay, Big Wave Dave, man. We'll catch you on the next one, bro. Appreciate you chiming in while you could, bro. Always appreciate your support, my guy. All right. So, man. And I saved this the best for last. So, Big Wave Dave, before you go to bed, real quick, man, watch this. You probably already seen it. But this was Trump's response to Biden's comments. Hilarious, dog. When I seen this, I was like, oh, my gosh, this man is a master marketer. So he called Trump supporters garbage, right? Take a look at this, y'all. Fucking hilarious.
For Joe Biden to make that statement, it's really a disgrace.
Is answering some questions from reporters.
Joe Biden to make that statement, it's really a disgrace.
Oh, man, and a loadmaster. Yo, this man is a master marketer, almost on a troll-like level. Biden called Trump supporters garbage. My man hopped in the garbage truck and said, man, shit, fuck it. We gonna rock it then. If that's what you said, man, we gonna rock it. Shout out Trump, man. That was so funny to me. When I seen that, I was like, oh, hell no. You can't troll this man. You can't beat this man. This man is on another level.
250 million people, that's what I think the real number is for over. I'm going to make a speech. We're going to then try and beat the weather out because we have some bad weather coming in. But I just wanted to let you know that 250 million people, that's what I think the real number is for making America great again. 250 million, the real number. They don't think in terms of garbage, okay? They don't use terms like that. And it's a shame. And Joe Biden should be ashamed of himself.
And real quick pause for the cause, man, because we got over 700 of y'all in here rocking with tonight's stream, man. We really just getting started, man. Y'all know how Set and Key Media do. But go ahead and show some support to the stream, man. Like the video, double tap that screen, man, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. We appreciate the support. Let's get the conversation going. Let's increase the discourse, get some more people from both sides in here, man. We closing out this election cycle. We got really 5 days at this point. And more people need to be informed. And want everybody to head to the polls come November 5th with some information and an informed view on the political spectrum and on the political climate, I should say. So let's get as many people as we can in on this conversation tonight, y'all.
If he knows what he's even doing, and she should be ashamed because she shouldn't let him do it. She's the vice president, but I assume she's acting as the president. She should never have let that happen. I hope you enjoyed this garbage truck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
Hey, not the horn. You know you gotta hit the horns, bro. Man hopped off of Air Trump into the garbage truck. Oh my gosh! Shout out Trump and his campaign team, bro. You know how quick they had to be with that. They got the Loadmaster and the Trump 2024 sign plastered on the side in probably less than 24 hours. Shout out to his team, man. That is amazing marketing, bro. It doesn't get any better than that. Shout out. That is crazy. Now, I did see some more stuff on here. This is him at the rally in the reflective vest. Oh, man, he's just taking it. He's taking it all the way. If he said, I ain't gonna go halfway. I'm gonna go all the way in.
And I have to begin by saying 250 million Americans are not garbage.
I don't know why it's so low, but he says he has to begin by saying 250 million Americans, are not garbage. Got a couple more clips I want to pull up for y'all. Man, pulled up to his Wisconsin rally in the garbage truck. That is oh man, this is classic. Classic Trump, man. Oh man, you gotta appreciate it, man. Shout out Trump. It doesn't get any more better than that. Complete mastery, man. love him or hate him, it's just like, wow, he really did that. Like, I'm talking about even the Kamala supporters, man. Let me know how y'all feel. It's like, wow, he really did that. Like, oh man, it's hilarious. Hilarious, man. All right, there was a couple more clips I wanted to pull up for y'all. Oh yeah, this meme was funny too. Y'all, look at this. It said the economy is so bad right now. Look at this. You got Trump when he was at McDonald's a couple weeks ago, and now he's in the garbage. He's in a garbage truck. Oh man, everybody needs 2 jobs, including Trump. Oh my gosh, man. Twitter is funny, bro. I get all my jokes from Twitter. I get my comedy from Twitter, man. Instagram, TikTok, who else we got? Facebook and X, bro. The funniest memes. I swear, all the memes originate from X too, and they just trickle over to the other social media platforms. Bidenomics is so bad. We need 2 jobs just to survive. Like, oh my gosh, man. This shit had me weak. And then I seen this. I guess I'll let y'all make y'all minds up on this one. All right. So I guess Biden bit a baby. Now, I'll let y'all watch this clip and I'll give my views on it afterwards. Hold on just a second. This is Biden. Somebody brought their baby up. I'll play it through one more time. Now, okay, nobody wants your old man breath in my baby's face. I'll say that. But let's be honest, because they're trying to rag on him on Twitter. And bro, I swear, for those of y'all who just say, "Oh, y'all are MAGA. Oh, y'all are Trump fanboys. Oh, y'all only see the opinions from the right, and y'all just shut up the left opinions, and y'all don't do any research from the left." And blah. I've heard it all, right? Like I said, I don't want your old man breath, your stank old man breath in my baby's face. But let's not pretend like y'all grandma and grandpa didn't go on your little toes and feet when you was a baby. Bro, that's just what that generation did. It's not abnormal to see somebody his age do and play that way. Like, I've seen countless old people play the same way with babies. Like, oh, I'm gonna eat your hand, I'm gonna eat your toe. Like, come on now. Let's be honest. Let's grow up a little bit. Let's be mature. You know, even somebody, like I said, I'm not voting that way this year or whatever, or this time around, but even somebody who, you know, is siding with Trump, I could admit, like, that's not abnormal to see some old guy do that. And again, get your old stank man breath out of my baby's face. But this is the older generation. Let's not play like they don't play like that. But all right, I just wanted to share those few clips with y'all. Hopefully y'all found that entertaining. But let's go ahead and transition into, what did I have for y'all? It was JD Vance and Tulsi Gabbard's town hall from earlier in PA. Funny enough, they say PA is actually shifting towards Kamala. They say PA might turn blue this year, y'all. So PA is definitely gonna hold a lot of the power when it comes to who wins this election. Shout out Steph, she lives out in PA. And if you're in PA and you're in here, man, make sure you're registered and make sure you show up to the polls. Regardless of who you're voting for, it's gonna be a tight and a close one in PA. So either candidate is gonna need y'all to show up.
What a beautiful day, huh?
Oh, you talking about? Oh yeah, hell yeah. Vote no on issue 1 if you in Ohio too. No on issue 1.
How many veterans we got here tonight? All right. So, you know, I know JD served in the Marine Corps. I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve. So I just got to say what has to be said. You know, the Army-Navy game's coming up. I got to say, go Army, beat Navy. All right. We'll get that one out of the way before he comes out. I know we're all here for the same reason. And I just want...
Facts, come on, bro. Who hasn't seen an old person be like, no, I'm going to eat your hand. I'm going to eat your foot. Like, bro, come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Like, even though we rocking with Trump, I get it. Come on. Like, let's be mature here. Like, we've all seen that before. Whether you feel like it's appropriate or not, we've all seen it before. Like, it might be an older generation thing, but come on. It's not abnormal. It's not our first time seeing something like that.
I want to thank you all so much, both for those of you who have served, but those of you who are gathered here with us tonight because we all love our country. I think throughout our lives, we understand the important responsibility, the most important responsibility that any president has is to serve.
Oh yeah, and like I said, get your old man breath out of my baby's face. Like, I wouldn't have brought my baby up to him, but she did, and she didn't pull and retract her baby away when he did it, so shit, it was all right with the mom. So like I said, I don't have an issue with it. I've seen it happen before. I've seen old people play like that. The mother didn't have an issue with it, so it's nothing. It's nothing really of substance. I get it. It's something to react to. It's something for us to all give our takes on, but it's a nothing burger for real. It's not too much going on there.
As Commander-in-Chief. And so those of us who take that oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, those of us who have been deployed to different war zones in different parts of the world as a result of the decisions made by politicians in Washington.
I agree.
And the President and Commander-in-Chief, we really understand what's at stake. But even if you have not worn the uniform, it does not take a rocket scientist or a politician to recognize the threats that we face right now. Because of the Harris-Biden administration, we are embroiled in multiple wars in 3 different regions in the world. We're on the brink of World War III in multiple regions of the world. And according to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, we are closer to the brink of nuclear war today than we ever have been as a country. Where because of the Harris-Biden administration's policies, we are all under threat. That is the reality that we face here. And so I'm grateful to be here today with Senator J.D. Vance, who personally understands why this is so important and why the choice that we are making as we go out and cast our votes. I just filled out my ballot this morning. For the next 5 days leading up to Election Day, who we choose matters. I don't know about you, but I about fell out of my seat when I saw Kamala Harris look directly into that camera during the presidential debate, standing next to President Trump, saying with great confidence and conviction that for the first time in a century, not a single active duty service member was deployed into a combat zone anywhere in the world. So she is either telling us a bold-faced lie because according to her, she's in the Situation Room with Joe Biden. She is the last person in the room before he makes any major decision on domestic or foreign policy. Oh my God is right. Or she just has no clue that there are tens of thousands of our brothers and sisters in uniform, some of who I know personally, who as we gather here tonight in Bedford, are deployed into harm's way, putting their lives on the line because of the decisions and failures of this administration. This is personal. This is personal for those of us who've served and those of us who love our country and who cherish peace and freedom. We cannot allow someone who is either lying to us or who has no idea and so little care for those who are laying their lives down for our country to get anywhere near the Oval Office. So while Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are busy smearing and attacking, and Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, they are so busy calling President Trump every name in the book, accusing those of us who proudly stand in support of him. And
shout out, we got some more people rolling in, man. As y'all roll in, make sure to double tap that screen. Let's get some more people in on the conversation. And that starts with a like, man. It increases the engagement, pushes the video in the algorithm. So double tap that screen for your boy, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner. Like I said, let's get some more folks in here, man. 6 days till election, y'all. 6 days.
His mission to get back in the White House to save our country, they call us garbage. They call us deplorables. They call us neo-Nazis, but we are on a no-fail mission, which is why we're here tonight.
Call him a fascist. They call him, they compare him to the infamous German with the mustache. They call him a dictator. So again, like I said, where does that leave his supporters? They had already kind of ostracized us before the garbage comments. They had already alienated us. They had already labeled us, right? So the garbage comment was insult to injury, really. That just was the cherry on top. But yeah, everybody should be enraged about that. And like I said, don't sweep it under the rug, or don't let them sweep it under the rug, like I'm sure they will attempt to. We're 5 or 6 days away from the election, so that should be on the forefront of your minds as you make your decision come November 5th.
They're resorting to the worst kinds of smears and attacks because they have nothing else to resort to. They have a record of failure over the last 4 years in the White House. And when you look at the facts, take away the noise, you take away the rhetoric, when you look at the facts, you have 4 years of failure on every metric under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and under President Trump's 4 years in office on the very same metrics we have 4 years of success. And that's what we need in the White House right now, is President Trump and J.D. Vance to go and fix what Kamala Harris has broken. So without further ado, let's welcome your next Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
And so we do see J.D. Vance taking to the stage with Tulsi Gabbard for this town hall in Bedford, Pennsylvania. You can see them giving a hug right there. We're going to raise the audio and listen in as they take to their seats and speak with the crowds.
Thank you all. Well, first of all, Tulsi, thanks for the kind introduction. But most of all, how nice is it that in the Republican Party in the last few months, we've traded Liz Cheney for Tulsi Gabbard, right? That's a hell of a trade. But look, we're thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to be in Pennsylvania. We actually recorded an episode of Joe Rogan this morning, so we started out in Austin, Texas. And we're closing out.
How long was it, JD? How long were you in Rogan's
Almost
studio?
4 hours. Almost 4 hours. So I've officially done more interview time than Kamala Harris has the entire campaign just today. So we're
I said that's the running joke. Kamala cannot do long format. Like anytime we've seen Kamala, even at her own rallies, these are Kamala Harris rallies. Like you got 10 to 20,000 people showing up for her rallies, and it's kind of funny because compared to the 50,000 that show up to Trump's rallies, it's really a small gathering, really. But even at her own rallies, like I say, she doesn't go for longer than like 20 or 30 minutes. Trump, an hour or two at his rallies. He loves his rallies, bro. I feel like he relishes in the opportunity to get on stage, speak on his policy, show his character, be himself, right? And that's one thing that you can respect about him. You know, disagree or agree, he's himself. He's authentic to who he really is. Kamala, we still don't know what we're getting with Kamala. We still really don't know. At least I don't, right? But yeah, she doesn't go longer than 15, 20, 30 minutes.
Look, I drive it in.
And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Come on. That's why she didn't do Joe Rogan. That's why she won't do Joe Rogan. It's not her type of, her format. It's not the format she excels in. When she says less, that's when she wins.
Here, the beautiful Appalachian Mountains. I love being here. I love this part of our country. I love this part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And in 6 short days, we're going to win, my friends, and make Donald J. Trump the next president. So with that, I'm looking forward to tonight. Tulsi, thank you for doing this. We're thrilled. Let's give another round of applause to Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, we are right here at home tonight, JD, not only because we are surrounded by so many great patriots who love our country as we do, but we're also surrounded by many men and women who have worn the uniform as we have. And I'm looking forward to the conversation that we have. So we'll kick it off. First, we have David, who's got a question for you.
Hey, hello. My name is David. I'm a 3-tour Afghanistan combat veteran, flew Apache.
And shout out to JD Vance, shout out to Tulsi Gabbard, Gabbard, excuse me, and the gentleman speaking. As veterans, man, we appreciate y'all and anybody else who's in the chat or viewing the stream right now, man. Thank you for your service. And a big shout out, big ups to you, man. Salute, man. If it wasn't for y'all, man, we wouldn't have the country we have. So we appreciate everybody and their service. Shout out to the vets.
She's there.
Thank you for your service, David.
Big ups, man. Big ups.
A lot of time in that country. And let me just say thank you both for your service and your continued service, ma'am. And for all the other veterans that are here too, thank you for giving me the chance. I appreciate that. If anybody's not noticed, outside the gate or the hangar there is the Abbey Gate 13, the people that died on August the 26th, 2021. And I'm kind of saddened that there has been no accountability for that.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to know, what is President Trump going to do to help get accountability for that event?
David, I appreciate the question, and it's an important one, and thank you for your service, but most importantly, thanks to everybody, including David, for their service in this room. We're thrilled to have you, and we're thrilled to put a president back in the White House who actually respects the sacrifice of American military veterans, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Hey, shout out to international.
You know, David,
viewers.
like President Trump, I've spent a lot of time with the families of the 13 brave Americans who died at Abbey Gate. And one of the things that has really affected me is the recognition that a lot of these guys, they're not mad. They're, of course, heartbroken, but they're not angry that their loved ones lost their lives, because they recognize that when you put on the uniform of the United States, sometimes that's what's happened, right? That's what a lot of people sign up for. What they're really angry about is the fact that their loved ones died and there's been...
Hey, and shout out King Z, $2. He says she switches her accent depending on her audience. Yeah, bro. Yeah, she'll throw on the black sim, man. I've heard her throw on the MLK, wanting to be prolific voice. You better thank a union member. Yeah, it is kind of funny. It's pandering. It's just more pandering from that side, bro. And Kamala's no different. It just, man, it just shows how low they'll stoop to get the uninformed or the uneducated, or honestly, I'll just say the low IQs vote. Nah, fuck that. The stupid people. Only the stupid people are gonna hear that and be like, "Oh wow, she's just like me. I should vote for her." Like, bro, everybody else is just like, "What the hell are you doing? Like, what are you doing? That's not how you talk." But the stupid folks are like, "Oh my God, I resonate with her. I identify with her. She talks just like me. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna vote for her."
And no accountability for the disaster that led to their death in the first place. That's what pisses them off. They're heartbroken to have lost their kids, but they're angry that no one has paid any price for the fact that those kids died because our leadership failed to do its job. I mean, think about this. You get out of Afghanistan, and I think it was the right decision to get out of Afghanistan eventually, but you don't close down the airport before you get out. We basically turned brave Americans into TSA agents in the most dangerous, terrorism-infested area of the entire world. And frankly, we may have been lucky that only 13 Americans died. It could have been much, much higher given the chaos of the situation that was going on the ground. And not one person, not a single general, not a single Pentagon bureaucrat, not a single person who controlled how that withdrawal was conducted has faced any consequences. But I believe that the first person that we are going to...
Very true and very sad. Biden didn't even show up at those people's funerals. But you know who did? Trump. And you know, while Trump was managing that Afghanistan pullout, no soldiers died. No soldiers lost their lives. He actually had a direct conversation with the leader of the Taliban, I believe, and told that man, like, look, this your people's crib? He showed that man a picture of his people's crib and said, this you, right? Yeah. Cool. Thanks. Make sure, actually, you know what? Matter of fact, if you touch another hair on our soldier's head, kablooey, man. I'm talking about up in smoke, bro. This picture right here, bro. Dunzo. Yeah. So you better play cool.
To fire, and there's going to be more after that. But the first person we get to fire who had a role in Abbeygate, her name is Kamala Harris, and we're going to fire her in 6 days. But the last thing I'll say, David, is after we fire Kamala Harris, we have got to get some accountability. Who made the decision to close down Bagram before we had everybody out of Afghanistan? Who made the decision to put our troops in that situation to begin with? Who made the decision to not evacuate any of our $80 billion worth of equipment before we closed up shop and left? There has to be answers when people fail. And one of the things you'll see is the media, of course, attacks Donald Trump because there are people that criticize him. And what is almost always true is that the people who are most loudly criticizing Donald J. Trump are people that he fired because they screwed up. Those are the people that are attacking him. And I think I speak for every person in this room. I'd rather have a president who fired.
They want to talk about what this guy said that worked with Trump. They want to talk about what this general conversation that he supposedly had with Trump after he got fired. I'm just like, yeah, bro, you say anything when you're disgruntled. And these people, bro, you got to understand. One of these jobs is a coveted position. Any job in government is a coveted position. You're set for life as far as benefits. And again, it's hard to lose your job. It's hard to lose your job as one of these bureaucrats. So Trump comes in, you don't do your job and he fires you. Bro, you're mad as hell. You're disgruntled as hell. Fast forward, there's a campaign. There's an election coming up. Hey, shout out Kingsley, man. He just joined the starter fan package, man. Appreciate that, dog. One of the mods and now one of the members, man. Shout out. But back to my point, I was saying these people that have been fired by Trump, yeah, they're disgruntled. Now you stick a mic or a camera in front of them and incentivize them to say something bad about Trump. Of course they will. Of course they would. Come on now. It's not that hard to figure out. It's really simple. Like, it's not that he's just such a bad guy. He just does his job. And when people don't do theirs, they get fired. And then, yeah, you're going to say something bad about the man when you're salty as hell.
Hires the people who screw up than the president who protects their jobs when they screw up. And that's why we got to get new leadership. Thank you, David.
I think that's something that President Trump understands very clearly, is that when you are a leader of any organization, you're responsible for what happens under your leadership. And President Biden, obviously, as you said, fired no one, but it shocks me even that within our military, none of these leaders did the right thing and said, you know what, we screwed up. I resign. Not a single one.
Looks good too, bro.
That's
Looks
right.
good.
It's a very good point.
Oh, and shout out to members. We're going to add some new badges. We're going to add some new badges for y'all. Stay tuned for more member announcements too, by the way. We got some special, exciting things coming up for the members, man. So go ahead and join that membership program if you haven't already, man. We got some fun stuff, some fire stuff coming up.
All right, next we've got a question coming from Ron. Here we go.
Hi, Senator, Congresswoman, thanks for being with us today. Appreciate it. I'm Ron, retired from the Air Force after 30 years. Air Force. I can play my question regards armed forces recruiting and retention. Services are having difficulty making goals just now. Went through the COVID era with a mandated vaccine. Right. I know DOD discharged thousands of troops for refusal to take that vaccine. And we have a lot of young people today who are just frankly unfit to begin military service. And I know you've got a Make America Healthy plan. Could you talk a little about that and how that can address some of these issues?
Yeah, well, Ron, I'm happy to take a first stab at that question. And then Tulsi, I'd love to hear your thoughts too, because of course, I think Tulsi understands as well as anybody why the military might be having recruitment challenges in the 21st century. And I think there are a couple of things going on, Ron. Is number one, you hit the nail on the head. Why were we firing brave, young, and healthy Marine soldiers, sailors, and airmen because they wouldn't take the COVID shot? We should let people make these decisions themselves, not throw them out of the military because of it. But of course, that's not just thousands of Americans who were thrown out of the military, and it was a disgrace. And Donald Trump and I have promised that we're going to offer all of those people a return to service with back pay on top of it. That's important.
Shout out, man. And JD Vance, you can bet your money that he feels strongly about that stance. As a former Marine, he obviously is going to side with these veterans. And that is a shame that a lot of these people who were healthy, capable, and ultimately just wanted to serve our country were relieved of their duty because of their personal choice when it came to an unproven, newly founded, and they had been researching it for forever, bro. It hadn't been on the market that long. That's the main point with that. So a lot of people lost their jobs when, they made a personal choice for themselves and their family, and ultimately lost out on opportunity, money, and other things because, again, a choice that they made for a jab that they weren't comfortable with taking.
But Ron, think about the effect that has on morale. What does it do when you fire people for simply exercising their own judgment about what they want to put into their own body? What does that say to the next generation of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines?
Right. What happened to my body, my choice? What happened to my body, my choice? Oh, that rhetoric goes out the window when I guess it comes to, well, you have a certain social responsibility. Like, okay, it's still my choice though. It's still my choice. Like, it's still my choice. Like, I have complete autonomy over my body, what I ingest, what I take, how I treat myself. Now, that whole narrative goes out the window when you're talking about a jab. Like I say, some of this stuff, it just isn't congruent, like to the other points that they make. So what they'd have us believe, I should say, it's just not congruent. My body, my choice, right? Okay, well, I'm not comfortable. It's my choice. Oh no, you're gonna lose your job. You're gonna lose your career. Whoa. How did we get here? Where do we get here? How did we arrive at this point? How did we arrive at this conclusion? It's disingenuous, and it's not congruent, confusing, and unjust is the main word right there. Oh, and shout out Big Wave Dave, $100, man. Oh man, major baller alert, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave, man. Always showing support to the channel, dog. I appreciate that, man. He says, can't sleep. Kiki, play the video now. God damn it, Big Wave Dave. All right, man. I got you, G. At the risk of copyright, I got you, man. I got you. Let's cue that up. Shout out Apple Queen, $2. She ain't had too much to say, just wanted to show some support. We appreciate that, girl. All right. Let's see what we got. What was the name of that video again? Oh, you sent it to our email, didn't you? All right, I got you, Big Way Dave. Give me a second. Give me just a second. Let me cue that up.
Marines. What does it say to their family members? Because we know, I mean, in my family, my grandma, my mamaw had 6 grandchildren. 3 of us enlisted in the United States Marine Corps out of high school. Very often military service is a family affair. So what we did, I think, was a massive slap in the face to our troops.
All right,
but it also really, really hurt morale.
Got you.
And the final thing I'll say, and again, I want to hear Tulsi's views on this too, is People want to sign up for the United States military because they love their country and they want to engage in public service. They don't want to sign up in the military because of a bunch of progressive ideas. They don't want to be enforcers of one political party's dogma. They want to serve the whole United States of America. And I think unfortunately, whether it's DEI training or, you have our State Department funding progressive politics in foreign countries, like why do your tax dollars?
Shout out Apple Queen. I know I called it out already, but it was your first super chat on the live, and we appreciate the honor here at S.E.T Media.
Need to be funneled through the State Department to do like trans pride parades in the Czech Republic.
All right, shout out Big Wave Dave. Video suggestion. He wanted us to play this. He said the chat needs to hear this, man. Go ahead and play it. He said go ahead and play it for the chat. They need to hear it. Shout out Big Wave Dave, man. And quick shout out Martin Dello, man. Always showing support. Happy to have you back in here, bro. He says you won't have an issue with Tom. He's not that dude. Bro, at a certain point, I don't even think it's the content creator or the uploader. I think it's just YouTube's algorithm, and they're really strict when it comes to playing music, and I don't really want to get into the full breakdown of why or how they do it, but you will kind of get hit with a copyright strike, bro. Music is one of those taboo things on YouTube that's just kind of hard to circumvent. Like, you're probably going to get hit with a copyright. You can dispute it. I'll be honest, you can dispute it. You can trim it out. There's ways you can go about it, but it triggers YouTube's algorithm in a way where they're going to hit you with that flag before anything else. They ain't going to ask questions. They just going to hit you with that flag. There's a little bit of insight for y'all. But at the risk of that, man, shout out Big Wave Dave. Shout out the supporters, man. We got y'all. I see some of y'all chiming in saying, oh, I don't like Tom. Oh, this is trash. This is garbage. I hadn't heard of Tom until a couple of days ago when Big Wave Dave shared it and exposed me to it. Like I said, it may not be my flavor of music. It's probably not what I'm getting jiggy to in the car, just to be honest. But I appreciate the perspective and the social commentary through the music. Like I like music that makes you think. I like music that adds a message, right? Versus just that bang bang shoot 'em up or just that lovey dovey ish. Like I like music that makes you think. Like, oh, okay, like damn, they said something deep right there. They made it rhyme, put it in a rhythmic format. Easily palatable, something for you to be able to take in. You're more receptive when the music has a message in it, or when the message comes through a format like music or other media. So I can appreciate the man Tom McDonald and the message he spreads through his music. I don't know anything about the man or his background, so y'all saying he's trash, he's this, he's that. Bro, just listen to the song. It got a good message in here. Take away what you want to take, leave what you don't. But shout out Tim McDonald and shout out Big Wave Dave for putting. Now, this song specifically, it kind of does represent both sides. You got the blue and you got the red, and then you got the chorus that is like unifying us. And it's like, bro, they pit us against each other, but ultimately we are one of the same. Like we're not. And I always said this. I always have said this, and I spread this message. This is my unwavering stance. We are not that different from the next man. Politics aside, whatever divisive tactics that our politicians use or the people in control use, like, bro, you're not that different from the next man. Regardless of race, creed, religion, bro, we're all human. We all have mainly common interests. Like, yeah, I'm different from the next man. Bro, I'm different from my brother in my own family, right? Whatever, what have you, right? But just as far as us being Americans, us being humans, like, bro, we are not that different from each other. We're not. You can find common interests and common ground with almost anybody from any corner of the world. And I truly believe that. Remove politics, religion, some cultural differences. Us as humans at our core are not that much different, right? Let me add a little bit of context for y'all because y'all want to just pick apart my point. And I get it. But again, remove some of the obfuscation, and humans at our core, we're not that much different, especially if, bro, our conversations have been centered on the election. So I'm assuming most of us commenting are American citizens. Like, bro, we're all American at the end of the day. We have that common interest. There's that common denominator amongst us all. So some of this divisive shit, bro, it really shouldn't go as deep and go as far as it does. Like I said, I'm probably not bumping him in the car or anything like that, but listening to him, he has a good message in his music, and I can appreciate that. Anybody who's not just talking about some, and again, I listen to a wide variety of music. I'll listen to the lovey-dovey. I'll listen to the bang bang shoot 'em up. But like I say, I like almost any type of music. Good music is good music to me, but it might not be my go-to in the car, but he does have a good overlying or underlying message in his song or in his music in general. And shout out Big Wave Dave 82 said, don't let the government divide you. No, facts, bro. And that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying at the end of the day, bro. That's all I'm saying. We all have cultural differences. We all have ideological differences, but the divisiveness that is kind of bred into us, inculcated into us, it does more harm than good. Oh, good look.
Like, what does that have to do with the America's national interest? If you, even if you agree with that, and I imagine none of us do, but even if you agree with it, that has nothing to do with America's national interest. So why are our taxpayers funding that stuff? But when you do that, it makes people not want to serve their country because they're worried they're not serving the whole United States of America. They're serving Kamala Harris's radical agenda, and that's going to stop the minute Donald J. Trump becomes president.
You know, JD, I want to go back to what you said in response to the first question that we had, with the fact that every single one of us who's here, anyone watching from home, any one of us who's raised our right hand and volunteered, the less than 1% of all Americans who volunteer to serve in our armed forces, we do so, and our families know that service and that volunteerism may require us to pay the ultimate price. And we do so willingly because of love for our country and our commitment to defending the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. What we don't sign up for is to be used as cannon fodder by politicians who are trying to fund the military-industrial complex or make themselves look tough.
And I really want to hone in on that point to kind of translate what she just said. Yeah, I don't think anybody signs up to be a toy soldier. And with no disrespect intended to active or any veterans, active service members or any veterans, like I think almost anybody who served can attest to that. Like, no, we're trying to protect American freedoms. Now, the industrial military complex that is kind of driven by some of these shadowy figures in our government, yeah, we ain't signed up to fund these people's to line these people's pockets. That's probably the last thing on your mind when you sign up and you go into the service. Like, you're trying to protect American freedoms, our right, our homeland. As far as any deep state billionaire who, you know, is trying to purport his own agenda, like, yeah, y'all not even thinking about those guys.
So the very least that our men.
He said, Big Wave Dave 82, $2. He said, oh, Key, that cupcake is fake. Huh? What are you talking about?
And women,
I'm confused,
in uniform deserve, that our veterans deserve from our leadership, the president, our commander-in-chief, leaders in Congress, is to have our back.
Amen.
And so when you talk about make America healthy again, too often, and we all got stories, but too often, you know, they make investments, say, okay, you walk in basic training. I enlisted, went to basic training at Fort Jackson, and you know, you go through that training, you know, you serve in the Air Force. They invest in turning civilians into warriors.
They do that.
Then you go and spend your time in service, and when it's time to go and you get your final DD 214 and you walk out, for a lot of folks, they feel lost because for the first time, you kind of feel alone. That you can't just go to the military hospital, or you can't, you know, you don't have your sergeant major telling you what time to wake up and when you get to eat and when you get to sleep. And so when we look at the Veterans Affairs Department, for example, when we have our brothers and sisters who are struggling, who've gone and fought in war zones and have come home and are struggling with those internal battles, too many of them are feeling like their only choice is to take their own lives to end their pain. That means our leaders have failed our brothers and sisters. Why is it?
And the self-deletion rate after serving is way too high, and that is a problem that needs to be addressed. The mental health of soldiers once they kind of come home is a larger issue than a lot of people want to realize, and that is something that definitely needs to be addressed, just as well as taking care of our soldiers in general when they come home after serving. But that specifically, the mental health of these people. And I seen a comment by Mia Khalifa the other day. I almost want to play it. I'll try and see if I can find it because it was beyond distasteful. It was completely disrespectful, not only to service members, but honestly, it was an un-American comment, un-American as hell. Essentially, what she said is, OnlyFans is more respectable than serving for a government who operates on other foreign countries' territories. And bro, mind you, this is what she said, and find it yourself. I'll see if I can find it and pull it up for everybody on stream. But she literally said in the clip, I think that they deserve to have their brains scrambled with PTSD once they come home for the injustice that they purported, essentially. And bro, when I seen that, I was like, oh my, bro, mind you, she's Lebanese. She's a porn star from Lebanon. If she was in her home country, she would literally be beheaded. And I'm not saying that facetiously. I mean, literally some Abdul grab the rocks type shit. So she speaks from a position of privilege, being able to say that in America, the freedoms we've afforded her, and then she disrespects the same country that affords her the freedom to say shit like that. The same soldiers who fight on her behalf to have the freedom of speech. Bro, when I seen that, not too much shit that I see online or read online or too much clips that get me mad. But when I seen that, I know she was looking for a reaction, but it really kind of angered me. I'm not even gonna lie. It was like one of them things I seen and I had to put my phone down and go do something else for a minute. Cause I was just like, wow, this millionaire porn star who makes money or who made her career off of getting loads busted on her face really just disrespected soldiers like this. Like, whoa. The hubris of some folks, bro, it is crazy. It is crazy. You privileged, spoiled brat.
At that point, they are still not able to get the care that they need. I've had friends who've gone into the VA.
Mia Khalifa? Yep. Bro, I'm about to play it, bro. That shit was mad disrespectful, bro.
At that moment where they felt like they had no other option, they were ready to take their own lives. They either couldn't get an appointment, or when they did walk in, they were handed a bag full of drugs.
Yep.
A bag full of drugs.
And real quick for context, since I brought it up, shout out S.E.T for sending that to me. What you said, bro?
Man, a bag full of drugs like it's a Diddy party.
Tulsi. Nah, but yeah, shout out S.E.T.
Yeah, look, you always need a bag full of drugs before you get into satanic activity, huh?
Oh God, it gets the juices flowing.
Man, stay away from drug kids. Stay away from drugs.
Oh God. Oh shit was right there.
Well, harder ones.
Oh God. Oh God. The medicinal ones, go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
You know, in moderation. But the hard ones, just don't even try.
Not in the U.S. military.
Good morning. Shout out real quick. And again, this is the video I was referencing when I said Mia Khalifa. So this is her Lebanese porn star, right? An oxymoron in itself, but yeah, just watch.
Good morning to everybody who is not in the U.S. military. Good morning to everybody who is sitting at home and not on soil that doesn't belong to them, fighting a war for a country that doesn't care about them.
Oh, quick shout out to Daniel Welsh, man. Always showing support to the channel, man. We appreciate that. He ain't had too much to say, just wanted to show some support. Appreciate you. Oh, man. God damn, Big Wave Dave always showing. God damn it, Big Wave Dave. He always coming through big time, bro. Always coming through, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave, another baller alert, man. Hundo. Yes, sir, man. He says, okay, last video request, guys. Adam Calhoun, racism. All right. I think I remember that one from yesterday. That was a good one. We'll play it right after this one, bro. I just want everybody to see this, bro. I just want everybody to see the ignorance of what she says right here. Like, no commentary from us for a minute. Just, like I said, y'all, just watch.
I hope you go over there and get your little brain all scrambled up with...
Okay, so truth be told, I almost didn't make this video because of how raunchy this person is. I'm going to give a content disclaimer. There's going to be cursing, and please do not look this person up because you're just going to find disgusting images. This is ex-porn star.
Do not look up this young lady named Mia Khalifa. Actually, bro, take the goddamn spelling out your mouth and pretend you don't even never heard the name and after you see this video.
And honestly, bro, any publicity is good publicity. I think this is what she was going for. Oh, my face is recognizable. Everybody knows my history. Let me just say something outlandish. Hold on. Let me say something outlandish, and for better or for worse, people will look up my name. Oh, whoa.
Bro, you know what's so crazy?
I'll get some money.
It's like she forgot that, bro. You know the U.S. military is the only reason why you're alive?
That's what I said, bro.
Like,
the hubris of her for low-key being on a soil in a country that allows you the freedom of speech just to disrespect the same country.
Bro, let the Muslims take over, sweetheart. You're gonna be in a ditch while we throw rocks at you. Abdul, grab the rocks.
I literally just said that. Like, it's so hilarious. If you were in your home country, you'd be beheaded. Yeah, and I don't mean figuratively.
Like, dead ass.
Literally.
They would execute you. So be very happy that our U.S. military actually provide you these rights.
Nah, facts. But again, just to hone in, y'all, we want y'all to really hear this because it was, bro, when I heard this, like I said, it was one of those, I don't have too many of these moments where I see something, read something, or view a clip on the internet and I'm just like, wow, what the hell? But after I seen this, it was really one of those moments I had to put my phone down and go do something else.
Man.
Like, it was really one of those moments for me. Real quick.
No, we're going back too far.
Good morning to everybody who is not in the U.S. military. Good morning to everybody who is sitting at home and not on soil that doesn't belong to them, fighting a war for a country that doesn't care about them. I hope you go over there and get your little brain all scrambled up with...
Okay, so truth be told, I almost didn't make this video because of how raunchy this person is. I'm going to give a content disclaimer. There's going to be cursing, and please do not look this person up because you're just going to find disgusting images. This is ex-porn star Mia Khalifa, who also used to do OnlyFans, and now all of a sudden, she tells people not to get into the adult industry, even though she has benefited from the adult industry. So she still posts raunchy things, and now all of a sudden, she has gone on this rant, absolutely destroying veterans, making fun of them, and pretty much wishing that they get PTSD. And now there seems to be this trend where influencers are like really comfortable hating on veterans and making fun of veterans for having PTSD. Let us get to this Mia Khalifa rant, and then I'll show you another rant that got a Twitch streamer banned for 30 days. But let's get into this one.
PTSD, and then come back here and see how much the United States cares about you, Pookie. See how much they care about you when you come back with, oh, I'm so sad. I piss my pants every time I see a falafel stand in Manhattan. Let's see how much the VA cares about you. Let's see what they tell you to do with your little broken brain from going over to fight a war that's not yours. They're going to tell you to try breathing exercises because the U.S. government does not give a fuck about you once you cannot die for them. Once you're done, once you're a shell, they don't care about you. What did I say on Z-Way that one time? Yeah, I think that still stands as very accurate.
Okay, so first things first, that rant was very racist to assume that every soldier sees a falafel stand and then makes this connection with the Middle East. Absolutely disgusting for Mia Khalifa. Now, I did some research. Mia Khalifa, her family is from Lebanon, so I'm going to make an assumption. She is talking about U.S. soldiers who might be involved with the Lebanese-Israel war. But again, this is a lot of misinformation and disinformation from Mia Khalifa. Understand, as far as the boots-on-the-ground aspect of the U.S. military, there are boots on the ground in Israel, but there have always been boots on the ground between the U.S. military and Israel. This has always been co-op.
And shout out Martin Dello, $2. He said, give Dave a standing ovation for creating jobs.
My man. Not sure what he meant by that one.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
But, and shout out Kingsy, man. 304 detected. Opinion rejected.
Always, bro. We don't listen to thoughts.
Man.
Operation between the two countries. And again, in this video, it is not meant to say whether or not you're for the Israeli war or not for the Israeli war. All I'm trying to do is stand up for the veterans who do get PTSD, and a lot of soldiers, to include myself, suffer from this for the rest of their lives. This is something that doesn't go away, and it gets worse and worse. Now, as far as U.S. soldiers fighting in wars around the world, this is another very inaccurate statement. U.S. soldiers, I don't want to say they're not fighting in wars, but there are U.S. soldiers like deployed in Iraq, but they are advising Iraqi forces to fight against IS, who, by the way, actively target U.S. citizens, and they would love to get their hands on Mia Khalifa, considering what they believe and how they do treat women. Also, this implication that all soldiers are in the Middle East, U.S. military are all over the world, on ships, on islands, in the desert, in the Arctic. So again, this overgeneralization and saying all these troops are fighting in these wars, absolutely not true. The only person who I think really has PTSD in this entire scenario is Mia Khalifa herself, because when I was doing research for this video, I found something that led me to believe I think she has a lot of trauma, unfortunately, in her life outside of the adult industry.
Well, obviously.
Oh, we're comparing stats. Baby girl doesn't know that I am Tom Brady at this game. Married at 18, divorced at 21. Second marriage, married at 25, divorced at 28. Third engagement, engaged at 29, ended it at 30, but I kept the ring. I'm still keeping Tom Brady on his toes.
Huh?
We should not be afraid to leave the...
Hold on. You're bragging about a whole bunch of, well... I'm gonna be real with you. You sound like a very bad employee. It's like, damn, but look at your resume and I see you're going from job to job to job to job within a matter of 3 to 6 months. I'm gonna look at you kind of weird like, are you a trustworthy person? You're damn like you were married at 18, divorced at 20. 2 years? What was the point? Y'all might as well have dated. All these relationships you're in, you might as well have dated. What was the point of getting married? You just wasted people times and money in a ceremony. 3 ceremonies. Well, 2, because she only got engaged. The last
these
one.
Men. We are not stuck with these people. Marriage is not a sanctimonious thing. It is paperwork. It's something, it's a commitment you make to someone. But if you feel like you're not getting anything from that commitment and you're trying, you gotta go. You gotta go. You have to go. I know it's difficult to fill out paperwork and to make appointments and to do all of these things, but this is your fucking life. Do you want to be stuck with someone? Period. Do you want to be stuck with someone?
Now, look, I don't want to be too harsh on Mia Khalifa because we should be praying for her. I actually feel bad for her, but at the same time, I think this is an active projection on her current mental status and her current life. You shouldn't be hating on the soldiers who are giving you the freedoms that you have today. Beyond the soldiers that are fighting today, even the soldiers before the soldiers we have now. So again, Mia Khalifa, I know you come from Lebanon, but understand, the last people you should be hating on is the U.S. military. If the U.S. military wasn't there, if anything, Israel would be able to do whatever they want. So Mia Khalifa, you're actually targeting the wrong people.
I'm telling you.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers.
I mean, why don't y'all just go back to y'all country and see how that works out for you? I mean, because in Lebanon, like we said, it'd have been off with your head. You'd have been in a ditch, getting stoned. We're not telling no jokes here. This would have been an actual situation. So to come in America, a country that provides you freedom of speech, that protects you from any treatment like that, and disrespect the soldiers who protect that for you, who give you that privilege, crazy work. I just couldn't imagine it.
Okay, so that is Twitch streamer Frogan, and unfortunately, I am not even going to play you her rant.
Let's be real. Let's say that a Muslim force comes on American land. Who's gonna protect us? Who's gonna protect the women's rights and all that good stuff and protect us men from getting beheaded? It's gonna be the soldiers. So y'all like to say that, oh, soldiers ain't fighting for American freedom. No, they're fighting for your rights. Honestly, actually, hold on. They are fighting for your freedom. The hell are you talking about? Yeah, they're fighting for your goddamn right to be a citizen of America. They're fighting for the American people. Fuck the government sometimes. Sometimes y'all gotta just let go of this whole government thing. I understand that in their head, they're protecting you. In the back of their heads, in their minds, when they get inside this military, they're doing it for you. So when you sit there and talk about the government, you're being disingenuous, because 9 times out of 10, most of these soldiers aren't thinking about the government when they're out there shooting that gun. They're thinking about their family. Like, y'all kill me.
You can go look that up, but I don't even want that on my channel because it is beyond so raunchy. She says so many heinous things. She says, like, I hope you get PTSD for all the soldiers deployed overseas. But then she catches herself. You can see a little Floridian slip, if you will. She kind of looks over to the left and sees her chat, and she goes, oh, but you know what? The soldiers who admitted, I know some soldiers, the soldiers who admitted what they did was wrong, I hope you shouldn't get PTSD. You shouldn't get it. But again, through a lot of contention, a lot of people complaining to Twitch, like, why aren't you doing anything about this? She got a 30-day ban. Now, many other people are calling for a total ban, but I doubt that'll happen. Twitch has sort of proven themselves to be beyond supportive of things like this through other streamers who I'm not going to name. So again, her name is Rogan, and she got drugged through the mud from all the things she said. You can go look her clip up, and I'm not going to play it here. Okay, so we have unfortunately reached a new level of being comfortable on hating on veterans. And look, I am so pro freedom of speech. I am absolutely cool with that. I am a former veteran. There are some of my friends I can't stand and they're veterans. But in all seriousness, I understand why people might get this idea that the U.S. military is destroying all these countries in the Middle East. I 100% get it. And in some instances, I actually agree. The U.S. did a lot of things wrong in the Middle East.
Yeah.
The U.S. has done a lot of things wrong.
Especially during the Bush era, but like, come on now. That's no need to disrespect the soldiers. At the end of the day, bro, if you don't know how the government lie to our soldiers to make them think that they're fighting for us, you'd be surprised. Trust me, if a lot of soldiers knew exactly what they were going there for, they'd protest every war. They'd sit there and be like, I'm not doing that shit. I thought I'm fighting for my people. You telling me I'm fighting for oil? What? You tell me I'm fighting for what? So a weapons company can get some profits? Oh, that's what I'm fighting for, I'm sitting my black ass here and I dare you to move me. I'm pretty sure a lot of soldiers would take that stance. But the government sells them a completely different reality.
In other places of the world, as far as military,
y'all know this. Y'all just like to disrespect people that are stronger than you, or that are more admirable or honorable than you. I don't know why.
Application, but to absolutely generalize that, I hope every single U.S. military member gets PTSD, and I hate all you guys, and being super racist about it, bringing up falafels, really, I would actually argue most U.S. military members love falafels. I think it's a cry for help from Mia Khalifa. Again, don't look her up because you're just going to find disgusting stuff.
Facts.
And I really hope our future daughters of this nation, they don't look up to her. We need parents to start to stand up against people like Mia Khalifa. Try to raise them right, bring them to church. But we really should praying for people like.
We should pray for people like Mia Khalifa. And we should also recognize that, women like these, they're damaged. They're effed up in the head, or they're just disgruntled with their life. It's like, you thought you was going to find the quick way to money. Then you thought you was going to be able to quit and find a good man. You found out that wasn't in the plan. And now you're upset. And now you want to bash all the good men. Now you want to bash the real men of the army. I mean, we're talking about the realest men we got is in the army, and you're bashing them. I mean, okay, cool. You hate men. I get it. Most likely, man got you into the music industry. You got slutted out by men, and then they toss your ass to the side, and you want to go run to a good man, and now you get tossed out to the corner every trip. Okay, I can see where you hate men now. I get it. Okay, cool. But don't come at our soldiers like they ever did anything wrong to you, though. If anything, the soldiers ain't did shit to you. It's the men on these streets. It's these weak ass, beta boys or these liberal men that you're mad at. It ain't the military men you're mad at, Mia Khalifa. It ain't them. Man, shout out Big Wave Dave. Don't forget about me. Oh yeah, I got you, Big Wave Dave. Whoop. Hold on. I do want to get that video played, actually, because there is this little trend that's going around. There's a trend that is going around, guys.
Yo, guys, Donald Trump is culture in a TikTok trend because it got remixed and turned into a banger.
Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
No way.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
Okay.
Beyonce. Party with Beyonce.
Not
Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
Yo.
Dance party with Beyonce.
All right then.
Dance party with Beyonce.
Yeah, it's the one for us, guys.
Beyonce. Party with Beyonce.
Hey.
Beyonce.
This is why they hate Donald Trump so much. Trump is culture and hilarious.
Yeah, low-key. He is culture and he is hilarious. Like, shout out Trump, bro. Shout out Trump. Wait, when did you request? That was from Stephen Diamond, not me. I did not request. Wait, what did you request? Because I just got here, Big Wave Dave. I just got here.
That made their problems worse, not
My boy
better.
T left me without letting me know.
And that didn't actually deal with the real challenges they were facing. So when we talk about what is President Trump's plan to make America healthy again look like for our men and women in uniform and for our veterans, it's investing in the person, our fellow Americans.
And shout out Hellbait, man. He said, Hellbat. He says, as a grandson of a Purple Heart vet, I hate people like that getting publicized. Butter again. We have Kamala Harris running, so shake my head. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It is a bit disrespectful. Okay. Got you. All right. Adam Calhoun racism. I got you. Calhoun racism. I got you. And yeah, shout out Hellbat and Big Wave Dave. I'm gonna go ahead and play that one for you right now, Big Wave Dave. Let me go ahead and get it pulled up real quick.
From the time they joined the military, throughout their time in service, making sure that they're getting the care that they need, not just drugs or Band-Aids to cover up the visible or invisible wounds.
And Hellbat, trust me, I agree with you. Why is it all the women who, like, I don't know, disrespect masculine men, disrespect the best of men, and we let them off? But they don't say nothing about these pedophiles. They don't say nothing about these guys in Israel who just run through women. They don't say nothing about them. But all the good men, they have everything to say about it. It's kind of wild.
Making sure that when you go into that dining facility, you actually have healthy and nutrition options to eat, not just crap that's going to make you sick.
Let me go ahead and put that one up for Big
That when
Ray.
you go to the doctor... They're not just going to give you pills to cover up whatever pain you are experiencing. And that when it comes time to lay down the uniform, when your service is complete, that you're able to go, as with President Trump's accomplishment in passing the Choice Act, that you're able to go to the provider of your choice, whether that be at the VA or...
All right, Big Wave Dave, got that video pulled up. We're going to go ahead and get right to it real quick. Since you requested it, man, you know we love you here at S.E.T and Key Media. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Let's go. The difference between a nigga and a black person, hey, bro, that's rare. Whoa, I got to give it to him on that one. Hey, that was a banger. I'm not even going to lie. I actually kind of like that song. Just because he was got to go in, I'm like, yo, hold on, bro. Dropping the Edward? Oh, no. Is he part black or something? I don't even care if he's part black. If he just said that, he code for it. He code.
Or in your local doctor's office and get the care that you need. And I just want to close by sharing a personal story because I experienced what a difference this made in my own personal life. I was a member of Congress representing Hawaii. It was the 2nd Congressional District, the rural parts of the state. And there was a Vietnam veteran named Andrew Jamila. He'd been awesome. He was a local leader. He was like the unofficial mayor of his hometown of Waimanalo on the island of Oahu. He called me up one day. Thank God he had my personal cell phone number. And he said, Tulsi, I just had a heart attack and I'm at the hospital down the street. We live like 20 minutes from each other. I'm at the hospital down the street. They tell me if they can't have open heart surgery right now, then I may not survive. The VA hospital, which was about 40 minutes drive over the mountains to the other side of the island, said they would not cover this surgery that would save his life, that he had to get into an ambulance and take that 40-minute drive to get to the VA. His doctor said, you might not make it, Andrew. You might not survive.
Oh, damn.
And so thankfully I was able to help him, and it was because of the Choice Act that he was able to get the care that he needed, that he survived that heart attack and was able to live another day.
It's awesome.
Where is Cindy at? Our next question is coming from Cindy. Thank you.
Welcome to Bedford County. I want to thank you for recognizing the veterans in the audience and our concerns. Thank you both for your service then, thank you for your service now, as they are both equally important. When my dad, who I'm very proud of, came home from Vietnam, he wasn't educated on the health benefits and services that he earned and was entitled to. When I got out of the Marine Corps in 1996, I was not educated on the health benefits and services I earned and was entitled to. When my nephews, whom I am also very proud of, got out of the military in the mid-2000s, they were not educated on the benefits that they earned and was entitled to.
Even. Goddamn.
The first time I registered and voted was for President Trump because we needed change. We still need change. What will you and your administration do to help educate the veterans on the health benefits and services they've earned and health benefits they are entitled to? Semper Fi, thank you.
Well, Cindy, Semper Fi, and thank you for the question, and thank you for your, not just your service, but your whole...
And make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. We appreciate you for tuning in.
Family service. That's an amazing testament to the American tradition of military service. But I actually have a somewhat similar story, though luckily it didn't have the same personal consequence for me. You know, when I got out of the Marine Corps in 2007, I went straight to Ohio State University. Don't hold it against me. I know we're in Pennsylvania. And, you know, I signed up for a student health plan, and it was a lot of money, right? And I didn't have anybody helping me out. I was on Pell Grants, and, you know, things were pretty tight because I was, you know, I didn't come from a family of means. I didn't come from a family of money. And I had no idea that because of a law that had been passed while I was in the Marine Corps, that I could get free health care through the VA. I think it was for 5 years after I got out of the United States Marine Corps, and I had no idea. And so I spent hundreds of dollars on health insurance premiums until somebody kind of just said, hey, why don't you go to the VA and get health care service? And I said, I don't think I'm allowed to. And they said, I know that you are. And that's what changed that for me and saved me probably thousands of dollars of healthcare expenses over the next few years. And I think that what we have to do is the Veterans Administration needs to cooperate with Department of Defense and make sure that whether it's the last month or the last week, when folks are getting out of active military service, they need to be educated about what the services that are available so they can take advantage of what they're owed by their own government. That's got to change. And, you know, to Tulsi's point, this is really about keeping the commitments that American taxpayers and the American nation makes to its people who put on the uniform and offer to risk it all for our shared freedom and certainly for our shared prosperity as a country. Here's another thing that's very unusual to me is you've got a lot of Americans right now who are veterans who are sleeping on park benches, who are sleeping under bridges.
Which is crazy, and I always wonder, why do we ignore, like, some of these veterans? Why can't some of these veterans get the help that they truly need? Honestly, fuck what they need. Bro, they deserve it. It's like they literally deserve this help and they can't get it. It kind of makes you wonder, like, well, why do we just let their mind deteriorate? Why do we leave them out on the side like this? Like, what? Is it something that they know? Do they know something that the American public, you know, that the government don't want you to know, to the point where they gotta leave them broke and their mind messed up and leave them on a park bench somewhere? So if they do tell you something that's truthful, you won't believe them? You know, just a wild speculation of mine.
Who don't have access to the care that they need. Well, my attitude is if the politicians and the Pentagon bureaucrats want to send people off to war, they ought to keep their commitments to people when those folks come home from war. We've got to stop this. We just have to do better.
What you just said, JD, I think is so central to the changes that we need to make in a very simple thing of making it so that the DOD and the VA work together.
That's right.
A lot of people, those of us who have gone through this know, but the fact that you spend your time in service, and whether you've deployed or not, you've got a probably pretty thick medical record. The VA has no access to your DOD medical records. No access. So you got to go and bring pieces of paper, and they got to literally scan those pieces of paper into a different database. When I first got to Congress, I asked why. Like, that's crazy. That doesn't make sense. I asked for a printout of every single veteran in my district so that I could help inform them of the service.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, man. He said, man, these trolls are seething at this point. Yeah, y'all are, man. Y'all definitely are, because y'all saying some wild stuff in the chat. I'm like, I can't even address it for real.
Services that were available to them. They literally printed out on an old dot matrix printer. You remember the holes on the edges with the perforated lines? And gave me this huge stack. But the reason why they said that the two systems don't talk to each other was because of some government contract that someone signed.
Wow.
President Trump's a problem solver. I guarantee you he'll find a way to solve this problem.
That's exactly right.
All right, next up, we have Julie.
Hello, Senator, Colonel. I'm a retired United States Army soldier. Since I've left service, I've continued my education by obtaining a master's degree in counseling as well as a PhD in criminal justice. So according to the research, 14% of our homeless population in America are veterans.
Wow.
Crazy.
Well, that number includes 7% of an increase just in the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration. Our veterans watch as the current administration puts illegal migrants up in hotels. What will you do to change that policy? And will you help find solutions for those homeless veterans?
Yes, ma'am.
Bro, America needs to start acting right, because y'all gonna make these veterans do something crazy one day. All it takes is one veteran just to see the disrespect, say, I can't take it anymore, and he does. Well, let your imagination run wild.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Julie. And here's a basic principle that I think that we could do on practically day one of the Trump administration. We could say that no American tax dollars go to housing illegal immigrants while veterans are homeless in the United States of America. Why? Again, to me, this is about duties and obligations, right? Veterans understand duties and obligations as well as anybody. We make a sacred compact between our nation's veterans. We say we're going to send you off to places, sometimes places, to Tulsi's point, that you never should have been sent to in the first place. But when you come home, there are certain obligations we're going to meet. And God forbid, if you don't come home, we're going to meet those obligations to your family. The fact that we have so many people who did their end of the bargain and the government doesn't do its end of the bargain is a scandal, and it needs to stop on day one of the Trump administration. It's so unacceptable. But, Julie, your point drives home a related point here, which is that, or your question drives home a related point, which is that veterans are very much members of the community, and veterans are affected by the same policies and the same problems that everybody else is, right? Sometimes they're affected more significantly, sometimes a little less significantly. But why do we have 14% of our homeless population who are veterans, and why have we seen such a significant increase? Because housing has gotten totally unaffordable over the last 4 years. There is a direct connection between increased housing costs and increased homelessness. I believe in the state of Pennsylvania, housing costs have increased by about 40% just since Kamala Harris became the vice president of the United States. So if we want to fix the veterans' homelessness problem, let's make housing more affordable for all America's citizens, and let's do it starting immediately.
Yeah.
And
let's fix affordability before we just build a whole bunch of houses, like Kamala's plan states. It's like, yeah, we're going to build a whole bunch of houses. We're going to go ahead and give you $25,000 extra dollars, but we're not going to help you with affordability at all, though, whatsoever. Not one goddamn bit. But we're going to give you more houses. It's like, yeah, make it make sense, Kamala, please. Tell me how giving us more houses is going to help us if the affordability is still effed up. If the affordability is still going up. I mean, we still got to pay for electric in this house. We still got to buy groceries and put it in this house. So, yeah, if that affordability looking a little shaky, it's going to be hard to afford the house. Boy. I ain't gonna lie, man. Damn near be like, I ain't gonna lie, it'd be like 08 all over again. Like McDonald's workers getting mortgages on $250,000 houses, except worse.
And I know we're focused on veterans issues, and I don't want to derail this too much, but it's very important to talk about the three obvious things that we should be doing to make housing more affordable. Number one, we should be doing more home building in the United States of America. Think about this. We are descendants of people who built rockets that flew to the moon, and all they had was pocket calculators and slide rules. And thanks to government policy, we don't build enough houses to house American citizens. What is this? 60 years ago, we built rockets that went to the moon. Now we don't build enough houses for American citizens. If we got rid of some of the ridiculous regulations out there, we'd create a lot of prosperity in the construction industry. We'd also build a lot more homes for American citizens. Number two, we've got to pursue common sense economic policies that lower mortgage interest rates so that people can afford to borrow and get into a home in the first place. And here's the final thing, and it goes back to Julie's point about illegal immigration. It doesn't matter how many homes we build. If we allow millions upon millions of people who don't have the legal right to be here to go into houses that ought by right go to American citizens, we are going to have a housing crisis.
Okay.
This very simple principle, and it's going to benefit veterans most of all, but it's going to benefit everybody, is American homes should go to American citizens, not to people who don't have the right to be here.
Because I'm just like, how can y'all trust Kamala Harris when she says she's going to build homes, right? How can you trust her to build homes when she been, well, for y'all, I trust that she'll build homes recklessly enough, but I don't trust that she's going to give it to Americans. I'm almost sure that she's going to give it to the immigrants. To the ones that just coming over here so they can get their residency and they can keep voting in the Democrats into eternity. Like I said, hey man, the great replacement theory is looking more realer and realer every day. Looking more and more plausible.
All right, our next question is going to come from Jesse.
I promise I'm standing up. My name's Jessie. I am a proud Puerto Rican, first and foremost, Army veteran, served as a drill sergeant. I've lived in Pennsylvania for over 20 years now, and I'm proud to call Pennsylvania home. So with all of that being said, I also have a almost 17-year-old son who's looking to join the military. He would love to go to an academy. So my husband and I are getting ready to send him off to do something like this. As someone who served, I deeply value the importance of peace and stability. In President Trump's first term, he showed a willingness to take bold steps by engaging with leaders across the world to promote peace. Given the current global landscape, can we expect the same level of commitment, proactivity, and diplomacy from him if reelected, especially given that I am now sending my son?
Yes, ma'am. So first, let me say a couple things. So you said your son might try to apply to an academy. Is that next year? Okay, so the rules are if you need to go to an academy, you need a letter of recommendation from either your senator or your congressman or from the vice president. And I'll say that while I don't know the Pennsylvania senators especially well, if all goes according to plan, I might know a guy who could help with that letter in 6 days. So please reach out to us.
I might know a guy.
No promises, but reach out to us. But I'm so thrilled to hear about your background because I'm actually going to see him tomorrow at an event that we're doing in North Carolina. One of my best buddies in the Marine Corps was a Puerto Rican guy who grew up in the Bronx. You grew up in the Bronx too? Oh, that's awesome. Well, he grew up in just incredibly tough circumstances. I mean, he grew up in a very, very poor family. He was the best Marine that I ever served with. He's just a great, great guy. And I'm going to see him tomorrow. I'm very excited about it.
Nice.
But to answer...
It's kind of funny because like most military guys are Marines, really. Most Marines I meet, really good people. I mean, there's probably one Marine that rubbed me the wrong way, but like I would say probably out of the 20 that I met, 19 of them was pretty damn good people.
question,
And
we are
productive, hella
absolutely
productive.
going to engage in robust diplomacy, robust statecraft. And one of the things I love about Donald J. Trump is, yes, sometimes there are problems in the world that require a military response. Sometimes there are problems in the world that require smart diplomacy, and you've got to use both if you want to solve the American people's problems overseas. You can't just send everybody off to war. That doesn't keep our trust with our veterans, and it sure as hell doesn't honor our commitment to the people who put on the uniform if we send them to be the policemen of the world instead of honoring their service and honoring their sacrifice by treating it as the precious resource that it is. So yes, we will absolutely be very careful about how we engage in foreign diplomacy. And this is, one of the things that, I imagine most of us are Republicans, or at least are going to vote for President Trump. I know we've got a lot of Democrats and independents in the audience too, including, of course, our great friend up here. And, one of the things that my fellow Republicans will say about Donald Trump's foreign policy is that it was strong, that weakness invites aggression. And that's right. I do think that Kamala Harris's weakness has invited aggression, but I actually think that's only half of the equation, because Donald Trump's foreign policy wasn't just...
Yeah, because that was the problem with immigration. Like, okay, so admittedly, Obama had their foot on their necks. Trump had their foot on their necks. Biden took the foot off their neck, helped them up, and pushed them up over the border. That's literally what's been going on. It's kind of crazy. Two presidents with the foot on their necks, and then one who just said, "No, what, man, come on, get up. I'm gonna go ahead and help you out now." It's like, what's going on?
Strong, it was also smart. It recognized that sometimes you have to talk to people, sometimes even people you don't necessarily like or agree with, but you've got to engage in smart diplomacy, and that is sometimes how you keep a war from starting in the first place.
I was a Democrat serving in Congress when President Trump was elected.
Yep.
And one of the things that he did very early on in his term of office was really, really important to the people of Hawaii, my home state. As you know, we're the most remote island chain in the world. We are very well within North Korea's proximity of their intercontinental ballistic missiles. At that time, they were still developing their nuclear capability. They are much farther along today than they were back then. But we had a missile scare where we thought early one morning on a Saturday in 2017, every single cell phone went off with an alert that said ballistic missile incoming to Hawaii. You remember this?
I remember this. This was a big news story at the time.
It was massive for residents and tourists alike. People sitting on the beach in Waikiki watching the sunrise, and their phone goes off and it says ballistic missile incoming to Hawaii. Seek shelter immediately. This is not a test. And it's you can't really imagine what that is like until you experience it.
They were just trying to prepare you in case Kamala Harris became president. That's what's going to happen if that nightmare ever becomes real.
But we went through, people sitting on the beach, they're like, where do I go to find shelter? That where here, as if we got that alert tonight, where would we go to find shelter? If we got an alert that Putin was launching a nuclear weapon, where would we go? There is no shelter to be found. And it was a huge wake-up call to realize that fact and that reality. And so when President Trump chose to go and meet with Kim Jong-un, the first president ever...
And make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the three dots up there in the corner, man. Let's have a good stream, guys. Appreciate y'all.
...to step into North Korea at the DMZ... As a Democrat in Congress, I was loud and proud to say this is the kind of leadership that we need, because President Obama, in the previous 4 years, I had been urging them. I was on the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Armed Services Committee, urging them to do this, de-escalate tensions, try to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. President Obama refused to do it because he said he didn't want to reward Kim Jong-un with a meeting. So, JD, I'm just wondering if you can talk about how... there are critics of President Trump who say that his foreign policy is isolationist.
Yep.
Talk about and tell us why they're wrong.
Well, they're wrong in part because of exactly what you just said. You know, it's funny. The people who have been wrong about every foreign policy disaster for the last 30 years are the very same people who say that it's terrible to engage in diplomacy. And it's interesting that they were wrong about, remember how they said that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction? And remember how they said that it was going to be really easy to turn Iraq into a, American-style democracy. And they said it was going to be really easy to turn Afghanistan into a Western liberal society. And of course, that became a 20-year quagmire. My attitude is, after 20 years of being wrong about everything, why don't these people at least acquire some humility and shut up and stop trying to tell us what to do with the foreign policy in the United States of America? And the idea that somehow showing up in North Korea and having a conversation is going to reward somebody. What we should be doing is actually having conversations with people and trying to de-escalate situations before they become massive military conflicts. And again, this goes back to the strong versus smart distinction and why both are important. You need both in an American leader. Remember how they all accused, and I've been accused of this, Tulsi's been accused of this, of course President Trump has been accused of being in bed, of colluding with Russia, and yet when George W. Bush was president, Russia invaded a sovereign country. And when Barack Obama was president, Russia invaded a sovereign country. And when Joe Biden was president, Russia invaded a sovereign country. Who was the one guy who prevented the Russians from invading a sovereign country? It was Donald J. Trump. And they never talk about that. But again, it's because he was strong. Certainly, some of the bad guys were afraid of what Donald J. Trump would do. But it was also because he was willing to communicate with people and open those diplomatic lines up in a way that prevented a hot spot from becoming a full military conflict. And Tulsi, you've probably heard the president tell his story, but it's one of my favorite stories of his time in office where, I guess Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, was trying to posture about his nuclear weapons and talk about how tough and big of a guy he was, and said, I have a little red button on my desk that will launch nuclear weapons. And President Trump said, I have a bigger red button on my desk. And I actually, this is such a
shout out Elton John, called that man Rocket Man. And shout out Big Wave Dave 82. He says, there's a reason I yell at the trolls, the super chat. I call them out on regular chat, and they always change what they're talking about. Huge waste of time. Bro, you know how many people just want to get in our stream, say their little stupid comment, and then leave and dip? It takes like somebody who really has something of substance to say to super chat in, put their money where their mouth is.
And it won't move the goalpost.
They just make the stupidest arguments, bro. It wouldn't even be worth super chatting in to say some of the stupid shit they say, to be honest.
Found change between the President Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, common sense view of American foreign policy and the broken consensus of the last 30 years is that we have got to recognize that the best way to advance America's interests is, yes, to build a strong military, and yes, to be willing to use it when we have to, but also to engage in diplomacy. Why have a military if you're never going to engage in diplomacy? Why always use your fellow citizens, as Tulsi said, as cannon fodder? Why not instead actually communicate from time to time? You might save the lives of your citizens and prevent a bigger disaster down the road.
That really, for me, was one of the major driving reasons why I chose to endorse President Trump. David, I'm glad you brought up the 13 who were killed at Abbey Gate. I was honored to announce my endorsement of President Trump on the 3rd anniversary of their sacrificing their lives for our country, because it is essential that every one of us as Americans always keep the memories of those who have paid that ultimate price on our hearts, and that we hold our leaders accountable. The most important responsibility the president has is to serve as our commander-in-chief. Our founders told us that the government only exists with the consent of the governed.
That's right.
We face a no-fail mission. Every one of us, a no-fail mission to save our country and save the world. And President Trump is the only choice in this election that will lead us back on that path towards peace, freedom, and prosperity. Now, before I hand it over to JD, I just want to say that when I heard the rumor mill spurring, you hadn't been announced yet, but I heard the rumor mill spurring that President Trump was going to announce that you were his pick for vice president. My heart was happy and I felt at ease because in the time that you have served in the U.S. Senate, while it hasn't been as long as many others who've been there for decades, you have lived an experience that many others haven't. You have seen the cost of war, and you've used that experience in your time leading in the U.S. Senate to take a stand against the military-industrial complex and for peace, and you standing shoulder to shoulder with President Trump, the rest of us can sleep peacefully at night. Thank you.
Thank you. It's kind of you. So, thank you, Tulsi. That was very kind of you to say. And most importantly, it's very kind of you to go around the country and convince people to elect Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. And we couldn't do this without you. Thank you. You know, I always try to encourage folks to remember why we're fighting, because it's not red team versus blue team. There are a lot of Democrats, a lot of independents who are going to support this ticket. And of course, we're proud to have their support. It's not even just to beat Kamala Harris as much as I'll probably enjoy beating Kamala Harris more than any person in this room. Trust me about that. The point here is we want to beat Kamala Harris to give the American people the leadership that the American people deserve. And that's ultimately what this election is about.
And shout out Big Wave Dave 82 $2. He said trolls keep upping the views for saying key. Man, they always do. That's what they don't realize. They're supporting the channel passive aggressively, low key.
Like they don't even know that they really are honestly our greatest supporters.
Our biggest fans. They said they come in here, run our watch hours up,
man,
our viewership, add to our comment total.
Like bro, they'll comment in the chat and then go ahead and comment in the comment section. I'm just like beautiful.
The engagement. We love it. We love it. Little do they know it ups our push in the algorithm whenever they do that.
So look, you may hate us, but we love y'all. Okay.
I almost want to address one of these guys directly, but he's so irrelevant I can't even bother myself with it.
About, you know, ma'am, you asked the question earlier. I mentioned my friend who I'm going to see tomorrow, I think, assuming all the logistics work out. And think about what the Marine Corps meant to this kid that I served with. He grew up in the Bronx. He actually, as I understand it, had some drug use and even drug dealing in his past. He shows up in North Carolina at a Marine Corps base as a young kid, and again, he's the best Marine that I ever served with. In fact, I want to tell you a funny story, because he knew gang stuff, because he had grown up in such a tough neighborhood and such a tough circumstance. And we were near a big city in North Carolina. It was late at night. It was probably 2 a.m. And he pointed to some guys over in a car at a gas station. We were stopped to get gas. And he said, I think those guys are Bloods. In other words, like members of a gang. And I said, well, why do you think that they're Bloods? And he said, well, because, you know, they're dressed a certain way. They've got a certain kind of red dress. And I think that, you know, they're dressed a certain way. They've got a certain kind of red dress. And I think that, you know, I'm just telling you, man, I think that they're Bloods. I grew up seeing this, and I think that's what's going on. And, you know, I called him Squeeze. I said, all right, Squeeze, well, you know, what would you go up and say to these guys if they were actually members of the Bloods gang? And he said, well, I'd go up to them and I'd say, what that red be like? And I said, oh, that's interesting. So what would happen, Squeeze, if I went up to those guys and said, what that red be like? And he said, I'll tell you exactly what they'd say, JD. They'd say, I'm sorry, officer, I don't know what you're talking about.
That or that. Or that.
If you think about the Marine Corps, it took a guy who was raised by hillbilly grandparents from eastern Kentucky and southern Ohio and put us into the same unit with a guy who grew up.
I don't know, JD. If you pull up in the hood in Ohio, we gonna recognize you. Don't do that, G. You're worth too much money. Please, man. Stay safe.
Oh, God.
We like you.
Around Bloods gang members from the Bronx in New York City, and it made us part of the same United Marine Corps and American team. And that is an incredible thing that our U.S. military...
And, man, shout out the military, because I have talked to friends who have served, and it is like a melting pot. Like, it brings people from all different cultures and backgrounds, socioeconomic statuses, and kind of unites them under one common cause.
Yeah.
For a good cause. Shout out the military, and it turns men or boys into men, really.
And I feel in the military, you literally learn that, we're all equal.
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
It breaks you down. It separates you from maybe the money that your parents had or the lifestyle you had outside of the military, and it just breaks you down to see every man as, I guess, equal now.
Yep. Shout out.
You gotta love it.
Mm-hmm. No one is above anybody else in the military, especially at that entry level.
Yeah.
Military does. But we've got to ask ourselves, is it going to keep doing that? Is the military going to serve that same important function? As Tulsi said, it takes civilians and turns them into warriors. It also takes people from every walk of life and makes them part of the same team. The former Marine Corps Commandant, General Charles Krulak, said the most important thing that the military does is it wins battles, but it also turns our young people into really proud servants of the United States of America. Is that still going to happen? Is it still going to have that same function for the United States of America if we put Kamala Harris into the Oval Office? I think the answer is no. So what we're up against and what we're fighting for is to preserve the most important and proudest traditions of the United States military, to ensure that our veterans get access to the benefits that they were promised. And the only way that is going to happen is if we fix the broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and give the American people a president that we can all be proud of. And so I want to ask you, over the next 6 days, I want every single person in this hangar to get out there and vote 10 times.
I'm weak.
He does close with this. Okay, he's closing.
The legal way. The legal way. The legal way you get out there and vote 10 times is you take yourself to the polls and you get 9 of your friends and family to join you.
Yep. 6 days away till election, and I don't care what side you on. Make sure you're registered. So check on your registration status, and make sure you take a friend and a family member with you, and make sure that you all show up to the polls informed. I don't care what side you vote for, but we need everybody showing up to these polls. Take place in early voting if it's still open in your respective state. This is too consequential of a time in American history for us to be sitting idly by.
Especially if you're a swing state. If you're in
PA specifically,
Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia,
PA might be swinging blue.
Ain't no way.
I seen something on CNN. I wanted to pull up. They said CNN or PA might be swinging blue.
Man, they trying to scare y'all. But
I'll go ahead, bro.
Man, they trying to scare y'all, man. But like I said, just go out there. Especially, I say go out there and vote. Especially if you're in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. We need y'all to win. Hey, Ohio, we're going red regardless. No matter what they do, we're going red. Mm-hmm. If Ohio turned blue, something went down, somebody called the police. But 9 times out of 10, we're going red. Y'all, we don't know about. So go out there, vote, do y'all thing to help America. All right,
good job, man. Too big to rig, dog. Mm-hmm. Man, shout out Vance. We'll end it right there. You wanted to do
I already got it in
okay, cool.
Got
well, I did have this going on. Fuck it, bitch.
Who, man? That girl right there.
It would have been short anyway.
Man, her speeches are always
short. She doesn't go longer than 30 minutes. That's why she didn't want to do the Joe Rogan. She was talking about, it's the logistics. We 6 days away from the voting.
Yeah, and the problem is you can't sit down for 3 hours and have a real conversation. That's the problem.
That's exactly what it is. My bad. Scroll right past it. Well, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And shout out Piers Morgan, always hosting a good panel.
Yeah, man. Shout out Piers. It's gonna be a good one, and you might want to close these out.
You close Owens up.
All right.
If this is your closing
Kamala
argument,
turning down Joe Rogan, the biggest podcaster we got.
we truly hate half of this country. This could literally cost them not just the presidential. I think this could cost them the Senate.
You know Biden's senile. You guys said he was senile and should get out of the race. Now you're like, oh, no. He means it. He's perfectly cogent. He represents all Democrats.
Van, I'm about to kick your ass.
Calm down. Beat you up.
I'm here for the MAGA tears. They're sugar for my tribe.
So talk about selective outreach. You cry over misgendering someone when a dude looks like a dude and identifies as a woman and is called she, you start crying.
It's called a radical left.
It is kind of funny that she turned down that Joe Rogan. That, for better or for worse, that would have went crazy in numbers. Some much needed views as we close out this election cycle. So I'm just like, yeah, it wasn't logistics. You can't fool me.
Yeah.
You just can't. You can't do long form comment. That's not what you specialize in.
I mean, bro, let's be real. The only time she does long form is if it's a softball interview. The longest thing she did was Oprah.
Call her daddy, maybe Oprah.
That's
all the smoke when she's damn near sitting down with one of her friends.
Yeah, or people are just telling her stuff.
Yeah. And shout out Hellbat12, $5, man. We appreciate the support. He says something I haven't seen in a debate yet. Tell a Dem to prove it every time they have a bogus BS lie, or every time they say some bogus BS lie. I mean, they have plenty of 3-second clips, right?
Bro, it's so funny because every time I say, yeah, what's your proof on that? Oh, well, they said, how don't you know? And I'm like, all right, well, let's say that I don't know. How do you know that? Go ahead, please inform us on where you got this information from. And I promise you, they'll probably play you some CNN clip. Embarrassed at themselves, they'll go ahead and send you that clip and be like, damn, I didn't investigate this.
I didn't see that whole thing. I just seen the clip. Like, bro, of course you did.
And then when you dismantle them, boy, then they want to shift goalposts. Like, man.
But what about this? Boy,
really, they want to kick the goalposts across the field. Like, god damn.
Oh, man.
Lunatics, Marxists, communists,
fascists. I like that video, y'all. Double tap the screen.
He said that we should use the military to attack the enemy from within. And then you're pretending that all of a sudden...
Make sure to like the video. And make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me. The 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Appreciate y'all.
Let's do it.
The Harris campaign began with joy and closed with fear. Hope became Hitler.
Hey, Gito.
Vibes became tribes. And the brat summer, well, it became a flat fall. The vice president made her final argument last night. She chose the ellipse in Washington, D.C. And again, the argument was more about how awful Donald Trump is than about how good she is. In fact, she mentioned Trump 24 times.
We know who Donald Trump is. He is the person who stood at this very spot nearly 4 years ago and sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol to overturn.
Nobody was armed. Nobody was armed. Why are you lying? Nobody was armed on January 6th. At least not with a gun. There was bro. What? That's what I'm saying. I really do hate when they lie. Say, they were armed. It's like, but you should be sued for this. It's like you're damn near pretty much saying a bunch of innocent people walked down there armed, ready to take out the government when they had nothing.
That's what they want y'all to think. Without that narrative, it's not a coup.
Hold on, bro.
Without that narrative, it isn't a coup.
You seen in those January 6th videos, you think they're armed? Like, think about it. Would it really... I'm gonna be real with you. They'd have actually got the job done if they were all armed. Especially the way they didn't back up the police. Oh, if these people were armed, I mean, bro, the Capitol would have been taken over completely.
Man, shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $2. He says, when is the barbecue? I'm waiting.
Oh man. We
might have to wait till our guy gets in office. We might have to throw a celebratory
barbecue on God.
A little shindig.
Hey, shout out.
The will of the people in a free and fair election.
Oh, God.
An election that he knew he lost.
We'll meet up.
Well, the polls have told us for weeks that voters feel Harris has not yet defined who she is and what she really wants to do.
Will be fire.
Last night she tried, and she really did try. There's a lot more autobiography. There was a self-effacing plea to be given a chance. Above all, she tried...
Hey, shout out Hellbat12. He said, $2. He said, Big Wave, give me a time. Give me some time, but let's make it a fish fry. Hey, shout out. I do love my fish, man. I do love my fish.
Oh, God, especially this fry.
Oh, God.
Tried to cast herself as a unifying force in a country knotted by division. But the crucial final days of her campaign have been squandered on a dark fantasy of fascists, gulags and Nazis. You can't unite and divide at the same time. You can't be for joy and nihilistic Nazism at the same time. And even as she spoke, looming behind her in the White House, the ghost of elections past appeared to give her one last splitting headache.
And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good,
Puerto Rico
decent,
in your home state of
people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Yeah, he really said
Garbage
that. I
out
opened up the
there.
stream with that, y'all. Like, he literally called Trump supporters garbage. I don't care how you feel about the joke that the comedian made at the Trump rally. It was a joke. So you can take it out of context. You can say it wasn't funny, but it was intended to be a joke. Joe Biden meant that literally.
I mean, yo.
He meant that literally.
Hey, yo, we're garbage. Okay, yep. And that, you know what's kind of funny? Kamala, it don't be Kamala that be low-key sinking herself no more. It be, bro, it's Obama and Biden that be sinking her ass.
That's what I said. A blundering mistake on his part, 6 days away from the election. And, I really went on this point earlier. That should hurt her. Because if it was Trump, bro, they would be running with that narrative past the election, win or lose.
Yeah.
That should hurt her. We should keep that in the forefront of our minds. Don't let the fucking left sweep that under the rug like I'm sure they'll try to.
Honestly, the left thinks if you think differently, you're trash. To them. That's just how they act. Think about how they act in this chat. Doesn't it make sense that Biden would say that?
And
I mean, it didn't surprise me.
No, it really doesn't.
They really don't. It's
Biden's
just like, come on now.
Bro, to what your point is, Biden's comment exemplifies that. Like, anything that they don't agree with, you're a hater.
Yeah.
You're divisive.
You're trash.
Bro, like, really?
Yeah.
I'm like, 250 million plus Americans are trash just because they don't support you or Kamala's lying ass.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And shout out King ZOP, $2. He says, man, I got the beers. Hey, shout out. You can't have a cookout without the beers. I mean, toss a White Claws my way, but
I'm weak.
You know, y'all partake if y'all want to.
Well, that was a staggeringly stupid outburst, which belongs in Hillary Clinton's infamous basket of deplorables.
Y'all gonna kill me for that
against
take, I already
effectively
know.
half of America.
A
I didn't
White
like
Claws.
Tony Hinchcliffe's jokes at the Trump rally. I just didn't think they were very funny.
Get
But
you
we've
this
had 2
Budweiser.
days of uproar about an acerbic comedian known for his roasts because he joked that Puerto Rico is an island
bring
of
the Maker's
garbage. But now the president of the
Hey,
United
now we
States
talking.
has declared that half the population of his
Yeah,
own
Casamigos.
country
Now we
is
talking.
human trash. It's hard to imagine a better way of turning out the Republican vote. Meanwhile, the Democrat strategy for turning out their own vote appears to be full-blown shrieking hysteria.
The stakes literally are life and death for every woman in America.
I mean, you're a journalist. You and I might be sharing a cell in 6 months from now.
Support Muslims, and he wants to start internment camps. And that's what we are busy talking to every voter. He's telling you what he's going to do. Believe him.
Internment camps?
Yes. He'll start internment camps.
Bro, we gotta ask. Like, are you serious?
Take it from a Brit. This is starting to feel like the
Concentration-
Brexit debate
that's what
back
your
in England.
concentration
I voted
camps,
argued
really?
against that decision to leave the
not
European
think
Union.
you're,
I
like,
still
just
do.
a little bit
But
reaching.
the Brexit campaigners ran a smart campaign which branded their opponents as Project Fear, while the Remain campaign ran around saying everyone on the other side was a terrible racist. If you browbeat people who are not happy with the state of their lives by telling them that everything will get even worse if they dare to defy you, well, don't be surprised if they decide to roll the dice.
Yeah.
To debate, I'm joined by Cenk Uygur, who's the host and founder of Young Turks, by Wajahat
Bro,
Ali.
if y'all gonna spread all this like craziness, like some people are gonna be like, well, shit, let me fuck around and find out.
Nah, facts.
Let me see for myself. Let me hear this guy for myself. Because y'all telling me some wild stuff and I want to agree with you. So let me go ahead and look for myself, though. Because I ain't just no sheep who's going to follow you.
Honestly, bro, that's kind of what turned me in the direction of Trump. I'd probably say 2017, 2018 is when I first really started to entertain the man and hear what he had to say or hear him out. Like, I like to say, where there's smoke, there's fire. I'm like, bro, all this attack, all these media narratives painted against this man, let me tune into what he's saying myself. I don't like how y'all trying to paint this man. At a certain point, I'm just like, bro, y'all say so much about the man. Like, what did he really say? Get to doing my own research. And I'm like, hold on. I see why he makes these fake news comments. Y'all be lying.
The co-host of the Democracy-ish podcast, Ben Ferguson, co-host of Verdict with Ted Cruz, and broadcaster and influencer Emily Austin. Well, 4 absolute powerhouses to debate all this. And we're going to debate, garbage, Hitler and war. What could bring the four of us all together, or five of us all together, better than that? Let me start with you, Ben Ferguson. It's been a tough couple of days for Donald Trump ever since the rally, which I was at Madison Square Garden, where they're on the back foot trying to defend what this comedian Tony Hinchcliffe has said about Puerto Rico being an island of garbage. And it must have felt like literal manna from heaven last night when Joe Biden suddenly appeared out of nowhere in his bunker on a Skype call, of all things, right as Kamala Harris was presenting her final plea to the nation. And he calls basically every Trump voter in America, so 80 million plus people, garbage.
I mean,
look,
perfect timing.
In politics, the last week of a campaign,
we appreciate you, Biden. I mean, thank God you do something to damn near overshadow the Puerto Rican joke. I mean, thank you, Biden. We really do appreciate you out here setting key media. Actually, bro, the Trump campaign appreciates you more than us at this point.
And shout out Chris Snyder, $5. He says, unfortunately, she can get away with using that term because the definition of arm is anything that can be used as offense or defense.
Your hands. I don't know, a brick. True. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you're not technically wrong. Nope, not on technicality.
Yeah, you're not wrong, bro.
But you're right, though. If you're talking about, I was talking about arms.
It's just a little bit misleading because it makes you think they came in there with they straps, like literally strapped to the teeth. But I mean, you're right.
Yeah. And make sure you like the video, guys.
Your surrogate's job is to do no
Appreciate
harm.
that, bro.
And Joe Biden went out there and said something that was just unconscionable. And if you're going to say you're outraged by a comedian, and I didn't like what he said either. I think most people were pretty, bang on with what you and I saw. Like, come on, like, don't say that. I disagree with it. And it was a bad moment for the campaign because now you're not talking about the issues in that moment. But when he walks out there and he says that Americans are, as he describes it, floating garbage. That's the gift that just keeps on giving. But when you connect the dots, like as much as people say that he's senile and obviously had to drop out of this race, look at what the Democratic Party has said, that, conservatives cling to God and they mock God and guns. You have, Kamala the other day saying you're at the wrong rally when someone says something about believing in Jesus Christ. And then you've got the basket of deplorables and
she wasn't wrong. I'm like, dude, we're talking about killing babies here. Like, what are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Christ ain't got nothing to do with this, man. You at the wrong rally. That's what she really meant.
And shout out Hellbat12, $2. He says anything can be used, can be a weapon, depends on how you use it. Yeah. Especially your mind, which is why they want us dumb and inculcated, so we can't do any independent thought. And that same weapon can be used for their narrative versus our own. Yeah.
Or to spread their narrative.
Yeah, facts. Shout out Big Wave Dave, $5. He says, yo, play that CPA video I sent you all for a troll in the chat, please. Okay, I got you. Let's pull it up.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Donald Trump's Hitler in the last week and that he's a fascist and that Kamala Harris believes a fascist. If this is your closing argument to the American people that we truly hate, half of this country, and we think that you are deplorables, that you are garbage, that you are fascists, that you are Nazis, that you are Hitler, I don't think that's the closing argument that the Democratic Party or any strategist would say, yes, this is what you should be saying in the last days. And I think this could literally cost them not just the presidential. I think this could cost them the Senate, and I think it could cost them some House seats as well, because it is the worst things you could say about half the country going into the final days. You're supposed to have some hope. I mean, Barack Obama, remember, why did he win? He won because he ran off of hope and change. There was some unity in his message. It was hard to land punches against him when he was running against
No, they didn't lose no voters. I'm be real with you. I don't think they lost any voters saying that.
What's that now? My bad.
Like honestly, you would only lose. He's only going to lose the voters who, he's only going to lose the Kamala Harris voters who actually are, honestly, reasonable ones.
Yeah.
He's only going to lose the reasonable ones who'll be like, yo, my best friend's a Trump supporter. I may not agree with him, but yo, saying that he's garbage is crazy.
Right.
He's like, bro, I would say even on my side, like, bro, my dad was to hear this. He'd be like, yo, my son's a Trump supporter. What the hell are you talking about?
He's
ain't
garbage?
trash.
Like, nah, we disagree, but he's not garbage. It's my damn son.
It's like, the hell wrong with y'all? Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be the supporters who have that type of connection to the Trump supporters.
And that's how we should all look at politics, honestly, with an open mind. It should be policy. We shouldn't have this blind allegiance to a candidate or a party. Like, hear it out the policy.
Like garbage. Like, there's some good, bro. There are good people on both sides.
Shout out. I love it. And shout out Big Wave Dave 82. He says he wants us to pull up this CPA video. Informative stuff, really.
Oh, yeah. Just make sure to go to the history. Should be right there.
Cool.
Shout out. Very informative.
And like the video if you haven't already, guys.
The tax deduction for a startup is just $5,000. Part of my plan is we will expand the tax deduction for startups to $50,000.
So Kamala is making this sound way cooler than it really is, because the reality is for most small businesses, they open their doors pretty quickly and they get all of their tax deductions, right? When you think of startup expenses, it's only limited to that period of time for certain types of expenses when you haven't yet opened your doors and started an active trade or business. Now, even then, it's very limited as far as what type of expenses even count. So your classic business that's going to spend a lot of money before opening their doors is probably doing things like capital improvements or things like research and development, R&D, developing a software. And those types of expenses are still required to be capitalized and wouldn't even benefit from this proposal. And for actual tax law from a tax attorney, subscribe.
The current tax deduction for a startup is just $5,000. Part of my plan is we will expand the tax deduction for startups to $50,000.
So Kamala is making this sound way cooler than it really is, because the reality is for most small businesses, they open their doors pretty quickly and they get all of their tax deductions, right? When you think of startup expenses, it's only limited to that period of time for certain types of expenses when you haven't yet opened your doors and started an active trade or business. Now, even then, it's very limited as far as what type of expenses even count. So your classic business that's going to spend a lot of money before opening their doors is probably doing things like capital improvements or things like research and development, R&D, developing a software. And those types of expenses are still required to be capitalized and wouldn't even benefit from this proposal. And for actual tax law from a tax attorney, subscribe.
The current tax deduction for a startup is just $5,000. Part of my plan is we will expand the tax deduction for...
It's funny because AKA is not really going to help. And then that's what I'm saying, like the startup costs, like what about the before startup costs? So, because in the startup when you open your doors, right?
Yeah.
That, then what? Because, all right, I don't know.
And she's saying it's only applicable to certain expenses, like it wouldn't even cover everything. Like,
man, does at least cover the licensing of your LLC or something, or your S corps or whatever.
Like the shit you need to get your foot in the door.
Oh God, like that's startup costs. But she did say, oh, to build a website. I'm like, a website's after your business is set up. Like, you don't just build a website before you have a business. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Like, so what is she talking about? But all right.
That's probably one of the most inexpensive parts of building a business is the website, is the web development. And hold on real quick. We had one more short I wanted to react to. Shout out one of our supporters. He said he wanted to remain anonymous on this one, but man, I think everybody needs to see this. Now, again, this is YouTube, so take this with a grain of salt, or take it how you want to. The short isn't really too important here. It's just the comments. It's the comment here. Let me find it, bro. So y'all take a look at this.
Trump 2024 just voted for Kamala twice, once by mail and once in a person to
negate your vote. So you got people admitting to illegally voting right here on YouTube in broad daylight. Now, like I said, this is a YouTube comment, so who knows if he's satirically saying this or if he's just talking out his ass. But right here, man.
Yo,
I just wanted to share that with y'all real quick, right?
Voted for Kamala twice, once by mail and once in person to negate your vote.
Yep.
Ha ha ha! Crying, laughing face.
Yep. I don't want to stay here too long.
Times 5.
Right. Right. How to let us know, how to emphasize how funny it was.
Okay.
But, yeah, I just wanted to share that with y'all real quick. I thought it was intriguing.
Good for him.
Shout out our supporter. You know who you are, man, for sharing that with us.
You son of a bitch.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Like, God damn. You said it in broad day, too. Like, no shame? None at all.
Well, aren't you?
Oh,
Oh, well, did it behind a faceless account, the coward, of course.
Oh, God, like you said, you son of a biscuit.
McCain. And people felt like he was going to bring the country together. Kamala Harris is doing the complete opposite of that. I don't understand. It's inexplicable to me that this is their campaign strategy.
Yeah, either way, troll or no troll, bro. Like,
there, but wow, I've got to say, you tweeted several days ago you thought Trump might be heading for victory. When I heard this garbage line last night from Biden, and whatever the White House tries to do by putting an apostrophe at the end, trying to pretend he was talking about Hinchcliffe, it's very clear he said supporters. If you label Trump supporters as garbage, you are falling into exactly the same trap, as Ben Ferguson just said, that Hillary Clinton did, of wiping out an entire section of the American society as deplorable, garbage, whatever. And coming off the back of the absurd Nazi Hitler nonsense, what happened? My question for you is, what happened to the joy? Where's the joy gone here?
You see, I've still got the joy because I'm about to tell you how ridiculous you guys are. But first, let me acknowledge things that are true. So, number one, Biden shouldn't have said it. Look, my co-host on the Young Turks, Anna Kasparian, has been trying to get everybody to stop attacking the voters themselves. I think she's absolutely right about that. I've been guilty of that in the past, and we're trying to get past this. So Biden shouldn't have said that. On the other hand, you know Biden's senile. I mean, look at that clip that you played, stuttering up Puerto Rico, Delaware, and we're still... You guys said he was senile and should get out of the race. Now you're like, oh, no, he means it. He's perfectly cogent. He represents all Democrats. So
well, hang on.
By the way, don't say that.
Why they let him? Why does his? I'm sounding like Biden. Why did his advisors let him get on camera and ignorantly say that? Yes, he's senile. Yes, he lacks cogency. Yes, he's in severe cognitive decline. We all know it. So why did his advisors? Why did his campaign managers let him get on camera and foolishly say that? It was a blundering mistake.
Did that dog say his Puerto Rico and Delaware?
He fumbled, and I pretty much what he was alluding to is the Puerto Ricans he knows from Delaware aren't like that.
The Puerto Rico I know from Delaware.
Bro, he fumbled like 3 times before he could really make it coherent. I was just like, Biden, yo, sit down.
Oh, Biden.
Bro, go back to the beach, bro. Like, we're good, bro. We're good.
With an ice cream cone.
Bro, please. Preferably. Just off the camera. Like, we don't need to see this.
Like, stop the elder abuse, okay, guys?
Bro, it's sad, bro. We representing our country, and this is what we got? Like, bro. God forbid something happened in these last few weeks of his presidency.
Bro, no wonder our adversaries are acting up.
Like, bro,
I'd act the fool too, bro.
It's like when the substitute teacher
that's literally what's on my head right now.
You go crazy when that substitute teacher, especially when they say your real teacher was out for a week long.
Oh, you were acting.
Bro, you was acting an ass, bro. I'm talking about even the best kids were showing their ass.
Man,
like, bro.
Hang on.
Okay, here we go. Of course. Just to be clear. Ben speaks for 2 minutes, and I always get interrupted.
No, you'll have plenty of time. But just to be clear, he remains the president of the United States.
Hey, what's up, Kirsten?
Joe Biden hasn't quit. He remains in the Oval Office running your country. So I'm sorry to jump in and point out that we may think he's senile, which I do, but he's still running your country.
Okay, Piers, you know my position on Biden. I ran against him because I thought he was senile, and I thought it was ridiculous. But now all of a sudden you're pretending he's not senile. He is senile. It's like getting mad at somebody with Alzheimer's. What are you getting mad at him for? Well, that's ridiculous. But that's not the point, guys. Look, I'm granting you that he definitely shouldn't have said that, and Debbie Dingell definitely shouldn't have said internment camps because Trump never said that. Now, having said that, guys, are you really pretending to be offended after you've supported Donald Trump, who has said everything in the world about left-wing voters, radical left lunatics? Hey, here we go again. No interruptions. He's called them radical left lunatics, Marxist, communist, fascist. He said that we should use the military to attack.
Here's the problem with these names. I don't really see a fascist as honestly a threat. I don't see a communist. Like, he believes in communism. Cool. As long as you can't enact it, I don't see you as a threat. Like, you can have your beliefs, and we could agree to disagree. But when you call somebody a dictator, a threat to the democracy, he's gonna hurt people, he's hurt people in every way, shape, and form, is like, yeah, that's a difference right there, my friend. That's a difference. Calling a person a lunatic, I'm not fearing that person. Like, calling somebody like what, a Marxist, a communist, nah. But you call somebody a dictator. Yeah, no, that might just do it. That might just put a little worry in me.
Attack the enemy from within. and then you're pretending that all of a sudden you caught feelings? MAGA, do better than that. You're being ridiculous and you know it. Now you're snowflakes. Now you're snowflakes. After all
let me bring, hang on. Don't all shout. Let me bring in Emily. Let me bring in Emily. Emily, apparently we're snowflakes if we're offended by Joe Biden calling 80 million Americans garbage. I don't think that's snowflakery. I mean, I do remember for the last 3 days, all I've heard is Democrats screaming.
You're all ignoring all the things Trump has said. You guys are so nuts.
If I just say, I'll come back to you.
Trump is the most vicious politician of our lifetime.
The way Democrats,
he's like purist and driven snow.
Wait a second. The way Democrats have pivoted. Hang on. The way Democrats have pivoted in the last 3 days from garbage is the worst slur imaginable to just because Joe Biden calls 80 million Americans garbage, suddenly, why are you getting so offended? Is laughable. Emily, to you.
Okay, let me make something clear. The Republicans are not snowflakes, and since Biden called the Americans who support Trump garbage, all I've seen on X are memes of people going to vote now in garbage bags, memes of people putting trash cans on the street and saying it's a family portrait. Republicans are not snowflakes, and truth be told, I don't think anyone's offended because, yes, our sitting president, who has nuclear codes, is a senile old man that, let me remind everyone, Kamala literally 2.5 months ago was endorsing him and reminding everyone that he is sharp as a tack. But here's the issue. It doesn't speak to the Republicans. It's showing the American people, despite Harris, Walz claiming they're the party of unity and they're for everyone, and yes, Harris is a continuation of Biden, who's failed as a president, they claim to try to unite everyone. But then the sitting president goes out and says, oh, you all are garbage. We don't care what he says. He's delusional. But it speaks to their character, it speaks to their party, and it speaks to their values. And that is a problem that they're showing the American people their true colors. Republicans don't care. Call us garbage.
How about
call us
your
deplorables. We just want our president in office.
Okay,
Vajja,
I mean, look,
how about your values?
Whatever,
Hang on,
Trump
Jake, does is attack us 8,000 times, and you totally ignore that.
We don't call you Hitler. We don't say you should go to camps for re-education.
He's called us every name in the book.
We're coming to Hitler.
He's called us Marxists.
We're coming to Hitler, which is now only the second most offensive thing of the week. Vajja, from a political point of view, the stupidity of what Biden did can't be overstated, really, because Kamala Harris, I watched it last night. Look, I think she talks a lot of word salad nonsense. Honestly, I do. She wouldn't inspire me to open a crisp packet, let alone vote for her. However, she's the Democrat nominee. The polls are absolutely neck and neck, particularly in the swing states. The very last thing she would have wanted, when she's presented her final argument to the nation, is for Joe Biden, the guy she's replaced, who's still her president, to pop up on a Skype call of all things and say this kind of thing, which, whether it's been misinterpreted or not, and I don't think it has been, it's just such a gift to Republicans, isn't it?
This is me playing the world's smallest violin for all the fake outrage of MAGA and Trump supporters, who I believe are the most fickle, brittle, weak people on earth, who can dispense cruelty and demand civility, who hate safe spaces for everyone, want safe spaces for themselves, and who, by the way, with this hypocritical fake outrage, the reason why I don't think most people will care.
Whoa. Fickle? We hate God damn it. Safe spaces for everyone, only want safe spaces for ourselves? Y'all are the party of censorship. Literally the pot calling the kettle black.
I'm sorry, but he said violin is hilarious.
These are y'all policies. These are y'all beliefs. And then now you want to gaslight us like, no, y'all are the snowflakes. Y'all are the party of censorship. Y'all only want the spaces to speak freely. Y'all don't want to allow us our platforms. Like,
bro, we can't tell a joke without y'all taking it literally. Okay, so y'all, come on now. Y'all can't be talking about snowflakes here. And then when y'all talk about us, y'all mean it. Y'all literally mean this.
Exactly. Shout out Brackish Bass. Brackish Bass. Hey, good to see you, bro.
Hey.
$2. He said, Trump calls the candidates names, not the voters. Yeah, that's what he means by the enemy within. The politicians who operate within our government that operate against the American people's interests. Simple as that. But y'all want to take it and be, oh no, he's talking about Kamala Harris supporters. He's talking about the blue. I'm just like, nah, bro.
Nah, trust
me. But when Biden said what he said about Trump supporters, he meant that literally. He specifically called us out.
Bro, most Kamala supporters don't even know what the left is truly doing out here. So, and if they, I'm gonna be real with you, if they did know, they'd be disgusted. But they don't know. So I really can't see them as the same left-wing lunatics that's in the White House who are the ones letting these laws pass down. Those are the left-wing lunatics. The people in the White House that's letting this stuff go. The people in the White House or in the Senate, Congress that's letting this stuff pass.
Yeah.
Those are the left-wing lunatics. We're not talking about the people who vote for them because sometimes they don't even know what they're voting for.
Bro.
They don't even know what these people really stand on.
Bro,
when people
facts.
voted in Gavin Newsom, you think he was going to start letting kids do gender-affirming care? Hell nah. But look where we're at.
Nah, big fact.
Is because people know what Trump is for the past 9 years. And just yesterday, Donald Trump, who is running for president, Joe Biden is not, and Joe Biden, he's 81 years old, he has a stutter, and by the way, I appreciate the context that he gave. I don't think he needed to, but he did. Donald Trump yesterday, final pitch to the country. You know what he called America? A garbage can. Donald Trump said all of us, 340 million Americans, live in a garbage can. Yes, he did. Yesterday in his speech, he said America is a garbage can. Yesterday, Donald Trump said Democrats.
Hey, and shout out Big Wave Dave, 82, $20. He says, didn't Biden Harris just put in the law that military can shoot U.S. citizens on U.S. soil?
Yeah,
the Department of Defense.
Yep, the DOD done said it is okay under martial law for them to go ahead and take us out if enacted. So, yeah. And you know what? God damn it, military. I'm talking about military men or my guys in the military. Don't let them do this to us. Bro, come on now. Y'all supposed to be protecting us. Y'all know damn well. Come on now. I don't even believe the military is going to even hop down on that type of grind.
I don't think there's enough people in the military to stand by that.
But yeah, it's like, I'm an optimistic guy, and I just believe in the people. So it's just like, bro, if you told a whole bunch of soldiers, yeah, we're going to go out there and hurt citizens, they're going to be like, bro, who?
No,
not I.
Not me.
That's not what I signed up for. Hold on here. It's like, well, whoa, what y'all talking about? We're supposed to be protecting these people. Now you want to go out there and literally hurt these people?
Nah, bro.
Yeah, you're tripping, G. And then you're telling there's going to be soldiers that I work with that might go out there and hurt some of my friends and family? Yeah, I think I might have to hop back on the other side real quick.
I like how Tulsi Gabbard worded it. Soldiers aren't cannon fodder, which is to say they're not toy soldiers. You can't just place them on whatever piece of the board you want them to and tell them what to do like that.
They're people.
Yeah, they're people with their own allegiance to their families and American citizens. Like, you can't just tell them to do something crazy and outlandish like that and expect them to act and move. It's wild as hell.
Democrats, where the majority are sick and evil people. Yesterday, folks, Donald Trump, when confronted
calling people
his
Hitler,
offensive
it's a good
comments,
context. If you talk about context,
let me finish, Ben. Don't gish gallop. Ben, I'm about to kick your ass. Don't gish gallop. Just listen to me. I listen to you.
Dude, you're like a $1.20, and this is what they're supposed to do, okay? I laugh this.
Just let me listen. I'm going to do it with a smile on my face.
Hang on.
Hey, Piers Morgan is toxic. He loves this
Oh,
shit.
he's toxic.
You see the smile on Piers' face when that happened, bro? He loves this shit. Shout out Andres P, $5. He says, have y'all heard about the cyber attack on November 5th? About a cyber? No, I haven't.
I have not. Sure.
Do tell.
Yeah, please inform us. I'm going to have to look into that.
All right, man. We always down for some conspiracy.
20, and this is what liberals do, okay? I laugh this.
Just let me listen. I'm going to do it with a smile on my face.
Hang on. Calm down.
I'm going to beat you up.
Don't talk over each other because people can't hear. But I do really. Hang on. I do want to see. Hang on, Ben.
I'm going to beat up here.
Casually.
I do want to see Vajjahat try and kick Ben Ferguson's ass. So off you go, Vajjahat.
Not going to happen.
All right. I'm going to do it with a smile on my face.
Political boxing matches? I mean, hey, the left be going crazy, so we might as well have some political boxing matches at this point. Like Shankman's talking about he beating people's asses. Bro, it's always the left. At this point, we just need boxing matches. Once the election's over, let's just get all the aggression out and just all have boxing matches. Let's go ahead and set them up, blow them up with some endorsements. Y'all can go ahead and talk y'all ish, and then there we go. Y'all gonna fight it out in the ring.
Shout out Main Scoop, $5. Appreciate that. He said Elon Musk said Trump will crash the economy. Y'all have been crying about inflation, but haven't spoken on. You mean Elon Musk?
The same person?
Hold on. You mean Elon Musk, the most successful entrepreneur of our time? Trump, one of the most notable, popular entrepreneurs of our time? You telling me these people don't know anything about business, money, and the economy? Come on, man. Y'all really got to really think about some of the stuff y'all say. And what policy do you think that they plan on enacting that's going to crash the economy? Come on now.
But you must have wrote that to irritate us.
Oh, God.
There was no way you just said that. Hold on. You mean the Trump, Elon, the same one that's endorsing Trump?
Bro.
Like, what are you talking about? You know Elon's endorsing Trump. Did you not see Elon jumping for Trump at the rally? Does that sound like bro, look at what you just said, and according to how reality is right now, you're saying that Elon said something bad about Trump, but he's on Trump's side.
Well, I think he's saying in collaboration they plan on crashing the economy, and I'm like, through what policy?
Bro, I don't even know. I don't think we can give him that. He said Elon Musk said Trump will crash the economy.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, what you literally wrote don't even match up with reality.
Hold on, yeah, I missed that. Good eye, because I thought he was saying in collaboration they were going to crash the economy, and I'm just like, okay, that doesn't make sense. But still, not even now that I know what you said, it doesn't even make sense. Still.
Oh man,
through what policy? That's my question. Through what policy?
Like where?
Elaborate, man. We appreciate the pushback, but yeah, you're gonna have to explain a little bit on that one. And shout out Big Wave Dave 82, $2. He says, "Where, man? Nah, facts,
bro.
Facts. We questioning the same thing, Big Wave Dave. Like I'm
the same man that's on his like team, that's on the campaign, that's out there campaigning for him, that's out here paying Trump supporters $1 million just to sign up for some shit is like that same guy."
Bro, y'all get on here and say stupid shit like that and be like, look it up. Bro, we show y'all whole videos to support any claims we make. And then even after we prove our point or disprove a point you guys have tried to make, we tell you guys to do your own independent research and point you in the direction to do so. Y'all get on here and say silly shit, trivial shit like that and just be like, well, look it up. I seen a clip. I'm sorry, bro. That's just disingenuous, and that's not how you frame any argument. You can't get somebody of a certain intellect to go along with whatever point you're trying to make when you have such a weak stance like that. And with respect to you, bro, I'll leave it at that because you did stand on your opinion with a super chat. But bro, you can't just say, well, look it up. Come on, man. It's a little bit disingenuous to your argument. Big Wave Dave 82, $2. He said he paid for it. I'm calling out his lies.
Face, I'm gonna do it relaxed. Yesterday, when Donald Trump was confronted with, I'm glad you and Ben and Pierce agree that it was horrific, disgusting comments against Puerto Rico, black people, against Jews, against Palestinians, against women, which, by the way, have rallied Puerto Ricans all across America. You know what Donald Trump said? No big deal. Yesterday, this past week, J.D. Vance said, get over it. J.D. Vance.
Hey, and shout out Andres P. $5. He looked like he's adding a little bit more context to what he said originally. Department of Homeland Security insider admitted false flag cyber attack on November 5th will rig election for Harris. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So the problem with this man's accusation is everything is covered by left wing. So I'm pretty sure they're taking Elon Musk out of context. Like, but they're even saying, oh, it's going to cause hardship at first. Oh, it's going to tank the economy. And this is all covered by left-wing media. I mean,
shout out Ground News.
Man, there's really nobody. And there's only 2 news sources really that like came out with it on the groundbreaking side, and all left-wing. So, yeah. I ain't going to lie to y'all. When y'all say this type of stuff, please look up the biases in your news publications. Like, come on now. Because every time they say, oh, Elon Musk says something bad about Trump's economy, it's only the left that's covering it.
And shout out John Gaston, $2. He said, Trump and Elon are not smart, smiley face. They exploit folks. And the left doesn't? Kamala doesn't? They don't pander? They don't exploit?
I mean, what you mean the billionaires on the left doesn't?
Come on, man.
I mean, like y'all be forgetting that there are more billionaires on the Democrat side than the Republican side, but y'all want to stick it to the rich man so bad.
Most of the claims y'all make about the right can be made on both sides, bro. On both sides, bro. You say they pander, you say they exploit people. Like, bro, we can say the same about the left, if not further the claim that they exploit folks. Like, what was Kamala doing campaigning with Beyonce if that wasn't pandering and exploitation of the black vote?
They want to come out with some BS ass plan for Puerto Rico now that it's been highlighted. Oh, there's trash in Puerto Rico that you could have fixed 3 years ago.
Wasn't nobody talking about Puerto Rico before that?
Bro, and now there's some comedian made a joke about it. Now you want to come out with some plan for Puerto Rico? Like the disingenuousness. Oh, you found out you're down the polls of black men. Now you want to come out with some damn plan for black men that you could have been enacted? Bro, kiss my ass.
Hispanic plan. Did you see that as well?
Bruh.
Like, come on, bro. And did we miss one? Okay, yeah. Andres P, we're definitely going to look into that, bro. Appreciate you sharing that. And shout out Big Wave Dave 82 coming in with another 5, man. We appreciate the support, Big Wave. He said, wow, Chos are starting to super chat. Come on now, bro. At least use the money for something with substance. I mean, hey, I ain't going to lie, Big Wave Dave. This is what we asked for. But when they come on here with these silly ass points that can just easily be disproved.
It's like, it doesn't make no sense.
This man said they're not smart. Like, bro, what? You talking about the most successful entrepreneur ever in the history of the fucking human race? Like, bro, who got more money than Elon? And you saying he's not smart? Like, come on, bro. I'm assuming you're joking. Bro. I appreciate the support to the stream either way, but bro, come on, bro. You can't be serious.
His vice president is the one who called him Hitler. By the way, guess who said that Donald Trump praises Hitler? 4-star General John Kelly. Just in the past 2 weeks, in the final 2 weeks of his campaign to unify.
It was a joke, bro. Comedians don't need to clarify. They don't need to apologize for their jokes. That like makes the jokes not, bro. Have you ever heard anybody say when you have to explain the joke, it makes it not funny? Bro, say the joke and move on. Some jokes hit, some jokes don't. But y'all having y'all panties in a bunch over it is really just your own. It's your own. It's your own feelings getting involved. It was a joke. And shout out John Gaston. He said, pull up some videos about Peter Thiel. What videos? What one specifically? We already know who Peter Thiel is. He's the billionaire that endorsed J.D. Vance. So, we're informed.
Mentor.
We're informed, bro. So we're already aware of who Peter Thiel is. I think he was the co-founder of PayPal.
Oh, yeah, and he's going off that hit piece that they were doing. They were just reaching all into his history, trying to take away his rag from riches story.
We already reacted to that.
So hold on. You're complaining about a man who came from the bottom, worked his way into Ivy League, gained the attention of a billionaire, one of the most notable billionaires of our time, one of the most notable billionaires of our time, I believe, PayPal.
Co-founder, I believe.
And y'all hating? Y'all talking down on that. Like, bro, y'all is the biggest haters, bro, at this point. Ain't no way, bro. That's the best rag to riches stories I've ever heard. Well, not ever heard, but top 10. Place that 9.
America, you know what Donald Trump said? That the people who are against him are enemy of the people, another Hitler line, and he said he would unleash the military and the National Guard against U.S. citizens, against immigrants and migrants. He said he will invoke the Alien Sedition Act that in turn Japanese Americans. This is the same man who ran against the same man who promoted a neo-Nazi conspiracy about Haitian immigrants eating pets, even after he was told it was a lie. The Wall Street Journal, funded by Murdoch, not a left-wing rag, a right-wing outlet, reported that him and Vance were told it was a lie. He still said it, which has caused stochastic terrorism in Springfield, Ohio. So this is Donald Trump. The majority of people don't care. The majority of people know Biden apologized. He stuttered. And the majority of people saw Kamala Harris at the ellipse. 75,000 people came. You saw the last point. Last point I'll make. 75,000 people came out to see Kamala Harris at the ellipse. I'm so glad she was at the ellipse because you know why? It's a contrast. Kamala Harris was there for the Constitution, for the United States of America, for the rule of law. Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection. And just 2 weeks ago at Univision, when the 56-year-old Latino construction worker asked him to apologize for it, he didn't. And you saw that view of those Latino women. He is going to lose. I'm here for the MAGA tears. They're sugar for my chai.
Okay, he said for the MAGA tears, Ben. Are you prepared to start crying?
I go back to, and this is why I feel like it's going to be a very strong election night. There's nothing that was just talked about
Like even
that matters to the people that are hurting and suffering in this country right now.
Bro, that's
nothing that was just said there was unifying. Nothing that was just said there was about the concerns of people that are struggling in this country with inflation, with illegal immigration, with convicted terrorists coming across the border, with those that are convicted of murder and rape that are coming across the border. There is zero concern for the American people in your closing argument. And this is the reason why Donald Trump will win on election night. Because the only thing you can do, come out and say is, if I disagree with you, I'm going to kick your ass.
Well, he
which,
kind
by
of
the way,
said it.
goes
He
back to what
alluded
you guys
to it.
do. We don't like you, we lock you up. We imprison you. We put you in prison.
Ben, do you agree with Donald Trump?
And then you're like, I don't like, I'm going to kick your ass. Like, this is your closing argument. You guys need to, like, get out of junior high.
I wasn't the one. I didn't participate in a violent insurrection, Ben. I didn't participate in a violent insurrection.
I denounced it when it happened. So guess what? We're not all. See, this is the difference.
Okay,
you guys hate half of America, and you don't understand that your hatred is said everyone is bad when one person or two people do something.
Donald Trump hates all of America.
Gentlemen, let's let the lady speak. Emily.
Please,
Thank you,
please.
boys.
The TDS is
The problem
strong.
is that I think the Democratic Party, they're way too emotional about this election. And it's funny that Wajout's
they're
calling
losing.
the MAGA people the sensitive ones. When you cry over misgendering someone, when a dude looks like a dude and identifies as a woman and is called she, you start crying. So
And shout out Steph. Almost forgot Steph. My bad, girl. I'll pull that up for you real quick.
What was it? Was that one clip that I pulled up?
No, it was hold on. I thought I
don't
added it
talk
the
to me about
history. Just a second,
oversensitivity.
Steph.
That's a definition of the Democratic Party.
Yes,
You don't
homophobia
have
and
to like
yes,
Donald
go
Trump.
after the transgenders.
You guys have TDS syndrome. You don't understand that this is not about emotions. Ben just said it perfectly. Every single argument that the
Shout out to Joseph Say, man. We appreciate you, dog. First super chat on live. You honor us with that, man. He ain't had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support, bro. We appreciate you.
left uses against the right are not real factors that impact the American.
All right, real quick. Shout out Steph Troutman, one of our OG supporters, really.
Members.
Member as well. Always holding it down for us as well, man.
Part of the team.
You need people like Steph on your team, on your side, man. We're going to pull up that video for you, girl. Real quick. Let's kick this off. Let's react to some of this.
Office. Registration forms are being researched for potential fraud stemming from 2 separate drop batches by individuals. At that time, staff contacted the district attorney's office and members of the board of.
My bad, y'all. I was giving Steph a shout out, and we put up a video of election voter fraud, registration fraud already taking place in PA. Allegedly, purportedly, of course. But yeah, shout out Steph. Unique perspective as she's stationed in PA.
Elections. Applications in these batches are going through an extensive multi-step review process, including the district attorney's office for further investigation as warranted. This includes issues of duplicate handwriting matching other voter registration forms in the batches, inconsistent signatures with what is on the file in the Shore system, because some of these or many of these are duplicates, unverifiable and or accurate addresses, and inaccurate driver's license or social security number verification. We have an obligation under the election code. Just not only that, but a moral.
Breaking news, y'all. Breaking where I need my son. There you go. Got to go into
And shout out, bro. It's
getting real.
just,
make sure y'all go out and vote. Make sure y'all.
I've never been a fan of reacting to a reaction channel. Like, it's kind of funny.
I go out and vote, man. And I going 20. We'll show it.
Attorney Heather, Chief Clerk of. On Tuesday afternoon, I was contacted by Krista Miller, who is our Chief Clerk of Elections, regarding potentially fraudulent voter registration applications that had recently been received by her office. At that time, she informed me that the Elections Office received approximately 2,500 applications at or near the deadline for registering to vote. While preparing to process these applications, staff noticed that numerous applications appeared to have the same handwriting, were filled out on the same day with unknown signatures, and some were previously registered voters, excuse me, and the signatures on file did not match the signatures on the application. So before I begin to summarize our preliminary findings, I must remind everyone that this is an ongoing investigation, and for that reason, I will be limited in the details that I can provide. Lancaster County detectives began investigating the voter registration applications and immediately found applications that were indeed fraudulent. Indicators of fraud included inaccuracies with the addresses listed on the applications, false personal identification information, as well as false names.
Watch this story doesn't break media. Goddamn, I can't talk. Mainline media or news. Goddamn, what am I trying to say, Sid?
Oh, you're pretty much trying to say how the mainstream media is not even going to cover this. They're not going to touch on it. They're going to cover it with a blanket. And then if the election gets stolen, they're going to tell us that we're crazy and that this never even happened.
Thank you. Goddamn. Yeah.
A number of the applications also contained names that did not match the provided Social Security information. In some cases, applications contained correct personal identification information, such as the correct address, correct phone number, date of birth, driver's license number, and Social Security number. But the individuals listed on the applications informed detectives that they did not request the form, they did not complete the form, and verified that the signature on the form was not theirs. At this point, it is believed that the fraudulent voter registrations are connected to a large-scale canvassing operations for voter registrations that date back to June. However, the majority of the applications received are dated August 15th and after. Those canvassing for voter registrations were employed and paid to obtain voter registration applications. The majority of the applications were from residents in the city of Lancaster. However, applications were also received from residents in Columbia, Elizabethtown, Mountjoy, Akron, Ephrata, Stevens, Strasburg, as well as other locations across Lancaster County. The canvasses themselves took place at various shopping centers, parking lots of grocery stores and businesses, sidewalks, and parks. During these preliminary investigations, detectives were able to verify some of the applications were indeed legitimate. In these instances, the applicant verified that they did provide information to a canvasser. For these applications, we will immediately advise voter registration and that we confirm that they are legitimate.
And if this is happening in PA, then I'm sure it's safe to assume this is happening across other states. And PA is one of our key critical swing states. So it's a scary thought to assume that it's happening in PA already. They've confirmed it. They found out. But again, it's safe to assume this is most likely happening across America and other critical points and critical areas.
Legitimate requests, and voter registration will process that application. Thus far, of the investigations that we have completed, we have determined that 60% have been fraudulent. That is of the investigations that we've completed. We do have more to do today, and my understanding is that voter registration is still going through the box of 2,500, but should be completed sometime here today. As I said, the investigation is ongoing. We are aware of at least 2 other counties that received similar applications that are currently being investigated. At this point, we have confirmed violation of our crimes code as well as our elections code. We have all available detectives working on this. We are all hands on deck so that we can properly assess the validity of these applications in a timely manner. If needed, we will request additional assistance from our local police departments.
Crazy.
Shout out.
It's like they don't really care. It's kind of crazy. It's like, and then these people come in court, they testify, or they come to the news, they testify, and it all gets swept under a rug.
So confirmed cases of registration fraud going on in PA. And again, like I said before I had my little brain fart, I bet this doesn't make mainstream media. I bet it doesn't. Just like they're going to try and sweep under the rug the fact that Biden called Trump supporters garbage. The same rug that he swept that under, they're going to try and sweep this under as well. This isn't going to get that mainstream attention like it should. And you can best believe if it's happening in PA, it's probably a microcosm of what's happening in other respective states and areas across America. 6 days away from the election and they found this out. So come on, y'all. Like I said, we need great turnout come November 5th. Too big to rig, and they already trying. And shout out Steph for sharing that with us.
Appreciate you, girl.
Great insight.
American people. They're not factors that keep America safe. It's nothing that helps the economy. You focus solely on how does Trump make me feel when I go to sleep at night. He doesn't like women. He made a joke about a black person and a Jew and a Muslim and a Christian. Listen to me, that comedian, you guys are pretending suddenly everyone cares about Puerto Rico, but when they were after hurricane, no one gave a damn about them. But let's just forget that for a moment. This comedian makes fun of everyone. So talk about selective outrage. That joke caused selective outrage because he literally rips every demographic of people. And let me tell you the difference. This comedian is not our sitting president. When the sitting president calls half of America garbage, that's a bigger problem than a comedian who rips every group of people speaking at a rally. Do me a favor, selective outrage. You guys can't stop crying nonstop about your TDS.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the point about Tony Hinchcliffe is... Hang on. The point about Tony Hinchcliffe, if you watch the Netflix Tom Brady roast special, he is the star of that roast. He says stuff that makes what he said at the Madison Square Garden seem like a tea party. I mean, he is an offensive roaster of absolutely everyone and everything. And nobody seemed to mind when he was doing it in a Netflix special, which is still available.
They loved it.
Tom Brady's roasting. Everyone found him hilarious. And my point to you, Jane,
Did it fit any political agenda?
Jon Stewart, of all people, came forward and said, I'm sorry, I find this guy funny. And I wonder how many of the people screaming about Tony Hinchcliffe's jokes quietly found him quite funny. I didn't particularly, but a lot of people would have found his humour funny if they know he's a roaster. But I'm feigning outrage. And then the moment Biden, who is the president of the United States, uses exactly the same word to slur 80 million Americans, suddenly we should all stop being offended. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, so first of all, I respect Jon Stewart. So when he said he likes him as a comic, fine. But you're wrong about one thing. He slurred all of those minorities. You're right. But there's one group he didn't touch at all. White people. And men. And MAGA. Huh, what a funny coincidence from a brave roaster.
Hold on. He did touch Jewish people. Does that count?
In front of MAGA, you don't roast them
shout
at
out
all.
Andres P.
All you do...
$10 coming back in with some support. He says LFA TV source, AFCEA, Armed Forces Communications Electronics Association partners with DHS for large-scale tabletop cyber attack security exercise on November 5th in Atlanta, Georgia.
It would be Atlanta, Georgia, the state that we do need. I would just say, bro, if we win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, election over.
I just want to say, shout out this man for citing his sources.
Bro.
He didn't say, look it up. He didn't say, oh, it exists. Do your own research. Cited the sources for everybody to get on here, look at, and go do your own independent research on. Man, shout out Andres P. and people who do the critical thinking necessary, man. We need more guys like that. Because he didn't just say, look it up.
Because even he's known that, all right, this does sound a bit off the wall. But, here's the source, though.
Came with the, bro, shout out, man. We need more guys like that. Facts, bro. We'll do our research on that, and definitely we'll look that up, and we appreciate you sharing that with us, bro.
Man.
Those roast people you don't like. Interesting. Okay, so now, but guys, this whole getting offended shtick that both sides are doing is maddening. There's a slight agreement there with Ben on that I have on that. So after Trump does every insult in the world, you guys now are pretending that, oh my God, I caught the vapors. He called us garbage. After Trump, you loved when Trump said all these terrible.
Go ahead. And shout out Wasabi Figs, $2. And it's your first super chat on the live, man. We appreciate the honor here at Sankey Media.
You honor us.
Member T stolen election. How will this be diff? Huh?
Member T stole the election? How will this be different?
Who's T?
I don't know. But
you talking about 2020? T being Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Stolen election being the voter fraud, the ballot stuffing, the recounting of votes that we covered here right on this channel.
Well,
hopefully the voter turnout will be greater. And as we've said, you see something, say something. We need people vigilant at these polls.
Yeah, and when they did the first time, bro, we were in amazement. We didn't know, bro, there wasn't enough people sticking up. There was still enough people going like, bro, how are they doing this?
Mm-hmm.
And, well, the evidence wasn't allowed to be shown to us. Now that we have all the evidence, now that we got this 2,000 mule documentary that damn near shows us what they were doing, how they did it, who they were paying to do this, what type of people they were, here we are now. Now we know. Our asses will not only need to sit outside and watch these ballot boxes or these drop-off boxes, but we also need to sit outside on these polls. We need to sit outside the polls or where these people go to vote, the polling places.
Yeah.
So so this is where it makes it different. Now that we're aware. Last time we weren't aware, bro. We didn't even know they stole the election until they stole the election. We knew like maybe a week after. Actually, I didn't know the election was even like, I don't know, challenged until January 6th. until that whole thing popped off. And I'm like, yeah, what they riding for? Oh, they say they stole the election. I'm like, what? Election was stolen when?
And we got people in the chat still being like, where's the proof? Go watch our coverage of the documentary 2,000 Mules. And shout out Dinesh D'Souza. And again, I know you naysayers are going to try and refute the evidence that is right there in front of all of our faces, but it's right there on video how they did it, again, how they purported it. It was almost like a crime ring, really. Like I said, if they were to be charged, it'd be the biggest RICO in history.
Yeah, facts.
But yeah, shout out Wasabi Figs for that super chat. Appreciate you, bro.
Terrible things. So look at what actually is going on. Why is Kamala Harris pointing out at the end that Donald Trump is a unique danger? Because if you're being honest, he is a unique danger. You don't have to go to internment camps. You don't have to go to Hitler analogies, etc. But when the guy says that the left is the enemy from within and he might use the military on them, and there are his own advisors who said, yes, we had conversations in the White House where Trump asked us if we could use the military to shoot protesters in the leg, which, by the way, shooting protesters, it doesn't get any more cancel culture than that. And he said after he lost that we should terminate the Constitution. If that's not a unique danger to the Constitution and the democracy, what is?
Bro, he never said that. Actually, he came out on Twitter and refuted that. Well, not on Twitter, but on True Social, where nobody ever goes to look.
Man.
And refuted that claim. Yeah, bro, bro, he was like, bro, I never said we should terminate the Constitution. Anybody who runs with that is an idiot. Even Trump said, I never said that. But these Democrats will take everything that he says out of context. Like, bro, you can't even go look up him saying that. You can't even look up him saying, oh, yeah, I'm going to take out the Constitution. Even the tweet they said he said it in, he didn't even explicitly said that. And then he came back around and said, yo, what are y'all saying? I'm talking about terminating the Constitution. I'm not saying that. And I bet y'all haven't seen that tweet. But then again, anything Donald Trump says, like, y'all believe. Even if he says he didn't, you say he did.
Bro, you ask one of these liberals to cite their source, they'd be like, trust me, bro.
Source, trust me, bro. Hey, they do us like that. I'll be like, oh, okay.
Hey, bro, what the hell?
And if you say we shouldn't point that out, we shouldn't point out that a guy wanted to...
You know what's crazy? They expected to vote for Kamala on a trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. Like, what? Get the hell out of here.
Man. Terminate the Constitution and shoot the protesters with the U.S. military, and you don't get why that sounds like, and fill in the blank, fascist, dictator, wannabe, whatever word you want, but that sounds super dangerous.
This is the problem. This was not corroborated by people in a large group. The majority of people around Trump said that what you just described, including the comments from last week, never, ever happened. And the people that say it are people that hate Donald Trump. So that's number one. Number two, I look at what he did in office.
They're his own staffers.
He didn't start wars.
It's his chief of staff.
Start wars. Let me finish. He didn't start wars. He ended wars. He had the lowest unemployment for Hispanic Americans and African Americans in the history. He had interest rates down in 2+% on a 30-year mortgage. He had inflation down. People could afford to live. And I go back to the closing argument theme here. Piers, if this is what Democrats want to talk about till Election Day, 6 days from now, then knock yourself out, because you're going to lose, because none of this is about the suffering of Americans in this country right now. None of it's about safety. None of it's about ending wars. None of it is about the people that are hurting, living paycheck to.
Hey, and shout out Kingsy OP. $2, he says, play the lie counter. Oh, man. You ain't got to ask us twice, bro.
We love the lie counter, man. You got to go to the bookmarks, and it's going to be at the bottom. So you have to power scroll down that motherfucker, like power scroll key.
No, right here? Nah, the shorter one or this one?
The shorter one.
All right.
It's only 2 minutes. You got to go down to our.
I hit the stream bookmarks, not all bookmarks.
Yep. My power scroll. And it is funny though, cause we do gotta fact check Kamala a lot on here. And it's funny, people in the chat say, we point facts out to you all the time. I'm like, bro, y'all don't even tell us where you got it from. You just look it up.
Trust me, bro.
And damn well every time I look it up, it turns out not to be true. That's why I just stopped looking it up.
Hey, say it. But trust them, bro. Trust them.
But y'all hitting me with the trust me, bro.
Cut her some grace, bro. She'll do what she said. We just got to get her in office.
Oh, man, y'all kill me.
He will sign a national abortion
ban. Shout out
ban.
Kingsy.
It's a lie. I'm not signing
real quick, shout out Andres P. Hopefully I'm saying your name right, bro. They forget Big T was president for 4 years and everything was cheaper. I bought my first house at night. Hey, shout out,
my man.
Hey, I love to hear it, bro. Shout out.
He said, bro, he's like, what you mean? It was a great economy. I had to take advantage.
Bro, I was doing it big. Love to hear it.
Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor.
What she says is an absolute lie.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion.
The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would...
And shout out Andres P, man. He chiming back in $2. He said, trust me, bro. Trump is the way. Hey,
trust me.
That's
bro.
something I can trust.
Oh, God.
But, you know, just jokes aside, it's like Trump already served in office. Like you said, bro, you made a great point. The economy was stronger under his leadership. Kamala served in office as well. Now, compare the 4 years that we've had under Kamala to the 4 years that we had under Trump. And like I say, I like to simplify it and make the point is easy to make as that. Like, were we better under Kamala or were we better under Trump?
Oh, God, you look at just the resumes and you be like, all right, so under Trump, we had a lot of good going on. Like, immigration was getting taken down. The economy was good. Jobs were coming up. The things were great. And then when Kamala comes, Biden Harris comes in, inflation goes up, our foreign relations just diminish out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
And then if you dig deeper into her track record.
Oh, and inflation's up.
Yeah, that as well. Major point, really, right? That's something we can all kind of attest to. But if you dig deeper into her track record, it just shows how she hasn't really held up to any type of standard, right? Even her inception into politics was kind of just off of the fact that she was sleeping with Willie Brown. So she hasn't really done anything of substance. She hasn't really done anything convincing. And that's even when you look at her long history in politics.
Ensue between the physician, the infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated.
Let's go back to the first
one.
Nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion.
The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mothers.
Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy. We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars if I get elected. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Let's remember Charlottesville. There were fine people on each side.
Very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. Let us finally pass an assault weapons ban and universal background checks and red flag laws.
Yeah, I never called Kamala on that, though. Y'all never, ever called Kamala on that. Everything she said about Donald Trump, almost everything she said about Donald Trump in that debate was a lie. Actually, the only truth she told about that man was his name.
And real quick, message to the mods. I see y'all trying to moderate the chat, and we appreciate y'all doing y'all job. But you guys got to understand that for every supporter is going to be 5 disagreeers. So unless somebody's saying something vehemently racist or just completely disrespecting the conversation we got going on, they can disagree. Let them go. It's all good. We can handle it. We got thick skin. Again, unless they're saying something crazy, just let them be. It's all good. We understand. There's going to be hate.
Paycheck right now, and that is what Donald Trump is talking about here. And the Democrats are saying we hate half of America. You're garbage. The president of the United States of America is saying it. The vice president saying is a fascist and Hitler. If that is your closing argument, you are going to lose. And I go back to Barack Obama. Barack Obama understood retail politics. You have to give something that makes people think about a future that's better than it is right now. When he went on Hope and Change, yes, it was rhetoric, but it worked because it gave people hope for the future. And this party right now is filled with hate. The Democratic Party is filled with hate. Harris and her team are filled with hate for half of America. That's how you don't win an election.
Okay, let me ask. Okay, hang on. Let me ask Vajra this. Vajra, here's what I'm curious about.
Clarify 2 things he said.
No, hang on. I'm going to go to Vajra. Let me just put this to you. Kamala Harris had a pretty good start when she replaced Joe Biden. The polls were good for her. She had a good convention. The coronation, you can criticize it for being undemocratic, but it was a very good period for her. But she did it with a very positive mantra. It was going to be joy and hope and the promised land and all the rest of it. Exactly what Ben Ferguson just said. What I can't understand is why she's abandoned that from a political perspective to go full-on Trump bashing, given that for Hillary Clinton in 2016, when she did that, and you can even extend it to having all the pop stars like Beyonce and so on getting on stage with her stuff, it's exactly the same playbook of Hillary Clinton. We know that didn't work for Hillary. Surrounding herself with elite pop stars and hammering Trump 24/7 failed spectacularly. The most qualified person in presidential history lost to the least qualified person. So why would she abandon? I'm just genuinely curious, having watched this from afar, why has she abandoned what looked like a good strategy?
Shout out Martin Dello, $5. He says, Biden administration just authorized military use of lethal. Yeah, we just talked about it from the DOD. Just authorized military use of lethal force against the people in the event that the people protest the election results. DOD code 5240.01.
Good Lord.
Ah, man. Yeah, scary thought, but yeah.
You can go look that up if you think we're BSing. Please look it up for yourself. I mean, trust me, he ain't lying. Trust me. I mean, I wish he was lying, but no, this is really what we're at right now. So if they're already planning for a riot, what do you think they're about to do?
And they say Trump wants to use the military for his own agenda. And I'm just like, hold on a second. Like I said, the gaslighting be real, bro. The gaslighting is so real.
Man.
It's like you'll forget the plot if you get caught up in their gaslighting. They're a whirlwind of lies. And shout out Andres P coming in with $5 more. He says, did Trump send billions to Ukraine instead of to our southern border? Did he let millions of illegals in our country? Who's been in office right now? Man, facts.
That's what I'm saying.
Bro, and I like to simplify it as succinctly as you said it, bro. It's as simple as paying attention. Looking at the timeline. Bro, who's been in office? What has declined in America in the last 4 years? Who was in office the 4 years previous to that? What was the quality of life under the Trump administration? Like, sometimes you can add too many complexities and it kind of... it makes it harder to kind of see or compare and contrast who had the better administration when you just simplify it and you say, like, bro, what are the prices now? What's energy like? What's inflation like? What's the prices at the gas pump? What's the prices when I go into Kroger and get my steak?
Yeah, and like, come on now, don't let them lie to you, because it's kind of crazy. Oh, we're in the best economy ever. I'm like, we're in the best economy of our time, and I'm just looking at y'all like, are y'all for real? Are y'all acting like we're dumb? Like, bro, come on now.
Oh, crime is down.
Dumb, stupid, and blind, huh?
Crime is down. Energy's up. Immigrants actually pay more into the tax system than American citizens. I'm just like, bro, y'all will say.
Bro, immigrants commit 3 times less crime. I'm like, how y'all get that number?
Oh, bro, we've heard all the crazy takes in these past few months doing this content or doing these political lives with y'all, bro. It's been quite the crazy experience.
Ain't no even crazier. We're gonna hear more. We're gonna hear even more after the election.
And shout out MVNIC saying he gained his job during it. Like, yeah, bro, like it's as simple as just looking up, paying attention, going back into your memory bank and be like, you know what, times were better. Like, COVID aside, global pandemic aside, like, yeah, Trump kind of had this ship running smoothly. And shout out David G. And it's your first super chat on the live, man. We appreciate the honor here at Senki Media.
You honor us.
He said, don't forget she also withheld information from the courts that would have set a man on death row free, even after the court asked her for it. Bro, she has a history of politicizing and
for a vote,
publicizing certain cases for, I would say, favor in the media. And that, honestly, look at her track record.
Man.
Her whole bill on, what was it, truant parents?
Yep. That got that mother locked up because
her daughter had sickle cell.
Yeah, and she had to stay out of school. And her school knew this, but due to the way Kamala wrote this law and rushed it in, and then said mother got arrested and kept away from her child.
It was an oversight on Kamala's part, and the most sickening part about it was they plastered this lady's photo across the newspapers and media like she was the target.
Actually, you know what the most sickening part was? That Kamala didn't lift the Truancy Act herself. Bro, the Supreme Court had to come in and call it unconstitutional.
And even to that point, Kamala got on camera and said, like, we haven't unjustly locked anybody up. And I'm just like, whoa, what?
Okay, a lot of me again, man.
I'm like, bro, what?
That's all she do.
Man.
That's all she do is lie about the easily provable.
Like I said, look at her track record. She hasn't had a positive one. Like, she's had failures in almost every step of her journey to this presidency run. Like, Look at her track record. That should be enough reason not to vote for her. Like I said, nothing convincing at all. Shout out Andres P. $5 more. He says they bash Trump because they have nothing to campaign on, and all they can do is call him Hitler and a racist. And facts, like I said, you would think they would just come out on her rallies, in her interviews, and talk straight policy. Dog that man on straight policy. You don't really have to say anything about the other side when your policy is that strong.
God, like, bro, my policy is better than yours. I'm going to flex it.
Due to lack of substance, that's all they can campaign on. You're right. You make a great point. They just got to make you scared to vote for the other side. And like I said, they bottle up all this hate and they give you a mascot and they attach it to the mascot, which is Trump in this case.
See, people forgot the number one rule in a debate or an argument. The first person to throw ad hominem attacks loses. Every time. So, like, the Democrats, they've been lost the debate. They've been lost their stance as soon as they just ran on Trump bad. Because all you had was ad hominems and nothing of substance.
Oh, wow. Hey, shout out Cody Metlin. $5, bro. The information is starting to compile, bro. We starting to see what they about to do, I guess. Hey, guys, did y'all hear about the security codes for the voting machines in Colorado being leaked out? Bro,
there's a PPD video of a guy breaking into one of them.
And they want to tell us that, 2000 Mules has been debunked. Really? It seems like they're using the same strategy.
I mean, bro, I could show y'all a video where somebody literally breaks into a voting machine live. Like, literally breaks into the voting machine on camera, show you how it's done and everything. Like, bro, and shout out PBD for that one. Because he actually brought somebody who was proving that, yeah, these voting machines can be, like, broken into and manipulated.
Yeah, they can easily be tampered with.
Hire the right guy, of course. Man, and make sure to like the video, guys, man. God. Appreciate y'all. Let's go.
Of hope and positivity to go full on Trump bashing, because the thing Trump relies on more than anything is being the center of attention. And right now, all anyone is talking about is Donald Trump.
Yesterday, if you saw her speech, her closing argument at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., which was attended by 75,000 people, she just did that. She landed the plane. It was about forward-looking optimism. It was about restoring rights. And she put it in the context of history, of struggle. She talked about Seneca Falls. She talked about Stonewall. And she also made a compare and contrast. I'm so glad she did it at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C., because there are stakes here. There's not just two sides. This isn't Mitt Romney. This isn't John McCain. This isn't George W. Bush. This is her versus the man who refuses to admit that he lost the 2020 election, who incited a violent insurrection, whose MAGA supporters took a shit in the U.S. Capitol, who to this day, when asked, did he lose the election? He says no. To this day, he promotes the lie where a majority of Republican voters believe Donald Trump's lie that he won the election, that he lost. He is priming the pump for this type of hate. He has promoted neo-Nazi conspiracies against Haitians. He said he will unleash the military against United States citizens in the final 2 weeks of the election. This is a man who quotes Hitler saying that immigrants poison the blood. So what Kamala Harris is saying is, look, I'm going to take us forward. I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade. Who brags about overturning Roe v. Wade?
We win on election
Donald
day.
Trump. Who has died as a result of Donald Trump and Supreme Court justices overturning Roe v. Wade? Women in Georgia. They did not have access to health care. Who said the most beautiful word?
Yo, that's freaking BS. Bro, most of them died due to medical all of them died due to medical malpractice. Why don't we blame the doctors over there in them abortion clinics? Like, why don't we blame them? Because I really do, because it's the main story they got is that one girl who went past the limit in Georgia. Yeah, you were supposed to get it at 6 weeks, but you pushed it all the way out. And then now you got to go to North Carolina. They don't know nothing about you. Don't got your health record. So they just fill you full of abortion pills. You have a bad effect. And now you got to go through 20 hours of pain before you die.
Of sepsis, by the way.
Yeah. Because of the medicine they gave her. It wasn't nothing about the abortion law. So why are we over here not blaming medical malpractice and these doctors who are so quick to take a baby's life but not ensure the health of the mother? It's like, what's going on here? Like, am I not the only person seeing this?
In the American language, English language, is
am I the only person seeing
Donald
this,
Trump said that, Joe Rogan. He said whale psychologist Hannibal Lecter. Let's do economy real quick. When economic experts have compared both plans of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, overwhelmingly, who says the plan of Kamala Harris works better for the American people? Every single Nobel laureate
economist.
Goldman
Sachs came out and said they were taken out of context.
Ben, just hold on.
Stop. Came out and said that what they said in the campaign trail was a lie.
Take it down.
I don't care about your other lies. I don't care about your other lies. But when you say this to the American people who are suffering,
Ben, just relax.
Again, I know you're going to kick my ass.
All right, shout out Gladstein, $2. Video request. You got all three of them, or all of them, 3v1 by Decoy Voice. All right,
Yada yada. People can laugh.
No,
I'll go back to this.
It's already done.
Goldman
It's already
Sachs
done. Let me just
came out
finish. Let me
and
just finish.
said that is a lie. They said that was not what their report said. And when you insult the American people and you tell them that the economy is great right now and Bidenomics is working when it's not working and they're suffering and hurting,
let me just finish.
And then you say that they say her campaign plan is going to work better. Goldman Sachs said you're full of shit, to quote you from earlier.
Patronizing. He's using a very patronizing tone with this man. Like, Dan, calm down, calm down. Like, no, bro, you're triggering me with lies. Bro.
Yeah. Like, what's going on?
Bro, you're lying to the viewers, literally.
Yeah, you're saying that Goldman Sachs said, "Oh, it's gonna be a bad, bro. It's gonna be a bad economy, it's a bad economic plan." Goldman Sachs came out like, "Bro, shut up. What are you talking about? Why are you lying? Why are y'all using our name to lie to the American people? Like, what's going on?"
Because Goldman Sachs is supposed to be the pinnacle of finance, so they thought they could verify the claims by using their name, but little do they know Goldman Sachs was going to come out and go against that narrative. Like, hold on, bro, we never said that. Like, goofy as hell.
Okay, let me just finish real quick. So go back.
That's why I didn't even make it up the street.
Look at the facts. Look at the I'm going to finish.
That's not.
Yeah,
that's,
Nobel
again,
laureate say her plan is better.
Wait,
just let me finish.
Harris. They never said that. Y'all brought it up.
Give me 15 seconds.
They brought it up.
Give me 15 seconds. Donald Trump wants to have trade wars, tariffs. It'll increase costs for the United States. He wants to give tax cuts to the rich. He has no plan for health care, but he wants to destroy Obamacare. According to Project 2025.
Shout out Vlastine over here sharing some good, informative stuff with us. We're going to pull up this video request for him.
Yep. We'll finish that one later, I guess. Probably do that one tomorrow. That was a good one. I actually do like those Pierce Morgan ones. Like, man.
Always has a good panel on there.
Yeah,
right there too.
He knows the bangers. Yeah, he knows who to bring out.
Oh God, he does.
He's like, oh yeah, these two.
Oh, this guy?
Yeah, Johnny Somali.
Oh man,
man.
He is reaching out to YouTube on Twitter, saying that this was a mistake.
If you want to run up, run up. I'm live. If I wasn't scared, I wouldn't be live. I broadcast my live location every day, every night, bro. I don't care. Come get me. Come get me. What's up?
What they do?
레전드. You what?
왜요?
Bro was hitting
now, mind you, he does all of this, and I believe Japan says all this crazy stuff about Japanese people, disrespects their culture, and then just walks around like ain't nobody gonna touch him.
So Japanese gangsters actually look like that,
bro. Like
in real life, y'all actually look like that, bro. It's. I'm gonna laugh my ass off before y'all kick my ass. I ain't even gonna lie.
This is the functional equivalency of somebody stepping into the wrong hood, talking shit about their street, talking shit about their hood, and thinking they gonna walk out untouched.
Bro, it's like I go in the old block and say they a bunch of hoes for letting Vaughn get locked up. You think I'm gonna leave out there?
Bro, you gonna get your ass handed to you, bro.
Bruh, I'll be lucky if I'm alive.
Bro, on God. Shout out Andres P. And bro, the Japanese showed him some grace. Like, they didn't kill his ass.
Well, you know, Japan, they take that shit very seriously. They ain't want that charge.
Bro, and honestly, the same could be said about how they take their culture. You're not about to go over there and disrespect their culture.
Oh, God, bro.
They live off of honor, bro. That's their whole thing. Shout out Andres P. coming back in with $5. He says, they say she is for the working class, but millionaires speak at her rallies, and Trump actually conversates with the working people. Bro. That's Kamala?
Bro, he came out in a working jacket. He came out in the vest key.
That was cool. I played that.
Bro,
in the garbage truck.
Oh, my God.
He said, y'all said we garbage, right?
Oh, bro, he came out in the garbage.
That shit was hard. Bro, I said
I'm a garbage man.
Bro, master marketer, bro. I don't care how you feel about the man. Master marketer. Almost troll level marketing, bro. Genius, bro.
Came in with the work vest.
Bro, and and Biden said that shit yesterday, bro. Shout out to the Trump campaign team, bro. You know how fast they had to get a Loadmaster and plaster it with the Trump 24 logo on the side?
Low key.
Bro, they did that move so fast, bro. I was like, God damn, bro.
Y'all
they don't
quick.
sleep. They don't sleep over there, bro. Shout out to
some dude stayed up all night and said, you won't believe what this man Biden said, bro. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Shout out to the engine that runs the Trump campaign, bro. They're going hard over there.
Man.
And okay,
the people who run the Kamala campaign is like, man, they struggling right now.
Taking days off and shit. Got Obama doing the work for him.
Nah, fuck all that, bro. They over there driving putting their head through a wall. Like, how can we get this woman to win,
bro? Losing sleep, losing hair.
Don't give me up. One Kamala Harris advisor.
Which one specifically?
He was on Piers Morgan, the Kamala Harris the campaign supporter.
Yeah.
But you remember how wrecked that dude looked?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, this is how you look when you try to play for the losing team. You're trying to defend the indefensible. It's a 24-hour job, my friend.
Yeah, I'm good. That's what I said about the White House speaker, the young black woman.
Mm-hmm.
She be looking stressed up there having to clean up their messes.
Well, she be looking big as hell now, and she look older.
Bro,
well, she walked in that mug skinny with a chin on her. Now she got damn near got a double chin, fat face. I'm like, oh yeah, that done did you.
Said, bro, one of the most stressful jobs gotta be, bro, cleaning up Kamala and Biden's messes. They say the most crazy things. She got to go up there and justify it every time. Poor lady. Feel bad for her. I'm weak.
Is he the Korean Al Gaib, the prince that was promised, or just your typical Korean guy? Raised on Taekwondo, served his mandatory 2 years in the military, with an innate ability to pop out the bushes and take out two weak bottoms at the same time. So we're gonna get more into why this front-kicking Giga Chad took out all three of these idiots by himself, even when Johnny's awkward Korean accomplice brought out a samurai sword, as he actually set off the chain reaction of Johnny being beaten, banned off YouTube, and again put in police custody with what I hear are serious charges. So if you haven't seen what started all this not Somalian nonsense out in South Korea, go check out that video I made just 3 days ago, as since then, more local Koreans were tracking them down in the streets, snitching out their activities to the police.
They are falsely accusing me of having drugs and the weapons in my place, so I'm gonna have the cops.
What do you mean falsely accused of having weapons? I don't think this samurai sword came out of Hammerspace, and whoever recorded you guys getting sprayed outside that house actually caught you carrying your pew-pew that at one point in time you actually drew. So even though Johnny's Korean accomplice is American, to my understanding there's no two-way in Korea. So either he's gonna do some serious time over the same crime in two different countries, or he's running around with fake weapons that unfortunately can't protect you from real beatings. As those beatdowns began when the local streamers, angry about how he was helping Johnny, found and surrounded his home.
They're running up on Hank's crib crazy, bro. Y'all not doing this to Hank, bro. No, chat. No.
And again, Johnny and Johnny Jr. reminded us of their gangsta fluid status, seamlessly switching between I'll fight you to I'll sue you if you hurt me.
You guys hit me.
When this come down, he gonna f*** your ass up, I promise. I swear to God, I'll slap one of these.
They gonna aggravate and agitate and then talk about suing and calling the police, bro. That's some hoe ass shit.
Shout out James Foley, man. He says, man, play Democratic games, you win Democrat prizes. Yeah, you play Democrat games, you win Democrat prizes. Trump 2024.
Facts.
Don't be a dumbass.
Make sure to make the right vote, man. Yeah. Place your vote smartly.
한국에서 한국말 써.
I wanna stop the fat off your face.
이 새끼 내병변 장애 있나 봐.
What's up?
That boy came with the flying knee.
레전드.
Like that man was too ready.
오 엄마. 야.
I swear to God.
That boy came
What's up?
knee though. That's cold. He cold. You couldn't even see him.
And while this Korean is kicking them, he's specifically saying this is about Johnny violating those comfort woman statues.
We got you on camera. Oh, Gino, come down.
Violated statutes.
This is generation, bro.
Oh, the liberalism.
This is getting
Nietzsche
crazy.
streamers who think they can go around disrespecting folks and then hide behind the camera or hide behind the guise of, oh, it's a prank, it's for content.
It sound like
no, nigga.
It sound like they messed with some type of artwork or some type of, monument.
Disrespecting the culture, most likely.
Yeah, and like here's the thing, this ain't America, and even in America we don't really like that shit. Honestly, if I catch you doing it, I'm whooping your ass. But there's some people in America who let you tear down some things and let you get away with it. So it's kind of crazy. It makes a little bit of sense of how he's over here in Japan thinking he can do the same shit.
Like, bro.
Like, I mean, look what we do in America. Or kids of his age.
So while Johnny's jumping in an elevator, Johnny Jr. is still trying to escape.
No problem.
Ran like a little biatch.
야 소말리.
소말리.
왜요? 참아. 아 형님이에요? 와 씨.
My man, bro, that boy came through too.
Then Johnny's Asian Sherpa shows up with his sword.
경찰 불러. 야.
I defend my honor. Here.
이 개새끼야.
Man, showed up with a katana.
불러 이 개새끼야. 불러.
And after their beatings concluded, the police seemingly
wallahi
only searched Johnny.
예, 저분은 흉기 있다는 소리가 있어서 소지품 확인 부탁드렸어요. 예.
Now, I'm hearing reports that he was on the run, refusing to authorize further testing or signing any statements, which sounds a lot like what happened in Japan right before they tossed him in prison, as it almost sounds like he sees incarceration as just a cost of doing business. But this is actually going to hurt him, as his YouTube channel he struggled to get 20,000 subscribers just got deleted. Now, he is reaching out to YouTube on Twitter saying that this was a mistake, and originally I thought it would be over the various other violations he's committed, threatening people on live stream, the petty crimes committed across several countries, or the false copyright strikes he confirms himself were just to attack other creators. But no, apparently it was none of that. It was from within his own camp, as several people are saying on social media. It was a former friend that logged into his account to stream straight up adult content on Johnny's account, as Johnny's ban was inevitable, but being because his own people were pissed at him was a curveball nobody saw. But the thing that over 10 million people did see in just 2 days was you and your whole crew getting cracked by that one Korean dude. And as I said in my last video, he needs to flee the country. As Korean live streamers are saying, if you can find him, I'll give you 1 million Korean won, which is find him in the street to receive over $700 US. And even popular Korean streamers with over 200,000 subscribers are straight up challenging him to a match, where Johnny can get $10,000 US for winning just for the opportunity to get him in the ring. As there's now an entire genre of Korean live streaming of just searching for Johnny in the streets, as he is now essentially public enemy number one.
Oh yeah, he wild for that.
별다른 저항은 하지 않았고.
Oh, okay, so he's in Korea. So he started off in Japan,
and then he moved to Korea?
Bro, you're disrespectful as hell. Well, I think he got banned from Japan.
Yeah, of course he did after doing that dumb shit.
Like, bro, this
Japanese don't play.
This kid is stupid.
What is he gonna do? Go around to every country until he gets banned and brag about it?
Or until he gets offed. It looks like he got a death wish, bro.
Man, apparently.
Like, bro, you gonna run into somebody who's not playing about their shit.
And that's not me blurring them out. Every Korean news outlet is protecting the identities of the Koreans attacking him, but just showing Johnny and Johnny's Jr.
Basically, Korean media, get his ass.
Oh, God.
Get his ass. Nah, we got you. We gonna make sure they don't see you, but get his ass.
We ain't gonna dox you. Just grab his ass.
So word was Johnny was going to stream on the only platform he's not banned on. But since the streets are crawling with streamers looking to take one, blow up their channel viewership, allegedly, Johnny had to go into police protection. As just 2 days ago, I predicted exactly this scenario. Everybody that would either randomly see him in the streets or see him on stream and track him down would now see him as this piñata person. But instead of cracking him open for candy, they're taking swings for precious internet fame. Honestly, I don't even blame him, as you don't need to speak Korean to notice how their news stations essentially greenlit Johnny. The stories are about how he got beaten, why they think he deserved it, and pretty much protecting the Koreans and their legacy of rooftop rage. And in a super weird way, this is exactly what he wanted, as even when Johnny himself continues to re-upload his crash-out content, he specifically tags me, Decoy Voice, so I can be sure to see it. But luckily, it looks like this not Somalian story is finally coming to an end, as all the streaming sites and all the safe countries ban him one by one. He'll surely return to obscurity, where the internet will quickly forget. But unfortunately for him, no matter where he goes in the world, he'll always run the risks that somebody might still recognize him. And if it's anything like what went down in Korea, he will live the rest of his life looking over his shoulder. But if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today,
it just makes you wonder, like, why? Why do all this? Why go out there and act a fool in other countries? Like, bro, they don't play like we do.
For what? Internet clout?
I mean, I would
Is
never.
it that serious, bro? You can't be making that much money.
Bro, I'd never.
You can't be making that much money. Like, don't get me wrong. I know he's making something. Clearly making something, right? People don't do this shit for funsies.
Obviously.
But it can't be worth it, bro. You
Yeah.
damn near put a target on your back. Got greenlit by Korean media. People are literally starting streaming careers just off of looking for your ass.
I mean, bro,
Like,
celebrating, and they celebrate on the news when you get your ass whooped.
At this point, bro, you ain't gonna make it back to America or Somalia, wherever you trying to come home to, bro. You ain't gonna make it, bro.
Oh God, you done effed up, bro. You done went too far. You done took it too far.
You play your lay, bro, as they say. And for the moment, everybody has been waiting for our favorite segment of the streams. We're going to get right into it, man. For those of y'all who wasn't in here last night, the Falling to Minneapolis Part 2, we didn't get to quite finish it up, man. Compelling stuff right here. Compelling stuff.
Let's go, man.
Let's do it. Do we accidentally...
Did we close it? Probably.
Yeah, probably did at some point. It's all good. It's in the history.
All right, cool.
But yeah, make sure to like the video if y'all haven't already, man. Conspiracy Hour coming right at you. Again, the Falling to Minneapolis Part 2. Didn't get to finish it last night, so you know we're going to finish it tonight. Damn it. Must be deep in that video.
We gotta look up here. All right, well now let me just slide in here and provide some commentary. All right, so this is gonna be a pretty good one. This exposes the whole George Floyd BS, where an innocent cop pulled up to do his job and got arrested for it. Yeah, I know, and it's kind of crazy because it's like, damn, chat, like, can we breathe? Can y'all get y'all boot up off our neck and let us breathe so we can tell y'all the truth? All right, man, let's go, man. Because this is going to be a fun one.
All right. Without further ado, the Fall of Minneapolis Part 2.
Oh, man. Everybody like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen, man. Get ready to be shown the truth.
Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
The maximal restraint technique was approved by the Minneapolis Police Department and the city of Minneapolis. In other words, the knee to the traps or the upper back, not the neck. Yes, not the neck, but the upper back was a technique approved by Minneapolis Police Department and a common police restraint technique used nationwide, actually. So it isn't specific or unique to the Minneapolis Police Department. A lot of law enforcement agencies employ the same tactic.
Tonight, barricades surround the Minneapolis courthouse, where jury selection is set to begin Monday for the murder trial of Derek Chauvin.
The courtroom in a tower in downtown Minneapolis was ringed Monday with concrete barriers, barbed wire, and soldiers from the state's National Guard. Nearby businesses were closed and windows boarded up due to fears of arson and other property damage that occurred after Floyd's death.
But I'm going to tell you, there's a new day in America and a new day in Minneapolis. And that day belongs to all of us when we demand for justice.
Don't say his name! Say his name! Say his name!
It's crazy how a career criminal became a martyr for BLM. It's just, yes, the man, I don't endorse the death of this man at all, but there were circumstances that directly led to his death, and he did play a role into it as well. Keep in mind, the only reason why police encountered him that day is because he was committing crime. They had familiarity with this man as he was a career criminal, as I said, so they dealt with him a certain way. Now, again, I'm not endorsing the death of this man, but to think that he innocently died and he was just some law-abiding citizen. No, that's a lie, a pure lie. So to make him a martyr for social justice reform, the BLM movement, is crazy as hell. There were people who actually did innocently die that they didn't campaign as hard for. So I don't know how we made George Floyd this hero.
Don't do that.
So tell us about that. So at some point when you're there at the scene still, did a fire truck come?
Yes.
And they're coming to respond to the call. Correct?
They're coming to respond to the call, and they went into Cub Foods to actually look for a victim, which is unique for that, there to be that much miscommunication.
Mr. Nelson.
You testified that you've been a firefighter now for 2 years approximately.
Correct.
And I see you're wearing your uniform today.
Correct.
And that would be like your dress uniform or your Class A uniform.
Correct.
And that's common to wear when you testify in court.
Correct.
Fair to say that you were not wearing your Class A or any uniform on May 25th, 2020.
Correct. I was off duty.
Right. Okay.
Are you really a firefighter?
Yes, I am from Minneapolis.
Okay, bro, get on the sidewalk.
Check his right
Charles, check his pulse. Get back on the sidewalk. The man ain't moved yet, bro. Okay, where?
Minneapolis!
Okay.
Is it reasonable to assume that if a patient is having a medical emergency and the police are present, that they have called for EMS?
Your question is unclear because you don't know my job, so can't answer.
Sure. So let's take this scene, right? May 25th, 2020, you walk upon a scene, you see someone having a medical emergency, right? You did not call 911 to get the medics there, right?
Right.
And shout out Vlastine, $2. He says agendas always look for scapegoats to move it along. Yeah, in fact. They just attached George Floyd's name and story to a narrative. And it kind of propelled this whole BLM movement that really didn't do much for black people, but destroyed America. All mid to major cities seen riots, social unrest. Bro, they say they were targeting larger companies like Targets and stuff like that, which they did. They even burned down police precincts. But a lot of mom and pop shops were destroyed as well. A lot of mom and pop. Oh, insurance companies are going to pay for it. But really? Are you serious? Who are we mad at here? What is this proving? Like, what does this do for the movement when we just destroy shit? And honestly, there was a certain point in that summer where, what was this? What summer was this? 2020, I believe. No. What was this? 2019, 2018, somewhere around then. I can't remember the exact year, but by the end of that summer, I myself was questioning, like, all right, what are we doing here? Like, we're destroying shit. We're burning buildings. We're hurting people. Like, what's this movement really about? Like, it started to get kind of convoluted. And again, like I said, BLM as an organization, I mean, who am I to say Black lives don't matter, right? The movement, the idea, totally behind. But as an organization, they didn't do shit. Actually, they siphoned money from black people just to buy real estate for gay people. Yes, BLM is owned by black lesbians. She bought her little she bought her little girlfriend, her friends and family property, and didn't put any of the money back into the community. Didn't pour any of those millions back into the community. Siphoned money from us and only served their own personal interests and agendas. So fuck BLM the movement. Yeah, you heard me say it. Fuck BLM the movement.
Would it have been reasonable to assume that medics had already been called based on what you saw when you first arrived?
Yes.
We're calling for EMS.
I can't do nothing.
Yeah, EMS is on their way.
A little bit rolled her eyes. Like, girl, answer the questions genuinely. Like, you have experience as an EMS. Like, come on now. You so blinded by your own personal narrative, or the narrative that you so caught up in your leftism, your liberalism, that you couldn't even just genuinely, honestly answer the questions as an EMS officer. Like, bro, come on, bro. Like, whose side are you on? The side of truth or the side of your agenda, or what the mainstream media's agenda was? So caught up in her liberalism, couldn't even give an honest answer. Rolled her eyes as she answered, like, yeah, I guess.
And in fact, paramedics did respond, right? You saw the ambulance come up.
Yes, that's not their normal response time.
Okay. And so you noticed there was some abnormal response time for medics.
Right, and I also noticed that is precisely the kind of call that fire would respond to, and Station 17 is just a couple blocks away.
Okay. So do officers on scene decide, do we call for medic or fire?
I don't believe so. I believe that's dispatch. They call for medical.
So if
attention.
Police call dispatch and they say EMS, we need EMS code 3, it's dispatch who decides, do we send medics or fire?
Well, it would be fire with medics, not just fire ever. I don't know the answer to that.
Fair enough.
There were a few mistakes that turned out to be big mistakes in the way EMS was dispatched to the scene. So the fire department ended up at Cup Foods walking around looking for a patient when the paramedic had already updated the location. They had moved to 36th and Park, and so the fire department didn't know that. That's disturbing.
So for those of you who don't know, because I see some people in the chat maybe they didn't tune into part 1, or maybe they just don't know, so I'll inform quickly and succinctly. George Floyd, I'm not saying he deserved to die. No one should die at the hands of law enforcement. That is my honest stance and view. But this man was off of a drug cocktail, had an artery that was 75% blocked, and had heart complications. This is before the police encounter that ultimately took his life. Now, you add the drug cocktail into the mix, you add the anxiety from the situation. This man clearly was suffering from shortness of breath before they even put him in the car. Exacerbated the situation, and ultimately he died from lack of air, right? And I'm reading it right here. Overdose effect of fentanyl. Oh, shit, I lost it. Let me get y'all these facts, man. Let me get y'all these facts, because an overdose effect of fentanyl is respiratory failure leading to death. So he had the drug cocktail, not just fentanyl, by the way. It was methamphetamines, other drugs in his system as well. Fentanyl, obviously being the most powerful drug in his system, as well as his 75% blocked artery. Once they did the medical research and medical records on him, once they pulled the medical records on him, he had an artery that was 75% blocked, and he had heart complications in his medical history as well. So these are all compounding factors which led to his death. And no, Derek Chauvin didn't place the knee on the neck. He did not. It was on his upper traps, which is a restraint method approved by Minneapolis police and is approved by many other law enforcement agencies across America. If y'all know anything about law enforcement, that is a tactic or a method that they employ to restrain folks. Derek Chauvin, 6'4", 200 plus pounds. George Floyd, 6'4", 200 plus pounds. Derek Chauvin, 5'9", I believe, less than 200 pounds. So there was only one way to really restrain him in that moment. With the situation considered, there was really only one way to restrain him in that moment. So I don't get on here to tell y'all what to believe. I just get on here and tell y'all the facts. The objective facts and the objective reality about the situation. No, he did not deserve to die. No, I do not endorse the police taking anyone's life for that matter. But there were compounding factors that exacerbated the situation and ultimately led to his death.
Right? Yeah. I don't have my phone, so I'll be Baker. You just CPR. Okay. And 30.
Oh, come on, bro. It's a fact. Come on, bro. Come on, ma'am. Ma'am. Fentanyl causes respiratory complications. That's just a fact. You can look that up. Any medical research site will tell you fentanyl causes respiratory failure. An overdose of fentanyl will cause respiratory failure. So this isn't even a stat I'm sharing to fit any narrative. Like, we all know fentanyl is deadly, yes? We all know that, right? And if you didn't know that, fentanyl is extremely deadly. Extremely deadly. 100 times stronger than morphine. And morphine is the shit they used to give soldiers when their legs got blown off. So you're talking about a drug that is 100 times stronger than morphine. It leads to respiratory failure and overdoses. Come on now. I'm not even saying that to fit a side of any narrative.
Then as we're saying, I'm like, how is this code 3? Like, I just don't understand. And then we figured out where it was. So, and then one of your officers was like, hey, ding dongs, you're the wrong spot.
You would agree, Chief, that from the perspective of Miss Frazier's camera.
No, chat. And I'm no medical professional, so I say this again, presenting the objective facts, not respiratory depression. Respiratory failure. We are talking about fentanyl, a drug that is 100 times stronger than morphine. I think 200 times stronger than cocaine. Bro, this isn't no play. Fentanyl is extremely dangerous and extremely deadly. There's videos of cops just touching fentanyl and almost passing out due to respiratory failure. Had to be hit with the Narcan. So this is nothing to play with, y'all. It's not depression. It's complete failure of your respiratory system, and in cases of overdose, right? In cases of overdose, so too much fentanyl.
Here's that Officer Chauvin's knee is on the neck of Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Would you agree that from the perspective of Officer King's body camera, it appears that Officer Chauvin's knee was more on Mr. Floyd's shoulder blade?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I'd like to show you what's been received as Exhibit 17.
Bro.
Is this a trained technique that's by the Minneapolis Police Department when you were overseeing the training unit?
It is not.
And how does this differ?
I don't know what kind of improvised position that is.
And shout out Vladstein, $5. His knee was on his upper back between the shoulder blades. This is a common pinning maneuver, even used in jiu-jitsu and MMA. Yeah, facts. Jake Shields actually even commented on this, saying like, nah, this is an MMA move. Knee on the shoulder blades, upper traps. And of course, if you're still resisting at that point, maybe the knee even slid some. This is devil's advocate I'm playing here. Maybe the knee even slid some to kind of appear like it was more so on the neck. But yes, this is standard police practice, and not just Minneapolis police use this. This is a practice generally employed by law enforcement across the country.
So that's not what we train.
All right. Yeah. As you reflect on Exhibit 17, I must ask you, is this a trained Minneapolis Police Department defensive tactics technique?
It is not.
When I heard that part of the testimony, I really wanted to get up off my chair. And
I'm going to let this play through, but I see some people in the chat literally giving dense takes. Maybe you should stop typing and maybe you should just watch, because some of y'all literally don't know what you're talking about. Some of y'all are literally chiming in with foolish commentary, and you're not doing anything but doing a disservice to yourself when you can actually sit back and learn something, because clearly you don't have the objective facts on this. And I hadn't even went this deep down the rabbit hole myself. I've seen the body cam footage. I've seen the autopsy report. I've done some independent research, but this is as deep down the rabbit hole I've personally been. So even myself, I'm going to let this play out. And I suggest a lot of y'all who are chiming in with this commentary that it literally isn't adding anything, you're doing yourself a disservice. Pay attention, put your hands underneath the ass, and you might learn something.
Yell bullshit.
Several of those witnesses testified that MRT, or the maximal restraint technique, was not a part of Minneapolis police policy.
Oh, it wasn't part of the training. The pages that didn't want to be presented in court because they weren't in the manual. I've seen the manual. I've read through the manuals. I've seen them. They're not in the manuals? Well, they sure as hell are in Derek's training manuals. So how can they say that they don't exist?
That's Derek's manual.
These are Derek's training manuals.
And MRT is in there?
Yes, it's in there. So how can you say that's not part of the training? So the chief of police at that time told a frickin' lie.
This call is from a federal prison.
During the trial, several witnesses, including Chief Arredondo and Inspector Blackwell, testified that they didn't recognize the technique you and the other officers were using, as if it was not a part of Minneapolis police training. But was MRT, the maximal restraint technique, part of training and policy?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm looking at it right now. 5-316, maximal restraint technique, right in their written policy manual. The EMS and Minneapolis fire response was not normal. Normally, both those resources are sent. They arrive in short time, especially on a code 3 situation. In this case, Minneapolis Fire took 20 minutes plus to arrive, and their station's 8 blocks away. At the end of the day, the whole trial, including sentencing, was a sham.
And so from that point, we saw you standing there on the sidewalk, just sort of standing still.
What's your name tag, bitch?
From there, did you stay in the area for a little while?
Yes.
And at some point, you made a 911 call.
Yes.
Why at that point did you call 911?
I think it all settled in that I wish I would have done that immediately, because it was ridiculous that fire station 17 was as close as it was, and that they hadn't been there. I should have called 911 immediately, but I didn't. And when things calmed down, I realized that I wanted them to know what was going on.
Your attorney wanted to show a photo of MRT to the jury, but Judge Cahill denied it. Was this a key piece of evidence?
I think it certainly is important. Just the fact that it's a PowerPoint training presentation that the City of Minneapolis Police Department delivered, using that photograph that at least illustrates some of the training techniques that are performed.
Were you trained in MRT, the maximal restraint technique?
Yes.
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 Yes, I was. Yes, we all were.
Yes, all the police officers were trained in the MRT.
Your police chief said on the stand that he didn't recognize that technique.
Lied.
I heard him say that. It's tough to hear people lie, just straight lie. And again, goes right back to, for me, the good and the bad, like the right and the wrong. And for you to be under oath and just straight lie. the amount of training that we go through, I mean, it's consistent every single year. It's written down. It's on body cam. I mean, was that unfortunate? Absolutely. I know Derek Chauvin. It's absolutely horrific what happened, the whole scenario. But did he do anything intentionally to make that happen? No, it was all what we were trained on.
You helped to train Officer Alex King. What did you think of him?
I probably trained a few thousand people. He was probably one of the top two. Top 2 or 3 recruits I've ever had.
Damn.
Give me a minute.
Wow. No, this man said he's trained over 1,000 officers. Derek Chauvin being one of the best, brightest officers he's trained. That's a very sad case. The man was vilified for doing his job. Honestly. Became a scapegoat for national media, mainstream media, organizations, celebrities, political pundits, city officials. Somebody had to go down for the crime. Somebody had to do the time, and Derek Chauvin ultimately was a scapegoat. Very sad. This man had a family, had a mother, came out here and said there was standard police practice, showed the journals, showed the manuals that he learned from. And here's his trainer right here, damn near getting emotional speaking on it, because Derek Chauvin was one of the brightest officers he's trained, he said. Top 2 or 3. Crazy.
From what I've seen of the videotape, what was done at the scene with George Floyd and the photograph in the police training manual, they look pretty identical.
Now, y'all really look at these photos. The image on the left is George Floyd and Derek Chauvin on top of him. This is the photo used in the police manual to exhibit the training or the example of the MRT, maximum restraint technique employed by Minneapolis police and other law enforcement agencies across the country. Now, this has since been banned, but right here you can read, instead of showing police body cam footage, the prosecution repeatedly used the photo exhibit 17 throughout the trial. However, Judge Cahill did not allow the MRT, again, maximum restraint training, or maximum restraint technique, training photo to be shown to the jury. Okay. All right now. Okay, y'all said the aspect ratio didn't fit. I'll actually go back just so y'all could see that. I think that's important. Let me see. I'll make sure y'all get that. Real quick. So boom. Y'all take a look at these photos real quick. The image on the right, standard police practice, is the photo used in police manuals to exhibit the MRT technique. The image on the left, again, is George Floyd and Derek Chauvin. Do they look familiar? Do they look similar? So one might say, a reasonable mind might say, he was only executing standard police practice, right? All right now. How is it wrong? How is it wrong? In the image on the right, he's also restrained. Come on now. It's not in the same spot. Look at the image on the right and look at the image on the left and tell me that's not the same positioning. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Like, on some real shit. Just be genuine. Just be genuine. I know what they want y'all to believe. I know it's tough sometimes. I know it's hard. Shout out Vladstein. Allegory of the Cave. I know when being exposed to new information, to new truths, to other perspectives, it's hard to grasp. It's hard to get. You don't want to. You'll vehemently deny it. Like, man, fuck you for even trying to bring this up to me, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. You'll attack the presenter of the information. I get it. I trust me, I get it. But again, just please watch this video wanting to be informed, not wanting to deny, not wanting to refute. You might learn something. It might change your perspective. It might enlighten you. You might be able to take this and say, damn, I wonder what else they lied about. I wonder what else they wanted us to believe. I wonder what else they told us was true that really isn't true. Stuff like this is a game changer. Stuff like this, it's the spark for a lot of people to really start to make them wake up and question what's really going on. The lies that they purport in mainstream media, the lies that they tell us. So I really want a lot of y'all who are over here trying to argue with me in the chat, argue with the video, the objective facts presented in the documentary. I really want a lot of y'all to like, and it's all love. It's all love here at S.E.T Media. But relax, chill out. Like I said, put your hands underneath your ass. You really might learn something, and I hope that you do. I implore you, please, just pay attention. Back to the video. Judge Cahill worked for the Hennepin County Attorney's Office for 10 years. The same office involved in prosecuting the 4 officers.
So question 7 proposed by the defense was, after conducting your business in Cup Foods, did you return to the vehicle with Mr. Floyd? Mr. Hall cannot answer that question. Mr. Hall cannot put himself in that car with Mr. Floyd. Again, this was a car that was searched twice and drugs were recovered twice. If Mr. Hall puts himself in that car, he exposes himself to constructive possession charges of the drugs that were found in that car.
Knowing all that, you've had a chance to look at the questions that were proposed by both sides?
I have.
Would you be willing to answer those if I were to put you on the stand and swear you in as a witness?
No, I am not.
Okay, and why would you not answer those?
I'm fearful of criminal charges going forward. I have open charges that's not settled yet.
Judge Cahill was involved in one of Hall's open cases. Had warrants out apparently.
You testified that you were the officer who approached the passenger side of the vehicle. You approached George Floyd on May 6th of 2019, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Floyd didn't drop dead while you were interacting with him, correct?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The city of Minneapolis has agreed to pay George Floyd's family $27 million to settle a civil lawsuit with his family as the jury selection.
Oh boy. 27 M's. 27 M's. And it always is funny when these families of, these police crimes or these racially charged crimes happen. The families always get a particular guy to represent them, whether it be Reverend Al Sharpton or there's another race baiting lawyer, as I like to call it. And these large settlements, best believe these lawyers is getting paid, dog. These lawyers is getting paid big bucks to represent these cases because they get a lot of attention. They get a lot of publicity, nationwide attention. So there's I hate to say it, there's money behind the deaths of these innocent people. In George Floyd's case, again, I don't think he deserved to die that fateful day, but there were conditions. There was a background of information on George that ultimately led to how the police treated him that day. Like, best believe if you're a career criminal, you're not going to get treated like a goody two shoes by the police. It just is what it is, right? They pull up on you. They see you have no record. They might address you one way. They pull up on you and see you have a record of 20 arrests. Yeah, they're going to treat you one way. Trust me. Like, it is what it is. If you don't want to get treated like that, don't be a career criminal. But again, to my point, there's always somebody who stands to benefit from these settlements outside of the family. A little bit sickening, honestly. And shout out Vlastine, $5. A person's windpipes are on the front of their neck, not the back. That is why Floyd was able to speak and yell. Yeah, if you can't breathe, you can't talk. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And if you go back, watch the arrest footage, he was saying, I can't breathe before they even had this man on the ground. When they took him out his car, he was already anxious. He already had swallowed drugs. They have video footage of it. He did it during the last arrest. They have video footage of that. So anytime the police pull up on this man, he's high, pretty much. He has drugs on him. And to avoid possession charges, he eats the drugs. It's what he did in this case. It's what he's done in other cases. So you have fentanyl, methamphetamines in your system. It's going to cause an increased heart rate. On top of the fact with his compounding with his medical history, he had an artery that was 75% clogged. He had a history of heart condition. So that combined with the fact of the anxiety of the police encounter, the drugs, there was a lot of compounding factors that led to this man's death, right? And not to absolve the police of anything that they did that day, because I'm all for holding the police accountable, but y'all want to charge this man for murder? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Continues for the trial of the officer charged with his murder.
You know, like you mentioned, there is no amount of money that can replace a brother, a son, a nephew, a father, a loved one. But what we can do is continue to work towards justice and equity and equality in the city of Minneapolis.
The city of Minneapolis would pay them the largest civil settlement of its kind, $27 million.
We're looking for a guilty verdict. We're looking for a guilty verdict.
What should protesters do?
Well, we got to stay on the street, and we've got to get more active. We've got to get more confrontational. We've got to make sure that they know that we mean business.
I'm aware of the media reports. I'm aware that Congresswoman Waters was talking specifically about this trial and about the unacceptability of
I'm about to have
anything
a
less than a murder conviction and talk about being confrontational. But you can submit the press articles about that. A Congresswoman's opinion really doesn't matter a whole lot.
This jury has, despite all best efforts, has been bombarded with information relevant to this case. It is impossible.
Hey, and shout out Hellbat12, man. $10 showing some support to the channel. I'd imagine that there are plenty of cases like this one that just wasn't covered as much. Everyone is entitled to a fair trial. When evidence gets suppressed, it's no longer a fair trial. Facts. But you had the police chief get on stand and lie. You had multiple officers from the Minneapolis Police Department say that, yeah, this is standard practice. This is in all of our manuals and all of our training. Police chief got on there and said, like, nah, we don't teach that. Bro, right after that, there should have been a mistrial. The fact that they were so quick to try and charge this man, Derek Chauvin, with the murder of this George Floyd's death, charge the other officers as accessories, bro, it just shows that they were just trying to paint the narrative. They had to close it up quick. Because when all this other side of the information came out, it would have already been over, said and done. So they had to close this, sew this case up quickly. He didn't get a fair trial. He did not. He did not receive a fair trial.
To stay away from it unless you literally shut off your phone or you shut off your TV, you shut off your computer, and no such instructions have been given during the course of this trial.
Well, to be fair, the last few times I've advised them, I told them don't watch the news. Pure and simple.
Derek was tried in the courthouse. that was surrounded by barbed wire, concrete block, 2 armored personnel carriers, and a squad of National Guard troops, all of whom were there for one purpose, in the event the jury acquitted him. Every person in this country is entitled to a fair trial in a fair venue under the Constitution.
What kind of message do you think that sent to the jury seeing those scenes outside the courthouse every day?
I don't have to speculate on the message the jurors had in their minds. Every juror had a stake in the outcome of that case, because every juror knew that if there was a not guilty finding, there was a less than trivial and actually substantial risk that there would be riots in their community again.
Say his name! Say his name! Say his name!
What do you think your son's case says about the justice system in America?
Is there justice system in America? Not according to what they did to Derek and the other 3 officers. There isn't any. I don't believe in the justice system anymore.
As sentenced for count 1, the court commits you to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 270 months. That's 270. That is a 10-year addition to the presumptive sentence of 150 months. This is based on your abuse of a position of trust and authority, and also the particular cruelty shown to George Floyd.
God damn. So the other officers are most likely out, but 22 years for Derek Chauvin, and there's reports that man is getting it tough in there. And I mean, as you can imagine, police officers don't fare too well in prison, but I mean, the narrative attached to that man, he hasn't had it easy at all. He has not had it easy. Man, it's just a sad case, honestly. I don't think George Floyd should have lost his life. In no way, shape, or form defending him losing his life that day. I don't think anybody should lose their life at the hands of law enforcement. But we all have to accept responsibility for decisions and things that we've done. He was a career criminal, which led to the way that they treated him upon that fateful encounter that day. He was a drug addict, suffered from addiction. Yes, I understand addiction is a real disease, but ultimately it's an objective fact, that it's the objective reality of the situation pertaining to George. He was addicted to drugs. He ingested drugs upon being encountered by the police. It's on video. He's done the same thing in other police encounters. Fentanyl, methamphetamines were found to be in his system. Fentanyl is a drug that is 100 times stronger than morphine. Extremely deadly. There have been officers who have passed out just for coming in contact with it. There's police body cam footage of that. I think actually here locally in Columbus, there was a local officer who came into contact with it, and it was on his body cam footage, a viral video actually. He passed out, shortness of breath, cardiac failure was he was actually in place. It was actually happening, and a fellow officer had to hit him with a Narcan. So there was a lot of compounding factors that led to his death that day. Again, I don't think that he should have died, but the narrative that he was murdered, Derek Chauvin did it, it was the knee to the neck, standard police practice. And we can't ignore the history of George Floyd. We can't ignore that. We cannot ignore that, because it is pertinent when addressing and analyzing how he died.
This call is from a federal prison.
Do you blame Chauvin for any of this?
I don't. The way I see it is that he made the decisions he thought was right. As he did before, he's always been one that was by the book and legally abiding. I think he did exactly what he was trained to do. Unfortunate that the publicity got as riled up as it did by all the officials and politicians that were involved with the case, and it took away any chance he had to even say his piece.
What does this case say about the justice system in America?
I think, unfortunately, we've come to the point now where the justice system has been controlled by mob mentality. Social media, news outlets, peer pressure now control the outcomes of trials, investigations. The justice system no longer is really something you can trust. Because if you're in any way on the negative side of the media, you're pretty much just going to have a trial.
Shout out Vlastine, $10. I'm 6'1", 200 plus pounds, and I can cause a lot of damage even with my hands handcuffed behind my back. Restraint keeps me from doing that. Cops get treated like crap, by society. Do you blame their trust issues? Bro, no, to be honest. And I'm somebody who's had my fair share of encounters with police. And for those of y'all who like, bro, who's paying you? Why are you defending cops? Like, bro, you care more about the cops than George Floyd's life. Like, bro, y'all not listening. Y'all literally are selectively listening to what I'm saying. Like, I don't think George Floyd should have lost his life that day, but we do have to analyze his history, his past, that ultimately is pertinent to why he died that day. Like, come on now. He wasn't a goody-goody two-shoes. It wasn't his first crime. When they came up on him, it's like, oh, this is George Floyd. We know this guy. We've dealt with him. Same guy who held a gun up to a pregnant lady's stomach. Y'all forget about that? Long laundry list of arrest. Like, this wasn't no good Samaritan by any stretch of imagination. Now, am I saying he deserved to die? Nah. Hell nah. No, sirree, Bob. I don't think anybody should die by the hands of law enforcement, but you got to understand, you act a certain way, you're going to get treated a certain way. Like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of us think that police aren't people too. Once they pull that arrest record and see that you've done this stuff and you've been arrested 20 times and bro, how big do y'all think Minneapolis is? Some of these police already probably have dealt with this man. Like, come on, man. You got to be realistic here. Be pragmatic. Like, when they dealt with him that day, they knew who they were dealing with, which is why he got the treatment he got. Not to mention, if you play the video back, you'll see the arrest footage. This man swallowed drugs. He was hiding his hands, was giving them a hard time before they even pulled him out of his vehicle, was fighting with them, resisting arrest. Right, you're going to get treated a certain way, bro. And I'm black. I'm 6'1 plus. And I know the same thing that Vlastine just admitted to. Like, it's you just got to be smart. You got to be smart, bro. You got to be smart. And a lot of us don't move smartly, don't have a respect for authority. And this is why we get treated the way we do. And I'm not even talking about a black or white issue. I'm just talking about encountering law enforcement in general. You act like an ass, you're going to get treated like one. Like, come on now. Don't think you finna talk to a cop or treat him like an asshole or resist his commands and he's going to have the utmost respect for you. It just don't work like that. These people got a job to do. And again, I ain't getting on here defending no police. Like, respect for them doing their job. Respect for the good police. Takes a lot of courage, takes a lot of bravery. But I've had my fair share of encounters with police and not every one of them has been good. I might get into it one day. I got my own story to tell when it comes to police, right? So I don't talk out my ass when I say this, but I do, and I have come to an understanding that you have to carry yourself a certain way when encountering law enforcement. If you don't, they will act appropriately. If you have an arrest record, when they pull up on you, when they run your place, when they run your name and you see you've been arrested for this, this, and that, they will pull up on you a certain way. It just is the objective reality of the situation. George Floyd had a laundry list of crimes and arrests, which is why they dealt with him the way they dealt with him.
Trial by street, and no one ever wins.
Oh, and shout out Hellbat 12, $5. He said one more thing real quick. Isn't lying under oath considered a felony? Yes, perjury. It's perjury. He was never charged with that. If y'all roll the clip back, the judge kept his job, the prosecutor kept his job. The other officers who, didn't speak on George or Derek Chauvin's behalf kept their jobs. Everybody just wanted to keep their position. They wanted to zip that case up fast because they knew there were a lot of holes in it. And yeah, it was a shame ultimately. He didn't get a fair trial. But nobody cares about that, though. Nobody cares about that. Again, nobody's defending the loss of George Floyd. I don't think he should have died that day. But the injustices outside of his death, nobody cares about. Nobody cares about. George Floyd was just such a martyr. That's all anybody ever wants to focus on. But, hey.
That is already against you. There's just no real way to have a fair trial. We have a whole constitutional amendment about that is null and void.
Yep, Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury, which was not afforded to Derek Chauvin.
Why then did you want to speak out? The whole city is different. The police force lost so many people because of it. Just the amount of crisis that people went through. The media did a really good, strange job of reporting the way they wanted the narrative to go.
After what the world witnessed in the murder of George Floyd,
these 4 police officers are committing a series of actions that violate policies.
This news is disgusting, and they're immoral. At the stuff they reported, the lies they reported.
I saw the video. There was a lot of other angles that were excluded.
Jesus Christ.
A lot of training that was excluded. What was it like going to 911 calls after the riots?
I was the first officer at multiple shootings. I was involved with gun calls, and I'm just like, one of these situations is not going to turn out good. I mean, no matter what I do, it's...
They cheered when that happened. That's so crazy, bro. That's so crazy, bro. It just... Man. Honestly,
I'm going to be either the next Chauvin or I'm going to be shot or killed. And I go, I've already been injured twice in this job, you know, bad. And now, now at the end of my career, I'm going to get hurt again or end up in prison.
When did you decide to leave the Minneapolis Police Department?
I've been in several riots in this city, or protests, or whatever you want to call them. And of all the different riots I've been in, that's probably the first time I've ever felt helpless. I found myself, for the first time ever, I kind of had a panic attack. It was a sense of helplessness. And that's a shitty feeling. I woke my wife up at like 3 a.m, and I just told her, I think I can be done.
Going to work, though, was physically making me ill. It wasn't the flu. It wasn't a cold. It wasn't anything that I could put my finger on. It wasn't something that went away. It was the drive into the city, the knot in my stomach, the I'm going to vomit, I'm going to be sick. I knew something was wrong.
I left the job about a month after the protests. I just couldn't do it anymore. We were one of the highest trained departments in the country. These were some of the best cops you would ever see in your lives, and a lot of those people are gone.
The last call I was ever on should have been a routine call. It was a simple hit and run. An officer just dispatched to a hit and run call. The victim has pictures of the car that took off, the description of the guy, and the guy drives by again. So the officer follows him, stops him. I think we had 4 officers there because people started yelling. I mean, this was just after the riots. Anytime we're out dealing with anybody, especially if a person of color, we were getting all kinds of screaming and yelling and everything else. It didn't take too long before we realized this guy was completely high on drugs. He was huge, too. He was probably 6'5". I mean, he was tall, way bigger than me, probably twice my size. And he's like, I'm not going to jail. And I'm like, okay, well, we got our body cameras on. We got 4 guys. And I'm thinking, well, this guy's drugged out. And he's like, well, I'm not going to jail. I'm going home. Pretty soon the fight's on. And we're fighting with this guy, trying to get him cuffed. We're not hitting him. We're not striking him or anything, but we're going to go to the ground sooner or later because he's a big dude and we're going to go to the ground. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, if this guy ODs, if this guy dies in our custody, 4 white cops at 17th in Chicago, 20 blocks from George Floyd.
It's the scariest part about it. The backlash and the aftermath had cops scared to do their job. You got criminals talking about, bro, I ain't going to jail. I'm high as hell, 6'5" with a record. I ain't going to jail though. Bet I go home. You got 4 white cops who just trying to do their job. Arrest a criminal or take them in for whatever warrant, whatever, right? And they're scared to do their job. This is the backlash after the Derek Chauvin case. And this just wasn't in Minneapolis. Like, cops nationwide low-key be scared to do their job. Like, oh, I don't want to be on the news. I don't want to get done like Derek Chauvin for just doing my job. Like, it's a scary thing. This is enabled criminals. The aftermath of the Derek Chauvin, George Floyd fiasco has enabled criminals. It's kind of transferred the balance of power into the criminals' hands because they know they can act out. They know they can kind of, do a little bit more dance and do a little bit more running, do a little bit more resisting because cops are kind of labeled and have the fear of backlash of, mistreating a black man or, if something like that were to happen, killing a black man. Even though, his actions ultimately led to how he was dealt with. You got cops that are scared to do their job. That's what Trump is really kind of going for with this police immunity. Like, cops shouldn't be scared to do their job. And it's not just letting cops off on whatever. There's going to be an appointed committee where cases are sent to for referral. And it's going to have to pass the committee to see if they get this inherited immunity or not. But you can't have cops out here patrolling the streets scared to enforce the law on criminals. Not every one of us is going out here committing crimes. A lot of us are just law-abiding citizens. A lot of us are just doing what we should be doing. But the criminals, they need to be dealt with appropriately, no? Y'all saying, oh, well, he was a drug addict. That doesn't mean he was a bad guy. Bro, possession is a crime, is it not? It's all fine and dandy until you got a crackhead trying to break into your car. Now you calling the same police y'all on here trying to bash.
We're going to prison. And I'm looking at these guys and I go, we're going to fucking prison. And I was like, I don't know if I can do this anymore. It's a horrible day.
My father was a police officer. I grew up in Minneapolis. My family was here. And I didn't want to leave. It was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. I still have difficulties with it. I didn't want to go. I love being a police officer, But
one day sitting there having lunch, it was probably a group of 20 of us, and somebody had said, hey, LT, I heard you're leaving. What's your last day? And I said, well, today in about 10 minutes. I said, in fact, could one of you guys give me a ride home because I had to leave my squad here? And the one guy that gave me a ride home, he's like, okay, let's, I got my squad right here. So we were in a marked squad. I still had a uniform on. And I see a guy walking. And I see as he's going to raise his hand. And I was like, oh, hey, somebody wants to wave at us. And then he flipped us off. And I went, holy crap, this was the right decision. Yeah. Everything.
And it's sad that they just get this lack of respect. Like, these people put their lives on the line to protect and serve the community. Now, I'm not saying every cop is good. There's definitely a fair share of bad apples out there, some bad actors in these police law enforcement agencies for sure. And they need to be held accountable. I'm all for it. But most of these people are just showing up to work every day to try and do their job. And then you got the community literally disrespecting them. You got the police chief and city governance not having their backs. Like, yeah, I would quit too. What the hell? Ain't no benefits worth me staying in a position where I'm not valued. Like, I put my life on the line. I put my life on the line to do this job. And now you telling me the same risk that I take every day isn't respected? You got criminals out here emboldened. Now they feel like they could do whatever, disrespect us further, be aggressive towards us. Like, yeah, their job just, an unsafe job just became 10 times more unsafe. Crazy as hell. Shout out Chris Hogan, one of the mods, $5. He said, and this is the governor that is stand in the gap that y'all are going to vote for, SMH. I did find it funny, the relation of all this to Tim Walz. And y'all going to vote his ass in. Some of y'all really will. Oh, Tim Walz, he's, Coach Walz. Substitute coach or second string coach or assistant coach. Stolen Valor Walz. COVID Relief Fund Walz. Chinese Communist Walz. Like, man, I could keep going.
Thing changed. And it didn't have to. Had we had strong leadership right from the very top. The governor, the mayor, our chief of police, the city council of Minneapolis, the assistant chief, and the deputy chiefs. This is how you treat your people. You just turn your back on us.
Do you go into Minneapolis anymore? I have not been anywhere near the precinct. I can't bring myself to go to the precinct.
I mean, unless I absolutely have to, no. I've even missed a few funerals.
Why did you decide to stay on?
Well, I think for myself, mainly for pride. I worked really hard to get here, really hard. And I made a lot of sacrifices in my personal life to be able to don a uniform and stand for something. And I could not let evil win. They failed when they gave up that precinct. Our department still hasn't recovered from that. And it's 3 years later.
Morale is something that can ebb and flow, and it is something that I have to continue to monitor.
I do hear that the mayor talks that crime is down.
Crime is down. Crime is down. Say it with me. Crime is down.
I often wonder if we're looking at the same city. Overall, crime is way up.
Give me the keys. Give me your money, everything. Keys, everything. Everything.
How they ignore that or don't pay attention to that is beyond me. It's just another example of why we're in the situation we're in now.
Can you even keep up?
No. When I came on, we used to have a roll call of about 20 to 25 cops. I've had roll calls with 2 cops in them. It's just not enough.
This council is going to dismantle this police department. All right, they're telling me to say it again. This council is going to dismantle this police department.
This government, not just in Minneapolis, but in the nation in general, has done a very good job, all the way to the White House.
And And shout out Vlastine, $20. He said, think about this. A cop pulls you over and it seems a little agitated. The thing you don't realize is that cop just came from an unalived accident where a family was unalived by a drunk driver and the parents were decapped. Man, facts. You don't never know what these officers go through before you encounter them. They done dealt with probably 20 other cases, 50 other cases. Some of them crazy, some of them extreme, some of them, normal, casual. But you really don't know the mind state, I would say, of the officer once you kind of come upon him or he comes upon you. So you got to take that into account as well. But great perspective.
Of demonizing law enforcement.
Do you believe there is systemic racism in law enforcement?
Man, shout out Vlastine. Always supporting, always giving good takes. Video suggestions always be fire, too.
Absolutely. Now, with the element of, it seems, happy prosecutors to prosecute officers for mistakes made makes it almost unbearable to do the job. And the policies passed makes it impossible to do the job that needs to be done.
Our commitment is to end our city's toxic relationship with the Minneapolis Police Department, to end policing as we know
This is the department that I believe will be on the right side of history. They are going to be on the right side of history, or they're going to be on the wrong side of history. Or they will be left behind. But I'm determined that we are going to be on the right side of history.
Yeah, as you could imagine. Damn near tripled by 2020. All these stats are damn near doubling and tripling.
Race is inextricably a part of the American policing system.
Don't run now! Don't run now, racist white people! I'm here! Oh yeah, we pull up! We pull the fuck up! And we here! Come on over here with your Blue Lives Matter sign! Blue Lives ain't shit! I won the primary election, and y'all can quote me on this. I am going to the state capitol with this same fucking message.
Do you think police and city leaders and the media were hiding the fact that your son is, in fact, a black officer?
I think they had such a hard time walking back a story that they had told that they would have done anything to maintain that story. They have a story. Our family has a story. I have a story in my mind about what really went on as well. When I think about the conversation they must have had once the facts came out about the race of the officers. About the toxicology report, about the medical examiner's report, about the body cameras.
I can't joke. I can't breathe, love it.
And, my story goes as they're sitting around looking at each other in a room going, okay, now what do we do? The truth and the facts don't match the story we've been telling everybody, and the media has been telling, what are we going to do now? And they look around in the room and ask each other, who has the cojones to tell the truth? Is it going to be you, Arredondo? Is it going to be you, Benjamin Crump? Is it going to be you, Mayor Fry? Who's going to be the one that's going to say, oh, oops, we thought it was this, we were wrong. The facts don't support it. We're going to have to do something, we're going to have to say something. And they must have looked around the room and said, nope, not me. I don't have cojones. You have nope, I don't have them either.
But they were able to loan a pair, I think, to Mr. Chief Arredondo so that he could, don't worry, we'll borrow you a pair so you can have them to go on stand and lie about the training these police officers have had, since you don't have any to tell the truth. And that actually, is the story that makes more sense with the facts than the one that they were telling.
Alex, it seems practically everyone talks about how Officer Derek Chauvin, who is white, was with George Floyd for 8 or 9 minutes. But there's you, a black police officer who was with George Floyd for much longer, practically 18 minutes from the moment he was handcuffed until you closed the ambulance door. Why is this fact rarely ever mentioned?
That's a good question. Despite, like you said, the fact that I am black and that another colleague of mine, Cal, is Asian. So really half the attending officers were in the minority. I think that was something that they just didn't want to admit, specifically my race, because it goes very counterintuitive to the way the narrative goes. They couldn't backpedal.
This is where he grew up? Mm-hmm. Yep. Been here most of his life. It's our first house together. I've taught at 3 different North Side schools, so they all were students in the neighborhood, would live right around me. So yeah, the King name around here had a meaning in education, and in the city, positive name. And it's no longer the case. That's hard to come to terms with.
What's it like for you to think about him every day in prison?
My greatest fear is that it's going to change who he is. That I just don't know who he's going to be when he comes out. So it is hard to think of him there. Every day is excruciating. And we tell him, we know who you are. We know what a lie this is. And you don't have anything to apologize for.
What I observed was not training that I ever participated in, none that I observed other officers participating in.
I can't understand how an untruth.
Now, honestly, the most egregious part of all this is how the police chief literally turned his back on the officer he's supposed to represent. Like, everybody knows the police force is like a brotherhood, right? A code, back the blue, code of the blue. Like, everybody knows they stand by each other, even in the wrong sometimes. But it is kind of crazy to see this police chief, who's supposed to represent all his officers, get on stand and interview and say, nah, I never seen this. This isn't something we teach. It's wild as hell.
Truth or a lie can be so accepted without question. This is what happened, this is how they reacted, and this is why they reacted, and this was part of their training.
None of that was said?
None of that was said.
On oath.
When you're constantly reminded about the worst day of your life and the tragedies that, gosh, are in the news every day. The ramifications of that day in terms of how police are treated in the city and how many have quit, and it's gotten so bad. That trajectory, of the fallout of what happened, not just that day, but to the city afterwards, that continues to happen and across the country. I just can't understand why they don't see that. I mean, how can that not be seen? It's not the police that are the problem. Something else needs to change. How can that not be obvious when things have gotten so bad? The city itself has lost its appeal. A lot of trauma, and the plan is to find somewhere else where we can start fresh and not have all the bad memories.
How do you get through every day in prison, Alex?
Prison is a very, very unique experience, I can say. One I never thought I'd see myself in, but it's very easy to get caught up in a lot of self-wallowing and a lot of whatever thoughts you have in your own head. And the easiest way to do it is to take it day by day. Do little things here and there that you can keep doing to take time off your sentence, keep pushing the days forward, and just keep your head up and know that ultimately this isn't the end and this won't define me.
Alex, what do you want people to know about this case?
What's been done is done, and I just hope that at the very least, people...
Shout out Vlastine chiming back in with another 5. He says, it truly makes me angry that criminals will execute cops that were simply stopping to assist them with a flat tire. Oh, man, I've seen those videos too. Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah, people have a hatred for police. And I mean, like I said, I know there's some bad apples out there. Definitely some bad actors in some of these police forces, and they need to be held accountable. They definitely do. The good cops need to point out the bad ones. But I don't know. It just never ends well. Like when the people try and take it into their own hands. There's a way to go about police reformation, and it's not taking out bad cops by your own force, by your own hand. Like, I don't know what that solves. I don't know what you think you're going to get out of that besides death, really. Like, yeah, come on. Don't think you're finna shoot at a cop or take a cop out and they're not gonna put you out. Like, come on, like be smart. Be smart about it. And like I want to reiterate this point. It really does kill me that the police chief got on there and lied, and literally lied, and said that that wasn't standard police practice for Minneapolis police. And Derek Chauvin's mother got on here and shared the manual that he was trained with and shared the photos, shared the article. It was part of their training. Other officers came on there and said the same thing. So it's crazy as hell. It's crazy as hell. And like I said, everybody knows the police operate like a good old boys club. Like they stand by each other even when they're in the wrong sometimes. Like, not saying it's right, but that's what they do. We all know it. Like, we all know they do that. So it is kind of funny to see him switch up on the police code and then hop on stand, say no, do interviews, speak to the press and say no. And ultimately, this man was after his own livelihood, trying to protect his own livelihood rather than anybody else's. Because you could say he's paid. You could say they had dirt on him. I honestly think he just didn't want to lose that job and those benefits. He had himself, his family, his pension in mind, and he said, nah, it ain't worth losing. Sad. Sad excuse for a man. Lack of character. I don't care what job you do. I don't care how many people you've protected and served. At that moment in time, your man card was snatched. You lost any validity. At that point, you was a bitch in my eyes.
In the future, keep an open mind and not...
Honestly, that's like me and my bro, we go out, we commit some crime. I get wrapped up. He gets away. They're sitting there interviewing me. And I'm like, oh, but he was there too. He was there. It's like snitching. It's like snitching almost. It's literally like snitching. I'm equating it to, I think it's the functional equivalent of snitching. Because while he could have got up there and said like, nah, I ain't gonna lie, it is standard police practice. I don't agree with how it was applied, but it is something we teach. He could have got on there and just been transparent. Just been a little bit more transparent. But he bold-faced lied. It's the functional equivalent of snitching. No respect. No respect at all. Threw that man under the bus.
My case, as an example, is to not jump the gun, not knee-jerk, not fall to this race bait, to the social media, to the media, and let them get away with what they do. Because if things like this keep happening, no one anywhere is going to have any sense of justice left.
And we got about 5 minutes with the credits, but hopefully y'all enjoyed that, man. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this show up. Special thanks to everybody who viewed tonight's stream, especially Conspiracy Hour. Really compelling stuff. Uncovered a lot of stuff, man. Play it back as many times as you need to. Share the video with somebody who needs to see this information. A lot of people don't know this side of the narrative, this side of the story, when considering the George Floyd story. Again, sad case. Didn't deserve to lose his life, but there were a lot of compounding factors that played a role into this man's death. And again, share this video as many times as you can because more people need to know. Special thanks to everybody who viewed tonight's stream, everybody who was able to like, but a special shout out to the following, man. We got Vladstein, man. Always appreciate the support, bro. Fire commentary, fire video suggestions. We appreciate you being a mod and a member, man. Always good to have you in here, bro. You know how we rocking. Chris Hogan, always good to see you, one of the mods. Hellbat, one of the mods and members. Always good to have you as well. James Foley, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Andres P, thanks for supporting tonight's stream. Cody Metlin, appreciate your support. David G, man, thank you for sharing that super chat with us. Your first one on the live, so we appreciate the honor. Martin Dello, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for pulling back up on us. Kingsy, man, you know how we rocking, bro. One of the OGs in this shit, man. Thanks for pulling up. Wasabi Figs, good to see you. Joseph CA, appreciate that support. Josh Gaston, thank you. Big Wave Dave, man. I know you ain't in here, but bro, special thanks to you, bro. Always supporting the chat, always supporting the stream. You stand with us, man. We stand with you, bro. Big Wave Dave could be a little bit rough around the edges sometimes, but man, we love him. We love him, bro. We stand with Big Wave Dave, man. Shout out Main Scoop. We appreciate that pushback. Even though we disagree, man, we appreciate the support to the stream. Brackish Bass, man. Good to see you pull back up, man. Make sure you pull back up on us, bro. It's always good to have you. Chris Schneider, thank you for that support. Who else we got? Daniel Welsh. Ain't had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. We appreciate it. Apple Queen, thank you. James Ford, we appreciate it. And shout out again, Big Wave Dave being the first super chat of tonight's stream, man. We appreciate everybody who was able to pull up, as I said. Y'all make sure to like the video on the way out as we close out. Subscribe to the channel. We're live daily. You don't want to miss any content, man. We're 5 days really away from an election. So make sure to tune into our channel to stay up to date on the campaign and all of its updates. We will continue to inform y'all, give our takes, and have some fun with it, man. Set and Key Media. Appreciate y'all tuning into the night stream. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. It was definitely a fun one for me. I'm going to go ahead and log out, man. It's about 3:30 local time. Everybody have a good night, man. I'll catch y'all on tomorrow's stream. Love y'all, man. Peace.